Based on the sources provided, here is the complete story rewritten sequentially by chapter and page, drawing only on the core narrative content. Based on the name she'd gifted me, I just knew my mom had a completely different life planned for me. Soleil. This was the name of a girl who grew up to a life filled with sunshine and happiness. One who had a loving, nuclear family and future that shone brightly. Very brightly. Perhaps not a life with much excitement or any real magic, but one that held consistency and light, like the morning sun. Like those first rays that so gently warmed your skin and gleamed and promised goodness anew each day. A life that was complete in content and enough. Instead, fate wasted no time in breaking the news that was definitely not my life. Somehow all the conscious little choices and immutable twists of chance had landed me exactly where I was now, and exactly where I never thought I would be. Which was working for, if by working you mean indebted to, a low-level criminal, and taking care of any dirty little jobs he shoved my way. I'd moved to this not quite small enough to be a town, but not quite big enough to be a city named Gideon, due to a pod job opening at the city office. It looked good enough for someone who had never completed any university, and I needed the money for me and my mom. Even if it meant leaving behind my entire life. Even if it meant leaving my mom behind. It wasn't forever, I'd reasoned. I'd be back after not too long, and we'd figure something else out. This was only meant to be temporary. Until it wasn't. I quickly came to realize that my boss, one of the town councilmen, was embroiled in some undoubtedly illegal dealings. And that led to me, by extension, becoming embroiled in some illegal dealings. When a particular scheme went south, and my boss in turn went to Zodiac for a bailout, my ass was left on the line. This resulted in him no longer being my boss. Instead, Zodiac was. Leaving wasn't an option either. My mom would pay if I didn't square up the debt that had unfairly landed on my shoulders. So now the next year of my life was paid for, and held in this odious man's hands. Splendid. Fate had pulled enough strings to land me in over my head, and unwittingly working for monsters who shouldn't exist. Oh, silly me, forgetting to mention the most important bit. These weren't just any low-level criminals. Oh no, to boot these were the supernatural kind. Frickin' werewolves. Looking back, I often chastised myself at not recognizing the obvious darkness that lingered in Gideon. Now I saw it daily. Flickering on and off on each street corner. Or just behind each building I walked past. If I squinted just right, I was almost certain I could just make it out furling and unfurling, beckoning or threatening. I did not know. I quickly forced myself to find a way to live in it, ignore it even, and simply survive for these next few months. Until I was far, far away again. I hurriedly left my dingy apartment, venturing out into my daily gray and reporting for duty to Zodiac. An asinine name, I know, but he thought it to be ingenious and fitting. Fitting for an idiot, yes. I mentally prepared myself to deal with him, the definitively low point of my day. Oh man, I couldn't wait for the day when I'd never have to see his repulsive face again. Zodiac was a relatively small guy, and if it weren't for the disturbing fact of him being a werewolf, the power he currently exerted, which is, let's be clear, laughable, would be virtually zilch. With neither the brains nor brawn reach any real heights of power, it was actually surprising how far he'd managed to reach. He was a shiny weasel of a man, but his lack of strength didn't mean he couldn't manage to make my life fairly unbearable. The occasional beatings I took were proof enough of that. It was better for me to keep my head down and stay on his good side, scratch that bearable side. "You're late," Zodiac snarled as I entered his club. I mentally rolled my eyes. No, I wasn't. This was the exact time he ordered me to be here. But I wasn't about to start the day off on his bad side. I bit my tongue, giving him what he wanted. "Sorry, won't happen again." "Best make sure it doesn't. I know you're a stickler for a beating, but even you're not worth my time at the moment." Oh, something had slimy Zodiac on edge. Good for it. The beatings were of little threat to me. It was almost painful to realize how accustomed I'd become to whatever punishments he threw my way. They were all bearable. Much like his underwhelming extent of power in the underworld, so were his limits of pain infliction. He didn't quite have the stomach to truly hurt someone. All the times I'd seen him do away with someone, a gun had been used. This was good news for me, but probably not for someone trying to rise in the ranks of the criminal underworld. All that had nothing to do with me, though as I cared very little about his path to dark glory. I was on the edge of zoning out for the rest of Zodiac's, briefing the new job he had on the books for me. The plan was simple enough, nothing too different from what we usually did. Petty thievery this time. There was an exchange of documents due to take place, and I was dealt the job of intercepting said documents. That was all the information I got, but a quick nab and go was definitely a welcome change from the usual house breaking and entering. I hung around for the rest of the day, mostly just killing time until evening had fallen and the time to complete the job had arrived. I wasn't too concerned or even worried that I could get the new job done. Even though it weighed on my conscious purporting to be good at these petty crimes, let alone take part in them, I couldn't help that this was life. And I was good at what I did. I could push down my plaguing conscience. This was simply another Monday, another job to get done, and then forget about. One more day to be ticked off, until I escaped from this mess. At least that's what I flippantly figured. Just goes to show how mistaken a girl can turn out to be. I awoke disorientated and sore. The telltale signs of awakening after the effect of drugs. I sighed, hating that I knew exactly how that felt. Trying to keep calm, I took in my surroundings as the fog slightly cleared from my head, and my memories came rushing back. The job. The restaurant. The man. Ugh, my head pounded in response as I shuffled through the carousel of my thoughts, trying to make sense of them. Things had not gone according to plan. Last I remember, I'd been keeping an eye on the man, Arien, whom I had to steal the documents from. But I'd annoyingly missed my opportunity to steal the documents from his car, as I originally planned, while he headed into the restaurant. Cops, who were usually invisible and missing in this god-forsaken town, had all of a sudden decided to take their jobs seriously and patrolled the area this night. So I held off breaking into his car. When they finally left, too much time had passed and Arien was making his way back to the car. I tried not to let my thoughts linger on how out of place he looked in this graying and decaying town. Not only was this man tall and well-dressed, too well-dressed honestly, he stood out like a sore thumb, but every single feature of his was arresting. He was disconcerting. Even I could admit that the mark was tall, sculpted, and handsome. Disconcertingly so. Thinking of a new plan of action, I fingered the syringe in my pocket. It was definitely not meant to be used this night, really just a last resort. I stalled for a moment longer from my hiding spot in the alley, trying to make a quick decision. There was no other way. And there was no point in any feelings of guilt. I didn't know him and would never see him again. This would not matter. My mind made up. I crept up behind the too good-looking man as he reached inside the car to grab the documents. And with only a mere second of indecision, I quickly pressed the needle edge of the syringe into him, emptying it of its contents. The result was instantaneous. A quick tense of his body before immediately slumping over the seat of his car. It was a powerful, but not long-lasting sedative, so I hurried to steal the folder that had fallen out of his hand. And resisting the urge to steal one more look at his face, I turned to leave. And that was the last of my hazy memory to return. I don't think I made it far, because all else that I could piece together was me making my way down the street and someone grabbing me, probably knocking me out somehow. And now I'm here. Wherever here was. It seemed to be a small, no larger than some 4 meters square. Brick room with a metal door, and a tiny window high up completely out of my reach. It was almost too dark to see anything else, but then again, I didn't think that there was much else to be seen in this room. I felt a rising panic, but forced myself to quash it down. There was no use jumping to any conclusions yet. I had to keep calm and think my way out of this. I always managed to. Also, I needed a clear head to deal with whatever was coming next. Because I could just feel something was coming. After what felt like hours, the door creaked with the sound of a lock turning. Never had the simply sound of a mechanism wrenching filled me with such fear. I held bated breath. The door swung open to reveal a tall and foreboding presence. Little moonlight spilled in from behind, but not enough to make out any real features. I instantly kicked my body into gear upon seeing my opening and lunged at him, trying to land a hit for a chance to escape. My action was evidently for naught, as the man simply caught me by the neck, much like a dog or some other small creature, and effortlessly threw me back against the wall. My air supply was immediately constricted, and I couldn't feel my feet on the floor anymore. You will answer all my questions, and it's in your best interest to do so quickly and honestly. An emotionless voice grunted out. I tried to squeeze out an answer to no avail, and ended up simply shaking out a small nod instead. The man continued holding me there for a moment longer. Now black spots started to swimmingly appear in my vision, as I desperately tried to claw at the arm, which held my neck in a vice grip. As abruptly as the hold had started, it loosened and I collapsed to the ground, gasping and coughing as I greedily inhaled once more. Who knew air could taste so good? The brute simply stood there as I recovered from my coughing fit, or should I more accurately say, recovered from my near strangulation. Who was this man? He spoke once more. Who instructed you to drug Arien? My brow furrowed as I opened my burning throat. No one. He stood still for a moment as if listening to something. Wrong answer. I will give you one last chance. Who are you working for? I scrambled through my thoughts, trying to find a suitable answer, trying to figure out what he wanted of me. I knew Arien to be the guy I'd hastily drugged, the one I was supposed to steal the documents from. But Zodiac hadn't actually instructed me to do so. The main job was to simply get the documents. You better start speaking, or there will be consequences. The rough voice cut my thoughts off. I quickly tried to string some words together. No, I mean that wasn't really part of the plan. I really just improvised, even though what I was actually supposed to do was. Shut up. I thought I had made myself clear when I told you that lies will not be tolerated. He snapped back, cutting me short again. Well, maybe if you would let me finish a thought. I looked up pleadingly despite my rising frustration. I am telling the truth, I swear. The man simply gave me one more searching look before exiting the room. I slumped against the wall. Worry started to creep in as I let my current situation sink in. This man wasn't like Zodiac or any of the other low-level thugs I had come to deal with on a daily basis. This man exuded power and danger, and he had to be one of the largest guys I'd ever seen. He could and would really hurt me. Man, I was truly deep in it now. The door reopened as he returned once more, but this time with a box in his arms. He headed to one of the corners of the room, while I kept myself completely frozen to my spot, careful not to let any of my movements set him off or cause me any harm. I had learnt long ago to know when I was overpowered or outnumbered, and the best course of action in these types of situations was to not make any further actions that could antagonize the threat. He fiddled with a few items from the box out of my line of vision before turning back towards me. Held in his hand was a hose. Dread filled my entire body as my stomach instantly dropped. I scurried back as he steadily approached me once more and held out my hands as a useless shield. Wait, please don't. I'm being completely honest with you. I'll tell you anything you want to know. I swear. He paused for a second. Who wants Arien? Oh God, no one wants him, damn it. How could I make him understand? I quickly blurted out the first answer that came to mind. Zodiac. I work for Zodiac. He simply stared as he waited again. A second passed before he shook his head and continued his approach. Before I could react, he was once again grabbing me by my neck. Asshole, it still stung. Now he had me up against the wall again, but this time it was different. The nozzle of the hose pointed at my face as my eyes widened in fear. I watched almost uncomprehendingly as the switch flicked. Cold water blasted my face, burning my eyes and nose and throat as the pressured water hit me. I wildly closed my eyes and my mouth to alleviate some of the burning, but the hand on my throat simply reached up to grab my lower jaw and pry it open. Within seconds, I was drowning. There was no way to stop the water from invading my throat, and breathing didn't even feel possible at this point. All I could focus on was the intense feeling of no oxygen reaching my lungs, as they seemingly filled with water. I couldn't remember experiencing anything worse in my life. I couldn't even cry. I just blindly tried to wrestle his hand, or the hose, away, but all my attempts were futile. The next few seconds that ticked by instead felt like hours, as I struggled and suffocated and drowned, unable to think of anything else. Abruptly, the water supply cut off, and I once again crumbled to the ground. More extreme coughing and spluttering ensued this time as I clenched at my chest and drew in desperate breaths. This almost felt worse than drowning, for now I had to force myself to breathe, all the while still feeling like I was underwater. My head spun, my throat was raw, and lungs felt like they were pulsing and ready to explode. My body didn't feel like it could survive this. A voice distracted me from my shaky recovery for a moment. This is what happens when you choose to lie, and afterwards, things get worse. In response, I simply kept lying there, trying not to die, as the man who inflicted this upon me left the room. Pain, helplessness, and fear were all that lingered in that dark room with me. What the hell had I gotten myself into? Since none of my explanations or answers seemed to satisfy him, the waterboarding quickly became a part of my new routine. In fear of my body becoming used to this treatment, perhaps, which proved impossible since each time felt almost worse than the first time, a touch of electrocution as thrown into the mix. It pained me to admit that I preferred this new form of pain, even though I feared the internal damage to be worse. I'd never felt terror like this before, and I was convinced I never would again, like I did in those last few moments when my body was convinced it would drown, only for it to recover and relive the same experience a countless number of times. I had to give it to them, this was a plus torture. I'd lost count of the hours or passing days, really, the room too dark to tell. But after maybe a week, despite it feeling like a month, I'd unsurprisingly started coughing up blood. It was almost astounding how only little more than a week had rendered my body feeling so broken. Despite all the beatings I'd had to endure at Zodiac's command, nothing ever came close to this level of pain and utter destruction each day brought. The sporadic feeding also left my body unable to recover properly, so I barely felt able to move. One of my ankles had since been chained, and the weighty iron chain ripped my skin raw at every moment. This I thought to be particularly cruel and useless, since there was clearly nowhere for me to go. But I guess in their eyes, a justifiable punishment for my first few subsequent attempts to fight back or resist whatever was coming my way. I reflected on the man in my free moments. No amount of reasoning could get him to stop, listen to, or even consider my pleas. To him I was nothing. Not even human. I could swear sometimes his eyes looked right through me, and his ears stopped hearing my screams. It's like he just went somewhere. I remembered just once, where I thought I'd caught a glimpse of something more. I'd been out of my mind with pain, in a break between a session of electrocution when I'd started to goad him. You're messed up. You know what, for you to become something, yeah, I said something, not someone, who could do this to another, something really, really terrible must have happened to you too. I laughed in pain hysterically. And it's still happening to you. It won't leave you. But me, I'm going to die or survive and move on from this because that's what I do and because I'm innocent, whereas your pain will keep going and going. And I ranted on and off about this for who knows how long before passing out from pain. But there was the mere slightest instance in which I managed to catch his dark, fathomless eyes, and maybe it was just my own pain reflecting, but there flashed a quick something other than dull emptiness. This tiny change only happened that once, though, possibly imagined too. His usual countenance was cold, calculated indifference. I think I would have preferred him showing some anger or anything, and even physically attacking me. The nothingness was worse. The cold, unfeeling utilization of his tools was far more sinister, and held the promise of continued, unrelenting and worsening pain. But I couldn't allow myself to spiral, allow my mind to go down that path. Not yet, not when I still had to survive. For now, this was all just happening to me, but that was it was simply happening. I would remain disconnected from it. I just had to get through this minute, then hour, then day. And continue this for however long it took. I had survived before and would continue to do so. I instead kept my mind on my mom and my promised future with her, kept my mind on the eventual of reunion with her and escape from these monsters. This was just another thing for me to survive. And that's what I'd been doing for all these months. Despite being thrown into a supernatural world that promised only harm to me, I'd survived. And that was exactly what I was going to do here. I repeated these words over and over and over in my head, willing myself to believe them, willing myself to draw strength from them. I winced and immediately felt sick at the sound of the door unlocking. Had that much time passed already for the next session of pain to be underway? I curled into a tighter ball as I faced the wall and braced for the next bout of pain. The door creaked open and closed as footsteps entered my cell and then momentarily paused. I'm done playing fucking games. This time death is the only option on the table for you. I froze. This was a different voice. This new guttural voice didn't belong to my usual captor. Stiffening at the sound of the new threat, my mind raced and alarm bells rang in my head. I instinctively felt the danger promised by this dark voice. I was dead if I didn't manage to get this new man to believe me. Hope flared and died almost instantly. I'd failed to make the other one understand for these last terrible days. How would I manage to accomplish anything different in these new few minutes? It would be in your best interest to turn around and answer me, but if death is what you prefer, I'd be fine to oblige you. The coarse but clearly concise voice sounded almost bored now. I willed myself to achingly pick my broken body off the floor and sit up. Last chance, Soleil, you have to convince him and survive this. You will survive this. I finally forced myself to look up. Impossibly deep and impossibly dark eyes met mine, entrapping my gaze. My executioner somehow managed to look deadlier than my imposing inflictor of pain. Aside from his size, his granite gaze and sinister yes told me everything I needed to know. My death would be an easily managed feat to him, and insignificant at that. You shouldn't be able to see so much darkness exuding at the mere sight of someone. I was too busy letting my fear grow to notice the furrowed brow that instantly morphed his face upon our eyes meeting. Then a feral curse punctuated the space, followed by him ripping open the door and striding out, not bothering to even shut it. No sooner had he left before two more unknown people hurried into the room. A female and another male were quickly beside me and freeing my chained ankle. Nearly frozen in stunned silence, I finally gathered enough words in confusion. What's going on? You're free to go. Cue more stunned silence. Completely rendered speechless, I numbly let them guide me outside as my mind ran wild. This had to be a trick, right? False hope only to inflict worse pain later. A great new pain tactic, I'm sure. Now hysterical laughter bubbled up and slipped from my lips. The two apparent rescuers paid no heed to my hysterics and continued walking me across the yard. The haze gradually cleared a little, with the searing pain becoming apparent with each step I took. I ignored this, gritting my teeth and forcing myself to keep going. I could deal with the worsened damage, walking on it would cause later. I couldn't let any chance, no matter how improbable, stand in my way. I picked up my pace as the two led me through a garden area alongside a massive house. The yard was of insane proportions, bordered by a tall wall with massive trees on the outside, so I could only imagine the surrounding wilderness that lay just beyond. We finally reached the front of the house as my heart thundered even wilder and my ankle now almost felt numb with pain. Hope flared once more as large imposing gates came into view. They were truly letting me go. I was really getting out of here. I tried to keep all my conflicting emotions at bay for just a little while longer, as I hastened to reach the gates, beyond which my freedom lay. Just as I neared them, They swung open as if a divine sign. A car slowly rolled through once the gap was wide enough. But for once, my curiosity wasn't piqued, and I firmly kept walking towards the opening gates, ignoring the passing vehicle. I was so close, so damn close to my freedom. Finally, with only 1 meter left between me and my freedom, I dared send one final look back. Falling into the same trap as Lot or Orpheus, I made a fatal error. That one final look, would I had somehow miraculously survive. My head twisted backwards, and then as if theatrically slowed, a window rolled down precisely at this moment, and a face appeared, familiar eyes meeting mine. Oh shit. The man that landed me in this wretched situation. The cause of it all. Arien. I quickly tore my eyes away from his and returned, now running, towards my destination. Only for my ankle to protest anew at this sudden and increased weight upon it. I felt it painfully giving out. No, 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 no. This was the absolute worst time to be tripping like some incompetent damsel in distress. Next, I found myself falling and bracing for an impact which never came. Instead, warm arms adeptly caught me and now held me steady. I squeezed my eyes shut and then glanced up in horror. Chocolate eyes met mine again, breathing out, "Not so fast, mate." An incredulous smirk adorned his face. In response, I did what any self-respecting, fed up, captive would do. I screamed and wildly threw punches. My size, though, seemed to be a laughable joke compared to him, so it did nothing to loosen the arms around me, and before I know it, I was being carried back towards the house. Back towards my prison. I continue hitting and screaming, as I see my freedom slip away with each footstep. No, 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 no. Please, please, I was so close, so close. I pleaded, screaming, panic rising as my freedom was snatched away. His purposeful strides quickly carried us inside the house, and after walking through 2 more rooms, I was placed in an armchair but instantly shot up. This action brought instant regret as my ankle gives out once more. Damn broken body. Arien again prevented my fall and placed me back in the seat, chastising. Stop trying to get away, you'll only hurt yourself more. Me hurt myself. Hurt myself. My hysteria swiftly rose at his words. How dare he say that, like I hadn't been held in this very property for days, being tortured. How I wanted to scream and hurt someone. What a cruel joke. I tore at my hair as I tried to quell my rising hysterics. Okay, breathe, Soleil. I could feel my heartbeat painfully throbbing below my breast. What was happening right now, and what could I do to get out? Why was he acting almost amused or relieved at my arrival? His countenance confused me. I was struggling to understand any of it in my panicked state. I focused on the softened tone in his voice, and it gave me the hope to plead once more. Please let me go. I truly didn't do it on purpose. You'll never see me again. And the entry of my almost executioner had my throat run dry and words evaporate. Oh no, no. Once he saw me here, he'd surely reconsider my freedom. The fear in my eyes went completely overlooked by Arien as he sent a look at him and grinned. Sören. You'll never guess who I found at our very own gates, our mate. Sören. So that's the name of my end. What was he even saying? How could he smile like that when my potential end stood in the doorway? Arien beamed at the stoic-looking Sören while I remained in place, confused and panicking. Sören pierced me with what can only be described as disgust, and I couldn't help but flinch as he replied. I know. Now it was Arien's turn to look confused. What do you mean you know? She was the spy who poisoned and tried to kidnap you. As Arien faltered, I couldn't help but burst out in defense. That's not true. I never tried to kidnap you. I want nothing to do with you, and I'm so sorry for what I've done. I've suffered enough. Please just let me go. The words escaped as a rushed, almost jumbled, begging plea, as I looked to Arien, who seemed the more humane of the two. Now his brows furrowed and his next words came out clipped. What does she mean? Directing his question to Sören, Arien's smirking, relaxed look had long since vanished. Slowly, understanding seemed to dawn as Sören simply stared back impassively. Arien began frantically shaking his head. No, brother, you must be mistaken. Arien looked like he was rapidly processing everything. struggling to keep his relaxed facade in place. He continued, "You had the culprit imprisoned, right? Trying to get information." Then a pause, awaiting Sören's explanation. Nothing but pregnant silence rung out. Then a furrowing of his brow as his formerly laid-back countenance crumbled, now putting the pieces together. He looked to be unraveling as I held my breath, not understanding this reaction. No, tell me we did not do that to our mate." These words were punctuated low and slow, even though his breathing seemed to have sped up. Sören's silence was again his only answer. My confusion only grew as devastation gradually colored Arien's face, and he sunk to his knees. What the hell was going on? Actually, I didn't even care to know. I only cared whether this meant I got to leave. Following along, much less understanding what had been going on, had long since become impossible, and my mind spun wildly. I was hesitant to speak in front of Sören. His threat of death wasn't far from my mind, but I had to try and convince them of my freedom. "You were just going to let her go, weren't you, without telling me?" Arien's voice was now rising as he glared at Sören. I wanted to tell him to calm down, to not upset the man who could probably kill us both in a mere blink. But I wasn't about to risk my life by speaking. Sören calmly replied, "I was doing what's best for us, for you." My existence had seemingly faded into the background as the two argued. Good, that was safer for now. "No, you were doing what you wanted to do, as always, without consulting me, just like when you ordered her to be imprisoned. So that's who was to blame for my imprisonment didn't surprise me much." Their argument continued, but a sudden addition to the room had me freezing and completely zoning out. Suddenly, I was back in that room, and my breathing was now coming out in short bursts. And then, not at all. My lungs refused to work, just like when they were filled with water as I locked eyes with that man. Why did I feel like I was suddenly drowning, coughing down my own blood again? Why was my chest burning on every inhale? What was happening to me? This had never happened before. He was all I could see, and my rising panic served only to make me lose mere control of my breathing and surroundings. The room slunk into a blur, like I was underwater. My heart so loud I could hear it in my ears. I couldn't breathe. I was going to die. A voice gargled through the rising tide of my mind. Suddenly I was rescued from my imagined drowning. Breathe slowly now. You're fine, you're safe." Arien's soothing voice whispered to me as his arms grounded me back down. I managed to close my eyes and finally draw in small breaths once more. My heartbeat stopped thundering as I came to the realization of where I was, as I floated back down to reality. Once I'd calmed down enough, I reopened my eyes to meet the ones of a worried-looking Arien. I averted my gaze, embarrassment flooding through me. What just happened? I'd never felt that way before, such sheer panic for no apparent reason. I'd never been so weak before. I felt tears prick my eyes but willed them away. I'd shown enough weakness for one day. The man was no longer in the room, which led me to question whether he'd ever even been there. "No one will hurt you again. You're safe here." Arien's voice broke through my reverie, reassuring me but not. I was too spent to even mentally scoff at just how ridiculous that statement was. They already had. I was in danger. Every second I remained on this property, and he was the one who stood in my way of leaving. Regardless of what happened before and whether he knew, he was now responsible for keeping me here. And I would surely continue to be hurt the longer they kept me here. Finally, I looked him square in the eye. "Then let me go," I managed to whisper. He looked torn and somehow weirdly crushed before answering. "I'm sorry, mate." Hope crushed and swirled around me painfully. His resounding refusal became the most painful thing to me in this moment. I would remain trapped and at their disposal, liable to be damaged once more. A doctor was immediately sent for, and I was led to another part of the sprawling house. Arien continued to carry me despite my demonstrations until I numbly shut down. His arms only reminded me of the prison I was trapped in. I blankly let the doctor look over me with both Sören and Arien present. I truly couldn't make sense of Sören's continued presence. I was coming to understand that Arien had some confounded fascination with me, but Sören's clear hatred towards me meant his presence confused me. Zoning out for the entirety of the examination, the doctor soon gave up asking me whether anything hurt. Everything did, just not in the way he meant. I only caught snippets of the conversation, as if I was floating just beyond this reality. Broken ankle. Inflammation of the lungs. Bruised throat and ribs. How had that one happened? Oh yeah, probably when I viciously fought against the electrocution restraints around my chest. Potential brain damage. I nearly laughed at that one, which is probably not a good sign when discussing brain damage. I also thought I heard something break across the room halfway through the doctor's diagnosis, but my gaze remained firmly focused on the tile floor in front of me. With my ankle in a cast and all other injuries treated as best they could be, Arien spoke again. I'll escort you to your room, unless you need anything else from Dr. Thewel. Rising to my feet, I shook my head. I wasn't stupid enough to even hope the doctor could be of help to me. He was clearly under their instruction and could do nothing. I was used to men in power paying people off and getting away with it. Arien quickly moved to take me in his arms once more, but the look I pinned him with put an abrupt stop to his actions. In no reality did I want to be carried anywhere by my new captor, even if he was trying to confuse me with the nice guy act. He looked conflicted for a moment before sighing and backing off. Sören subtly disappeared, which only served to put me more on guard as Arien led me to my new room, or if we were being honest with ourselves, my new prison. Here we are. Stepping into the room, I immediately shut the door in Arien's face. I had hoped to find a lock, but was disappointed to find none. Next, my eyes raced to find a possible exit, more wishful thinking. The quick look around the room and adjoined bathroom had my hopes promptly dashed, as all windows contained metal trellies, blocking any possible escape plan. I ended up slumping on a couch, giving my throbbing leg a rest and allowing my similarly throbbing head to contemplate my recent change in situation and new confinement. That's when the defeat and hopelessness rained down. They weren't going to let me leave. The reality of my imprisonment slowly set in as I stared out the window and finally let each one of the emotions I'd kept at bay creep up on me and consume me. I don't know when the first tear leaked out, but soon there were more. And then racking sobs, and then I had to clench my chest to keep from hurting too bad as I uneasily drifted off to a restless sleep from sheer exhaustion. I awoke to darkness, disorientated and confused, where I was slowly set in. A knock sounded at the door. That must have been what woke me. I arose in the Inkai room and tried to find my way to the door using the moonlight. Arien stood on the other side. He cleared his throat while I simply stared back at him. I came to invite you to dinner. He scratched his neck, looking a bit unsure. He also moved to flick the light switch on. I took a step back at the motion, causing a frown to appear on his face. Didn't he read the captor's guidelines, which clearly stated you don't politely invite captives to dinner? I moved to shut the door. Wait, I'll offer to answer any questions you might have. I froze at the offer. I had so many questions. Considering the possibility of a trap, I relented once my mind turned up blank. They could hurt me whether I went to dinner or not. It was stupid to pretend that I was safe in this room. I should have probably showered before heading back out. I stunk from sweat and grime. But then again, I was definitely not about to be considerate towards them. Even in their fancy mansion and perfectly dressed selves. My dirt and stink could remind them how I shouldn't be here, how I didn't care to be here. I stepped out and followed him down as we made our way slowly towards the dining room I assumed. I had to stop myself from gaping upon entry. I couldn't help but notice just how opulent everything was. It felt so disconnected from all I'd underwent in this place. So much apparent beauty to cover the absolute filth. I inwardly scoffed. Arien motioned me to a seat and pulled out a seat. Good manners didn't suit kidnappers. I had to remember to bite my tongue. Especially since Sören sat at the opposite end of the table. Dangerously. The food promptly arrived, and I nearly couldn't stop myself from salivating all over my plate. I'd forgotten how terribly hungry I was, or when last I ate a proper meal. But as quickly as my hunger had appeared, so did my nausea at the meal, my appetite instantly vanishing. The very people who'd starved me were now trying to feed me. I couldn't help but snort at the thought. Arien sharply looked up. Eat. The command simply made me want to throw something at his head, but I simply clenched my fists tighter. So tell me why I'm here. After you eat. I tried to keep my frustration at bay. A mere few hours ago, I would have given almost anything for some proper food, but now I wanted nothing more than to throw this food in their faces. How did they manage to make it that, even when I was given something that should be good, something that wouldn't harm me, they still managed to make me feel so sick and angry and powerless? Saving my rebellion and gaining strength for said rebellion for more worthwhile matters, I picked up the fork and started on the food before me. It very nearly brought me to tears, just how good it tasted. I made quick work of the rest of my meal before looking back up at Arien, who was already staring back at me, perhaps had been this entire time. Table manners be damned. I'd basically shoveled the entire plate into my mouth in record time, probably making myself sick soon. But I didn't care, it just tasted so good. He took a breath before starting. We can't let you leave because you're our mate. I stared back blankly. I said you're our mate, Soleil. Wait, he knew my name. Ignoring that, I shook my head. I don't know what you mean. Arien looked even more incredulous. Every wolf knows, or should know, what this means. I don't see how. I'm N. I nearly spat before catching myself. I'm not one of you monsters. Wait, they thought I was a werewolf. Had they thought this the entire time? I couldn't figure out whether the truth would harm or help me in this situation. And I couldn't show my hand before figuring out which it was. I held so little information, so little power to get me out, so each and every morsel I had at my disposal needed to be treated cautiously. But this new information was puzzling. I had come to be able to pretty reliably figure out who was a werewolf or not since I'd become aware of their existence. There was something that simmered in their eyes, a type of feral nature that I had slowly begun to pick up on, and I just figured that there was a reverse type of sense on their end. Thought they probably could smell the weakness on us humans, or something like that. How could they not know? Sören's sharp gaze now bore into me. Things like my little slip-up didn't just pass him by. He noticed too much. I quickly rallied to rectify my answer. I'm not sure what that is. I didn't grow up around here. I'm just a nobody, came to make some money in Gideon but not to stay for long. Hopefully that was good enough for now. You're lying. Why would you randomly be working for Zodiac then? Speaking for the first time since I'd arrived, Sören all but spat. I shifted in my seat but tried to give a clear answer. I'm not, but I don't have the energy nor the means to prove it to you. I'm for the moment in a sense indebted to Zodiac. Anyways, I just got messed with the wrong people. It wasn't really my choice. I didn't really have a choice to work for him. The two of them just stared back, one confused, the other impenetrable. Then Arien was up in a flash, pushing Sören against the wall. She was simply doing a job for some low-level thug. Sören, each word landed like a painful blow. You jumped to a conclusion for no reason and sanctioned Demeter to do something unimaginable because of your own obstinacy. Arien was positively shaking at this point, and as I looked down, so were my hands at the sudden display of violence and rising tempers. My shoulders instinctively bent inwards as if to protect myself or make myself appear smaller and shield myself from whatever was coming. My thoughts must have wandered because the next moment in which I refocused was at the slamming of the door as Sören left after his final statement. We know nothing yet. Arien sighed and ran a hand through his chestnut hair. May I return to my room now? I quietly squeezed out. Arien looked back conflicted but eventually answered, of course. After being led back to my room, I immediately fell onto the bed and curled into a tight ball. Nothing in this situation made sense. I struggled to sort through the events and my thoughts. First, they kidnapped me for accidentally, on purpose, drugging Arien. Then I was kept and hurt for my supposed crime and information, which they thought I had but didn't. Finally, they decided to let me go, but promptly changed their mind, and now mistakenly thought that I'm their mate. The mate situation had me the most stumped, because from what I understood from the little I'd gleaned during my time in this town, that was what they called their wife or husband. Or maybe just their significant other. But whatever it was definitely not me. I filed away these questions for later. Maybe Arien could answer them, since he promised to do so before the whole incident happened. Not that I could believe his word to mean anything. I absently rubbed my temples with the rising headache. I needed to figure all this out so I could find a way to get out of here. But in the meantime, some proper sleep would probably help my aching body. If only sleep was easy to find. I knew I should clean up first. It had been days since I'd last showered, but I could almost feel my fatigue all the way down in my bones. I was just so deeply tired, in a way I'd never felt before. I feared I'd pass out in the shower and crack my head open or drown myself in a bath. I imagined dying in such a manner after what I'd already endured and almost laughed. Just not quite. Unable to find a comfortable position, I spent what felt like an hour fidgeting and readjusting my position. Defeated at my state of consciousness, I finally threw some bedding and pillows to the ground, creating a comfortable spot. The hardened surface which my body had become accustomed to beckoned in sleep quicker than I could have guessed, and soon I was drifting off. The final thought that flitted through my mind as sleep claimed me was that I now knew my tormentor's name. Demeter. And Sören, too. He had, after all, been the one to sanction everything. Another monster to watch out for. I awoke the next morning to a knock on the door. Wiping sleep from my eyes and hobbling to the door, I opened it to find one of the people who had helped almost escape yesterday. She held a tray of food and spoke a soft good morning. I bid her inside. Good morning, thank you for bringing me breakfast. I was truly grateful, swearing to never take another meal for granted. You're welcome, let me know if there's anything else you need. And then she turned to leave. Wait. I stopped her. Thank you for yesterday, helping me I mean. Again, my thanks were sincere, truly grateful for the only help I'd ever received in this terrible place. She met my eyes for a moment and gravely nodded. I'm Soleil, by the way. Trailing off as I waited for her to tell me hers. Constance. We finally bid goodbye with small smiles. And I abruptly felt the urge to cry. No one had even bothered to ask my name in this whole ordeal. I was simply a nameless prisoner to them. Turning my attention to the food, I kept my emotions at bay. I'd never felt so emotional and unstable. It wasn't me, and I hated it. Soon I'd polished off the tray. Feeling almost sick, I decided to take another shower, or bath, since it would be easier to keep the cast from getting wet. I just needed to make a list of things to get done and focus on that. 1. Take a bath. 2. Dress. 3. Make a better list. This usually helped keep the overwhelming emotions at bay, but I didn't know what to do this time. After finishing dressing up, and I don't know how they managed to get clothes that managed to fit me so quickly, I felt slightly better. As better as one could be in this situation. Thinking about what to do next, I settled on getting answers from Arien, and then hopefully convincing him of my innocence, well, partial innocence. And then surely I could convince him to let me go, or bargain somehow for my release. I didn't trust Arien, but he was my safest bet at the moment. As long as he kept this nice guy charade up, I figured he wouldn't physically hurt me. And hopefully, I'd have escaped before he got tired of the act. With renewed fortification and a better game plan, I ventured out of the room even though I wasn't sure about where to head to. Ultimately, I opted for the dining room, as it was the only place I actually knew how to get to. Luckily, Arien was seated at the table, with some papers and a half-eaten breakfast. He immediately looked up. Good morning, mate. A smile touched his lips. Don't call me that. My vitriol-tinged words slipped out before I could catch myself. I bit the inside of my cheek. I didn't really want him to know my name, let alone use it, but I hated having him call me that like I belonged to him, or something equally twisted. You prefer Soleil, then? It's a slightly I remembered my thought from yesterday. How do you know my name? Now I was frowning. They'd yet to ask, and I hadn't offered it. I got your file from Sören. He observed me intently. Bastards, of course they had a file on me. And yet they still didn't know the truth that I wasn't a wolf like them, so much for having the upper hand, pretending to be superior. Couldn't even do a proper little recon. Useless. Perhaps this was a bit of bluster on my part, but any false sense of having some leverage was welcome at this point. I continued frowning and ignored the train of conversation that this delusional male had. I'm just here to clear up some things. He sighed and stood up. Okay, I suppose some explanations are in order. Let's head to the study and talk. I paused for a moment unsurely. I didn't want to go anywhere else that was unknown territory. This dining hall had a sense of familiarity already. I think I was just clinging onto anything at this point, but I felt safer to a degree here. Arien must have sensed my wariness because next he was reassuring me. There won't be anyone else there. Reasonably, I also knew that refusing would be futile. I was still a prisoner here. What say did I have in anything? Steeling myself, I simply followed his lead. We walked down the hall until reaching large oak doors. Arien shoved them open, and I followed him blindly inside. Good to know, my survival skills had been irreparably damaged. The study was lined wall to wall with bookshelves and almost darkened with no natural light, and right at the center, a desk loomed. I startled at Sören in the seat at the desk. No one else my ass. I pinned Arien with a glare. He simply looked confused in return. I looked away. It was my own fault for trusting a word out of his mouth. Yet again foolish, damaged survival skills. As the door automatically shut, I shoved down the momentary urge to run. Sören's quick glance my way almost dared me to. How did one of these two monsters seem to have the power of noticing everything, while the other had the distinct ability to overlook everything? Arien motioned me to an armchair as I resolutely ignored Sören's gaze, and then gently probed. We're here to clear up everything and answer all your questions, but perhaps you can explain your side first. Oh great, you now want to hear what I have to say. Only after ignoring nearly every word out of my mouth for over a week. But since I planned to stay alive, so I kept my mouth firmly shut, especially with Sören in the room. I tried to calmly explain. I needed to do a job for Zodiac. Well, he has me doing all sorts of jobs for him until the end of the year. Why? A sharp question from Sören. Arien frowned his way. Didn't you supposedly do stupid recon on me, and yet you know nothing? I mashed my lips together. I used to work for the city council, as a paw. A councilman stupidly took a favor from Zodiac, and somehow I ended up being the one to pay it off. I paused in anticipation for Sören's accusations. When none came, I continued. Anyways, this particular job was simply to steal some documents from you, Arien. Which is what I planned to do at the restaurant before you got back to your car. But it all went skew and you came back before I could grab them, so I was forced to improvise. I trailed off, thus leading to my life becoming more of a mess than I even thought possible. An improvisation I now deeply regret. Would probably always regret. And no one else was part of this plan. Arien seemed confused. Well, no, not that I know of. But that means nothing really. Sören's impatient glare had me quickening my explanation. I'm not exactly upper management, I don't get told. Just the job details and then I carry it out. Like a good little supernatural criminal underworld soldier. Now Arien turned to Sören in question. It doesn't make any sense. Zodiac is a low-level nobody, he wouldn't mess with us. And definitely not attempt to actually kill me. A short laugh escaped from me before I mashed my lips together again. I really think the doc might have been on to something with that brain damage diagnosis. I also couldn't help the sudden tightness in chest that became present at the sharp look of disdain from Sören. I molded my features back to normal and quickly explained to quell some of Sören's potential anger. His anger wasn't safe. Zodiac is an idiot with an ego. If someone paid him enough, there's almost no limit to petty, quick crime he'd commit to. Especially since he had us little underlings to get dirty on his behalf. But he doesn't do murder contracts, and especially not on people higher up on the food chain. Too yellow. I thought you weren't high enough management to be privy to such information. Sören retorted with a raised brow. I met his eye in challenge for a moment. He had to know what I said was true. Like I mentioned, Sören noticed things. Figured them out. And yet he was hellbent on refusing any truth I offered. My patience was running thin. I'm not. I simply watch and listen and make sense of things to survive. Also, I was definitely not instructed to interact with Arien in any way. Come on, even Zodiac wouldn't be dumb enough to think I could handle such a job on my own. I bit out. They had to know how stupid it was for them to even have considered this eventuality. His eyes unflinchingly bit into mine as I held his gaze, mine finally dropping, offering defeat once that sick feeling returns to my stomach. Damn, that's true, Sören, Arien quietly stated, as if only now realizing the improbability of the entire scenario. We were silent for a moment before I couldn't help speaking up again, although solely keeping my gaze on Arien. Now that you know the truth, why won't you let me go? I'll leave far, far away and never speak of this to anyone. You must know that I wouldn't risk anything to come back here. My final word made it clear what I was referring to, my prison. Arien flinched before starting to speak. I cut him off bravely. And before you say mates again, I still don't know what that is, so it's not a valid reason. This time Arien was cut off before again, this time by Sören, who disinterestedly seemed to be presenting the facts. Explaining it now to her won't make a difference. Might actually make things worse. Arien in return looked positively dejected and looked down, sighing. Now you see why I let her go instead. How was one brother so tossed between emotions, displaying them like a picture book while the other had all his tightly locked away? Finally, he responded almost dejectedly, but at the same time resolute. You know we can't do that, we have to make it right. You know what she means to us. Now I was stepping back towards the door. No. You have to let me go, that's how you make things right. I was shaking my head and truly trying to think of a way to convince Arien to let me go. He was the only one in my way now. It was crueler, the hint of freedom that I could almost touch but not cross over to. All because of some misguided notion of his. Arien gently spoke once more. I wish I could give you what you want, but you don't understand. We only get one mate, and they are meant to remain with us until our final breaths. I frantically continued to shake my head, panic rising, even daring to glance back at Sören, who only stared back with unfeeling black eyes. Arien's voice continued to be soft. No one will ever hurt you again, I promise. What happened? His voice hitched before he continued. Was a terrible, terrible mistake that we do anything to take back. His voice held absolute sincerity and a hint of fragility. I didn't trust it for 1 second. I'd finally reached boiling point and started to overflow as I nearly shouted. You guys sicken me first that, and now you keep me here as some sick prisoner for the two of you or whatever. The vitriol drenched my words and spewed from my mouth. I didn't even care about the death warrant I was drawing up with each word. Arien instantly looked appalled. No, that's not at all what I meant. No one will touch you, not even us, we just need time and... I'd rather die. Not caring that my next action was blatantly reckless. I wrenched the door open and ran back to my room. He hated her presence in their life. It had only been the two of them for the longest time, and life had finally found some normalcy after all the darkness. Sören was content with what him and Arien had achieved. Content with where they were now. Until her. Now everything felt unstable again. He'd known one day they would find a mate, and choices would have to be made. But somehow his mind had firmly placed this reality into the distant future. And the mate they had received was nothing close to what he could deem acceptable. Firstly, she was in bed with some seedy characters, the exact type of people he wanted nowhere near their life. Secondly, she had some sort of unusual upbringing, for her knowledge on their kind was sorely lacking. But most importantly, she had tried to harm Arien. Sören couldn't quite discern whether his anger at this point was more owed to the fact that she dare do something to his brother, or that she dare betray her own mate. Even if she didn't quite understand the concept of mates, she would have still felt the pull, a connection towards Arien upon seeing his face. And she had blatantly ignored this instinct. A cardinal sin. These were all her faults. She was not good enough for them, definitely not for his brother. But his conscience couldn't help but gnaw at him despite these judgments. The distasteful truth that loomed over his head was that he too had broken the mate bond. Irredeemably harmed her. Soleil. Sören forced these thoughts out of his mind as he stalked into his study. He'd done what he had to do. He'd do it again. Anything to keep his brother safe. Keep their life together safe. Instead of ever lingering on the wrong he'd committed, he instead reminded himself of her faults and failures. The final one being that she was now damaged. Irrevocably so. Arien kept trying to talk to me, spend time with me. He seemed to just generally exist in his own delusional reality, it seemed. Sören, on the other hand, was nowhere to be seen. I only ever caught unwanted glimpses of him in passing. He very evidently didn't want me here. After finally learning the truth of them being twins, the more incredulous I felt. They were literally night and day, absolutely no resemblance between the two. I guess the first 9 days of me being here made that pretty clear. He didn't want me here. I just had to convince him to once again release me, convince him of how much he hated me and couldn't trust me or whatever. Also, Sören didn't seem like the type who cared about what other people wanted. As long as this was what he wanted, and I already knew it was, he'd do it. Deciding not to overthink and then inevitably think my way out of doing this, I hurried out of my room and made my way to the study Arien had led me to. Upon arrival, I paused at the door and clenched my fists, my nails biting into my palms. My inadvertent stop took me by surprise. This new anxious feeling that constantly clung to me never failed to take me by surprise. Doing and trying used to come so easily to me. Maybe even more so after arriving in this town, Gideon forced me to toughen and wise up, like my life depended on it. Well, I guess it kind of did. Even when I'd have to undertake something scary or seemingly insurmountable, it still came with a hint of a thrill. And now I had to force myself to breath and push away both thoughts and emotions of mine that I would usually embrace. I hated that they'd done this to me, that they'd changed that part of me that was infinitely more important than my physical. My only consolation was that they'd never know, they'd get no satisfaction from me. I steeled myself and forced my clenched hands open, shoving the large door ajar. Sören's sharp look-up made me realize my spiraling thoughts had caused me to forget to knock. My pulse just continued to thump behind my eyes. Refusing to look any weaker by apologizing, I simply took a deep breath and began my request. I came to see you because I know you don't want me here, which means you can release me like you were planning to. I was hoping we could come to a compromise, whatever you want. My words rushed out beneath my beating heart, and I hoped I hadn't jumbled anything, or said too much or not enough. I'd remained by the door without shutting it. I was brave, but not that brave. Sören took his time, responding, as I drank in his features. Somehow, he almost seemed to fill out the room with his imposing form. Not only was he tall and solidly built, but there was more. An underlying current or simmering power. Maybe it was his dark eyes and sharply carved features, but it almost hurt to look at him. Like having a staring contest with a lethal animal. And I instinctively knew I should be more scared. My old lingering survival skills recognized the danger. But there was also something else. Something that drew my eyes back to him. That's no longer an option. His voice pierced through the haze that had settled over me from my staring episode. I wanted to scream. That was it. That was all he was going to give me. I kept a steady hand on my rising hysteria. You have to let me go. This won't work. Everything is royally messed up because of you and your impervious brother. My life doesn't belong to you. You can't just keep me here. He simply stared back for an agonizing minute before cutting me with his next words. Let's get one thing clear in case it wasn't. He leaned back in the process, looking lethal, regal somehow at once. You have no say, no power here. I sure as don't want you here, and if you hadn't already been suitably punished, I would have made your life much worse. Instead, you don't exist to me. But you do to Arien. You belong to him now, and I can't take you away from him any longer. He was sinister and dangerous, and I could still recognize that he wanted to hurt me. I needed to keep as far away as possible from him for my own self-preservation. Fear gave way to something more. My world spun and spiraled and felt more out of control than ever. I reached for the chair in front of me as if to anchor myself, my thoughts. He made it sound so final. I knew it was final. Sören didn't throw words around lightly. I was stuck here, in this future for as long as they kept me here. Forget how hard I tried to take control of my life with Zodiac, how many months I planned my eventual escape. It was all gone now, entirely out of reach. Maybe it was my rising panic, or the great finality of everything that caused my mouth to open, and these words to spill out. I, for one, did not know the origin of my thought. Keep me here and I'll kill him. I'll kill Arien. Sören gave a surprising sardonic laugh, one tinged with venom nonetheless. Forfeit your life if you wish. Because then there would no longer be anything standing between me and your death. I turned on my heel to escape his mocking. He didn't think I was capable of it. Oh, I was capable of it. I felt like I was slowly going crazy staying here. I almost rather be back in my cell. Okay, that was a lie. Nothing would ever be worse than that cell. But at least that made some type of twisted sense and had a foreseeable end, even if that end was death. I didn't fully understand my purpose for being here and was growing sick of Arien's constant delusional presence around me. He kept trying to talk to me, eat with me, walk with me in some twisted way, befriend me, I guess. I was having none of it. He was making my threat sound better and better by the moment. I'd never killed a person, but maybe I could do something bad enough to get him to no longer want me. Which could go one of two ways. When he lets me go. 2, he keeps me here and tortures me once more for whatever I'd plan. As much as I didn't want to admit it, deep down I knew that I was too scared to do anything that would land me back in that dark hole. But also, there was no one else to talk to, and the craziness would probably set in. Constance appeared and disappeared, not offering much in terms of conversation. Then again, I wasn't exactly the most social person, so it was probably my fault. There was another man, a butler or guard of some sorts, who often carried messages into Sören's study. His name was Ranveer, I believe, but again, not a talker. And I didn't trust any man around this estate. The house was massive, but not being allowed outside made it feel like a slowly constricting cage. Most of my time was spent between my room and a computer and library room. I figured I would bide my time, while figuring out an escape and learning about my captors seemed worthwhile in this endeavor. Cue the piles of werewolf books I pawed over in the library. The computers were off limits, locked out with a password, so I had to glean all my information from these books. Aries would have probably offered answers, but I was trying to limit our interactions to the best of my ability. Also, I wanted to keep my human nature a secret for as long as possible, and something might slip out. Holed up in the library, I'd learned a lot. Especially about mates. 1. Human mates are very rare and often frowned against. Another reason to keep that to myself. 2. A werewolf mate for life and knows who their mate is upon mere looking at them. It's synonymous with wife or girlfriend, but infinitely binding. Sounds as crazy as the rest of it. 3. The twins part was complicated. They would first only find one of their mates and need to choose amongst themselves who got her/him, and then once one of the twins were mated, the other would find another mate. But this was often cause for trouble, because they would both be drawn to the mate, and there was also no guarantee of another mate. Something could have befallen the other mate, or finding them might just prove impossible. This was definitely not a problem in my situation, though. One wanted to murder me, the other keep me locked up. My head hurt from all this new and strange information. It felt so far-fetched to me, and I hated that I ever had to come to know of it. The door to the library was harshly pulled open midway through my investigations this day. I froze, breath stalling. Sören. He paused for a moment, taking in the books strewn around, and then redirected his gaze to my face. Did he always look angry, or did the scars have something to do with it? I doubted my accurate judgment of his features a lot of the time. Come to the dining hall. I'd been avoiding Arien for the past couple of days. That was a resounding no way. Trying to keep my voice from catching. I'm all right dining in my room, thanks. I smiled derisively back. It's not a question. I swallowed and again tried to sound normal, but with my next words. No. Forget how loud my heart was beating. Now he looked downright pissed. In a moment he was striding over to me. I forced myself to remain still. No shaking, no backing away, definitely no flinching, no weakness. That's what got you eaten alive. I just about managed, but when his hand extended and roughly wrapped around my wrist and tugging me to standing, I couldn't help the yelp that I emitted as I pulled away. They'd done a number on my wrists, and my stupid body wasn't doing a good job of healing. His brow furrowed just a tad. I didn't grip you that hard, he muttered. Was that a statement or a question? I answered him anyways. No, but my wrists still hurt. You brute. The brow remained furrowed. You should have healed by now. Now I was annoyed. It sounded like he was blaming me for not healing, like the prick I knew him to be. What? No, obviously. Then it hit me. Werewolf. Or at least, that's what I was pretending to be. They would have probably healed by now. I knew their bodies had better capabilities compared to humans. I cleared my throat. I mean, yes, they did. I just hurt myself again is what I meant. That sounded believable, right? I tried to keep my features looking calm and schooled. He was just silent again, but still watching me, and watching me from way too close. He hadn't moved away. It made my skin prickle. He made my skin prickle. Why was he taking this long to respond? My gut twisted. I should probably just go along with dinner. Anything was better than him in such close proximity. Is that so? He finally breathed. He didn't believe me. I forced my eyes to meet his dark ones, unfathomable as always ones. Yes, completely better. Anyways, I guess I should just go to dinner. I started to move away from him towards the door, but focused on keeping my steps normal. Not too fast. I needed to seem calm, and not as shaky and wind-blown as I felt on the inside. Sören didn't stop me. That is, until I had nearly reached the door, when he forcibly yanked me back towards him. I gasped at his touch, and immediately tried to free myself. Futilely. Spinning me to face him, his hands were wrapped on either side of my ribs, nearly encasing me completely. My breath had long lost me, but I managed to squeeze out, "What are you doing?" My voice no longer as strong as I wished it to be. He all but snarled lowly back at me, "You're not hurt anymore, so this shouldn't hurt. Could black get any darker?" I would have sworn not, but that's what his eyes did as they sank into mine. Black. Loathing. That's all I could make out. He pressed down, the pressure steadily increasing. Pain shot through me instantly, nearly causing me to cry out. I had forgotten, or maybe chose not think about how strong he was, how easily he could crush me, and because of that, I was now experiencing my personal reminder. My own fault for letting my guard slip. I stubbornly stared back, not breathing but not making a sound either. Not giving him what he wanted. He could go to hell. This seemed to make the darkness simmer more and leak out of him, his grip now nearly crushing me. The pain made me lightheaded, or maybe it was my lack of breathing. But still, I refused to give in. It felt like my stubbornness was all I had left. With one final dark glare my way, he relented. Thank heavens. I struggled to right myself, stumbling, but managed to keep myself from crumpling to the ground. Next, I drew in some much-needed deep breaths. And only once my body seemed convinced the pain had receded, did I gain some control back. I immediately forced myself to move, not run out the room. I didn't care how scared or weak it made me look. I just needed to get away. From him. I needed to stop my fear from overtaking me again. Making it to my room, I slammed the door closed and slumped down. All my fight draining from my limbs, leaving only shaky unease in its place. Quickly, trying to make myself feel safer, I forced myself to my feet and started pushing furniture against the door. Only stopping once I was out of breath and firmly barricaded in. Safe. And then, and only then, did the tears fall, and the fear managed to creep its insidious tentacles around me. crushing me, constricting me. Much like Sören's hold had done. Sören had only ventured into the library to make sure the girl joined Arien for dinner. He'd had enough of his brother's quiet countenance and daily sulking due to her dismissal. But what frustrated him even more was the fact that she thought she had the power to refuse his brother so, reject him even. Her only purpose of being here, heck, of still being alive, was to be Arien's mate. Sören vowed to see to the fact that she understood this. Arien had too light a rein on her. He didn't know who she thought she was, or who she thought she was playing games with, but he'd set her straight. Sören had already been perturbed at the fact that he'd had to intervene at all, so upon arrival at the library, and meeting with Matilda's refusal, followed by sensing her hiding of something, his patience was worn through and anger whetted. He'd snapped and lost control in the moment. Now, left alone in the library, after Soleil had fled from him, Sören reflected darkly on what had transpired. His anger was still warm to the touch, anger at her for keeping something from them. He knew they couldn't trust that lowly wolf that somehow ended up their mate. This just proved it. If only Arien weren't so infatuated with the girl already. Sören paced, contemplating the situation and calming himself. Only once the last few embers of anger had died down, did another, altogether unsettling feeling find its way into his chest. Peering down at his hands, he tried to place the feeling. It felt like an uncomfortable chasm of something that could not be undone. Regret. He brutally shook the feeling from his chest. There was nothing to regret. He hadn't done anything wrong. She should have simply obeyed and attended dinner. But the way she stared back at him, while he had his hands wrapped around her ribs, bearing down. She'd started off trying very hard not to leak fear. He could tell she was so easily read to him. Every flicker, every damn change in her face never went unnoticed by Sören, only adding to his greater annoyance. But despite her best efforts, the fear had been there, licking at her irises in response to him. To him. A realization that should either have left him feeling nothing, or pleased at most, instead now held this unwelcome feeling. Her fear didn't bring him peace like others did. Hurting her more wasn't something he intended on either, but violence was an easy default to Sören when faced with the unknown. He let out a growl as he kicked a book out of the way and strode to his office. He needed to call the doctor. A banging at my door broke me out of my daze. Maybe 2 hours had passed since the incident, and I was currently crouched against the wall furthest from the door. Soleil, open up. You haven't had any dinner. Arien. Go away, not hungry. There was a pause of silence. Come on, Soleil, you can't just refuse to eat. What? Are you now on some sort of starvation protest for us to let you go? Because I'm sorry to break it to you, but Sören won't go along with that. I laughed sardonically. Oh, I know all about Sören. You're threatening to stick your guard dog on me. Big brother, dearest. Guess what? He already got to me, so come up with a new threat. I shouted back and remained in my crouched position. I regretted the shouting instantly. My ribs stung through exertion. Damn Sören. What are you talking about? Of course Arien was clueless. What else was new? The sounds of others approaching, and then low voices interrupted our conversation. I didn't even bother listening in. A few moments passed, and then the voices raised in volume. I managed to make out a what the Sören. What indeed? But that applied to this whole situation, every second of me being here. More banging ensued on the door. Open up, Soleil, please. We have the doctor here to check you over, and I'm here. Sören will be kept away from you. I highly doubted the effectiveness of that statement. Arien wasn't on the same playing field as Sören. Don't need the doctor, thanks anyways. I bit out. Arien continued to try and talk sense into me, while more attempts to open the door were made. I can only assume by the cause of the barricade in the first place. They might be wolves, but there was no way they were getting through there, so I remained fairly calmly seated. Those pieces of furniture were good solid wood. Of course I was mistaken. I had not yet caught a break in this place, and today would not be the day for me to do so. A large blow to the door caused it to not only be broken it down, but also shattered the first piece of furniture that stood in its way, the sturdy dresser. There was now enough room to pick through the remaining obstacles and gain entrance to the room. I froze at the sudden sound and invasion of what I naively thought to be my safe space. Arien picked his way through, followed by Sören. I slid up against the wall, not wanting to be on the floor and in a lower position when they entered the room. Vulnerable. My eyes refused to even spare Sören a glance. I didn't want to see his face. Ever. But there was also the small part of me that was concerned with how I would react if I met his eyes. I instead fully focused on Arien, who was cautiously approaching me. "No one is going to hurt you, Soleil, I promise. Please just let the doctor look you over." His tone was gentle, pleading, weak. "Then make him leave." I spat in return, a challenge. If Arien truly wanted to pretend he had any power, he could at least make the source of my pain leave. Arien turned to presumably make him, but Sören was already striding out. Of his own volition. Not surprising, Arien clearly had no power over his brother. Sören did what he wanted to do, when he wanted, only giving Arien the illusion of any input. Arien was quick to beckon the doctor over, who then proceeded to check my injuries again. I tried to explain that I just healed slowly. Surely there were some wolves that had healing defects or something like that. It wasn't the most unlikely story. There wasn't much for him to do since I was just healing slowly, normally for a human, but slowly for a wolf. My ribs had also suffered a setback, but again, nothing else to do. I zoned out for his checkup and discussion with Arien. I could not care less about anything they had to say. There was nothing to say. What do you say of a prisoner that is harmed by her captors, yet still offered medical care? Except that the entire situation is sick. Twisted. I instead turned my mind to what Sören had done. Enough time had passed that slight disbelief, or something to that effect, now took hold. I obviously knew of his dislike, nay hatred, for me existed. I also knew that he could very well hurt me, had hurt me. But there was a tiny whisper in some crevice of my mind that hadn't believed he would act on it. Maybe my status of being Arien's mate, or some sick settling in of Stockholm syndrome, had me believing in a thin veil of protection. At least from direct bodily harm. I flinched at the thought, at how mistaken I'd been. I was almost glad to be disavowed of my naivety. That wasn't the whole truth. I was also saddened at this realization. Saddened at how it hardened me, how it reminded me to rebuild my ways and hone my cynicism and distrust. That's all this town and now place had taught me. Had made me. The true root of my sadness was at the loss of who I was before. Her injuries seem much the same as before, with only her wrists healing at a relative pace. The girl mentioned she has been known to heal slowly, so that might simply be the case. But there is not much else I can aid her with at the moment. Sören nodded and dismissed the doctor from his study, frowning. He had wanted a better explanation for why she wasn't healing at a normal pace, already having come to the conclusion that she wasn't. Before he could spend more time considering this, his door was ripped open as Arien strode inside. "Fucking hell, Sören, how could you dare to hurt her? What possessed you, asshole?" He ripped a hand through his hair. "I didn't ask you to force her to attend dinner. Another stupid decision of yours that you made without me and managed to make everything worse." Arien was growling, nearly shouting, as he stood fuming before his brother. Sören had expected this outburst from Arien, probably deserved it, and thus the words didn't do much to affect him. He merely tried to calm his brother down. "In truth, I had not meant to harm her. I was angered at her ignoring you, disrespecting you, and then her refusal to listen to me. But for my actions, you have my apologies." He remained seated as he observed Arien, observed how he struggled to calm his rising emotions, struggled to understand his brother. That was something the two of them rarely shared, understanding. They were inexplicably tied to one another and would protect and care for the other with their lives if necessary. But still, a chasm of space separated them. It had always been that way, and seemed it would always remain that way. Arien considered his words and took a haggard breath in. "But how could you even manage to do that to our mate?" The question was broken, incredulous. It bit into Sören. "Your mate. And I told you it was a mistake. I will not repeat it." He was still just trying to placate his brother, but would keep his word. Sometimes I struggle to see our relation, brother. A whispered confession now from Arien as he tried to make sense of the wolf before him. That landed, pierced something deep inside of Sören, even if he was unable to admit it to anyone, himself even. His features remained indiscernible. Arien begun pacing and continued before he could regret his words. She will never trust us. Forgive us. Let alone give us a chance. I'm starting to see that more and more. That's why I haven't forced her, tried to give her space and time and hopefully. His words were punctuated by a desperation, hopelessness. This angered Sören. This was precisely what he tried to keep his brother from. His entire purpose was to protect his brother, make sure he didn't experience any more hurt, any more darkness, provide him with a happiness that had been denied to the both of them. And it was clear he was failing Arien. Because of her. The urge to crush her like he nearly did again arose in him. She's your mate and should at least try to behave like one. Try to get to know you and give you what you wish. Her behavior is unfounded. You were not even the one to harm her, and we've made that clear. Soleil, her name is Soleil. Arien was losing patience at his brother's refusal to even use her given name, instead spitting out her pronouns as if a curse, and she has every right to feel that way. How would you feel if what she underwent happened to us? Then using his Sören's concern for him, he added, happened to me instead. Sören's jaw clenched. Considering the truth in his brother's words. He would want the people dead, who would dare do that to Arien. Sounding defeated now, Arien ended quietly. Soleil hadn't even healed from her previous wounds, and you. He stayed to see the words land on Sören, but then left as he struggled to see any change in his brother. Just stay away from her, she's my mate. At least respect that if nothing else. Sören was left staring at the closed door, struggling with the feelings evoked by things Arien had pointed out. He'd hurt someone weaker. He'd hurt her while still injured. He'd hurt her for no reason. And most damningly, he'd hurt her despite her being their mate. Unable to deal with the mess of emotions painfully swirling within, and the darkness of his own creation that never seemed to be far, Sören left to let his baser side out. In wolf form, he would have none of this struggle. He would only have his beast. I missed my mother. We'd never exactly understood one another, but always had each other, always relied on one another. We were close even with the space between us. I'd moved so that I could provide better for her. Back home jobs were scarce, and she only worked part-time, so almost everything I made got sent back to her. The plan was to pay off our home, and then I could head back and figure out my next move now that we were secure. The sudden fear that I might not see her again was growing. Hurting. I needed her. Especially now. Resolutely I made up my mind. I needed to talk to Arien. As much as I preferred ignoring his existence, it was very clear that he was the only chance I had to get in contact with her. I wandered through my broken door. The bastards hadn't even bothered to fix it. Although if I was really honest with myself, I preferred the open space. My sudden aversion to enclosed spaces only further annoyed me. Another thing that this place had changed about me. Finding Constance in the kitchen, I inquired after Arien's whereabouts. He's in the study, Soleil. My ribs throbbed in response. There's no way I was heading back there. After noticing me lingering uncomfortably, she gently offered, I can let him know that you're looking for him perhaps. Thank you, Constance. Again, her easy kindness made me ache, made me miss my mother a little more. I busied myself getting a cup of coffee. The kitchen was large and immaculate. If things weren't what they were, I'd be blown away by everything in the house, well, mansion. I liked nice things, especially when I had so little of them, but now that excitement was dulled. Hi, Matt. Soleil. I turned Arien's way. He looked cautious, standing in the kitchen doorway, as if to not startle me. Like I was a pathetic animal. Again, I found myself instantly annoyed by him. Trying to quash those feelings down. Hi, Arien. I needed to pretend to be okay with him, just to get what I wanted. I was hoping we could talk. Immediately an easy smile graced his face. A face that in any other situation I would have appreciated the beauty of. Like I said, I like nice things. Of course we can, maybe we head to the living room. I followed as he led the way, sinking into the very same spot I'd sat when I first arrived. Carried in by this idiot, while my escape was so close. My anger rose all over again at him. I'd like to contact my mother. Arien now looked uncertain. She must be worried. She's all alone and we speak regularly, so I need to call her or something. He shifted in his seat. Soleil, look, I just don't think it's a good idea. And Sören would be. A sardonic laugh escaped before I could control myself. Of course you never do anything without Brother Dearest's approval. Arien's jaw clenched. It almost made me smile. Finally, he was showing something other than the Mr. Nice Guy act. I continued to goad him. That's fine. I'm sure he also consults you in all his decisions. Oh, wait. Now he was on his feet, moving so fast. I scooted back on my seat, heart rate spiking. Maybe I should stop this stupid game. He paced. That's not it, Soleil. We both want the same thing. After what happened, things are just different. He's different. After what happened. Arien once more looked conflicted. He wouldn't want me sharing that. Not yet. I sighed. Of course. Back to square one again. Everything just went round and then landed back on Sören. I loathed him. I really just wanted to talk to my mother, for just a few seconds. A lifeline to keep me from falling apart a little longer. And here this insufferable man was acting like I was asking for the moon. I had no power here. Just like back in the cell, I was trapped and didn't know for how long. Hopeless. Please, Arien. I didn't like how vulnerable I sounded. He met my eyes, clearly wrestling with himself. And then finally sighing. Okay. I didn't even internally gloat that he'd given in. I was just glad to finally have this one thing. Arien brought me a phone and stood off to the corner as I dialed my mother's number, anticipation building. Ring, ring, ring. I gnawed on my hangnails nervously. She didn't always answer unknown numbers. Hell, I never answered unknown numbers. Hello. I instantly wanted to burst into tears. Mum, it's me. Oh my word, Sol, where have you been and why is your phone off? I've been so worried. I've been trying to reach you for 2 weeks now. Mum, calm down. Everything is fine. I'm fine. Lie number 1. I'm sorry I didn't find a way to call you. My phone broke. Lie number 2. She took a deep, calming breath. Okay, I'm sorry about that, but you could have borrowed one or something. I was getting ready to come down to Gideon tomorrow, and God knows how I would have found you, but still. I know, I'm sorry. I was away on a job for the mayor, which was a bit remote, and everything was just so overwhelming. Kind of a lie, kind of the truth. But I'm just so glad to hear your voice and didn't mean to worry you. How are you? I'm well, Sol, aside from being beside myself with worry about you. Everything is good here. How are you? How was the job? Hopefully not too tiring. I continued to gnaw on my hangnails. I'm okay, Mum. Job is all right. I'll just still be busy with it for a while. I looked over at Arien, who was staring intently my way. I wasn't going to tell my mum anything, not like she could save me, and I didn't even know where I was. She didn't need to stress herself about this in any case. Look, I can't chat long, Mum, just wanted to check in, okay? You have to go so soon. My nose pricked. Yeah, I'm sorry, busy over here. Okay, well, just take good care of yourself, okay, Sol? I swallowed hard and tried to keep my voice even. You know I always do. You too, Mum. Love you. Love you too. Bye, Sol. My eyes went blurry at her use of my nickname. She only ever called me Sol. Bye, Mum. I instantly missed the voice that never failed to make me feel better. I hated that Arien was still staring my way, seeing me on the verge of breaking down. Again. Frowning, I tossed his stupid phone back, remembering to mutter an insincere thanks his way. Catching it, he threw one more concerned look my way before striding out. I barely caught his soft, I'm sorry. Sorry my ass. I sat contemplating my next move. That hurt, but also felt so good. And this whole interaction brought me to a new revelation. Arien was malleable enough to be manipulated. I could work with that. I could definitely work with that. All Arien felt like he was stuck in a state of constant euphoria, now that Soleil was spending time with him. Willingly. She was healing and talking and giving him a chance. Hell, she even smiled at him once or twice. A smile that racked havoc on his insides. He wished he knew if having a mate always felt this was. Hopeful, giddy light. With a newfound hope, Arien thought he might just still have a chance. A chance for happiness with his mate that he'd wanted since before he could remember. A chance for a new beginning. After all that had transpired in his life, in both their lives, this could finally be a chance for something positive and good. And maybe if he found his new start, a new place in which to place his hope, Sören would be encouraged to do the same. With renewed vigor, Arien was determined to find ways to make Soleil happy. And hopefully one day, have her be happy enough to stay of her own volition. I was tolerating Arien. Just for now. And just for my plan. I didn't like him even a little, and I didn't plan to trust him even less. But he was already letting me into the garden, and allowing me to make supervised phone calls. I figured that if I could kept this charade up, I'd soon be allowed out the yard, and then my escape plan would be properly underway. The days had been passing by so slowly, and I was simply existing through them almost as if I was getting used to being here. I hated it. Arien and I were currently sitting on the balcony, a beautiful breakfast nook overlooking the gardens. There was a spread of so many delicious breakfast foods courtesy of wonderful Constance, with the sun just gently warming us. It should have been enjoyable. I could tell that in some part of my brain, but I couldn't feel it. The food tasted like food, and the beautiful setting could have been anywhere. There was something wrong with me. I continued to feel like this despite the days going by, despite Arien sometimes doing nice things for me. Shaking myself from my thoughts. So why aren't you and your brother in a pack? I hope I'd phrased that right. From what I understood, wolves usually lived together in packs, not meant to be solitary animals. No wonder these two were psycho. I needed to find out as much as possible to help my escape plans. Know thine enemy and all that. Arien shifted uncomfortably. Well, we left our former pack as teenagers and haven't rejoined one since. I guess we were just happier just the two of us. He threw an easy smile my way, as if it wasn't a big deal. Liar. Why'd you leave? I carefully questioned. A twitch in his jaw, Arien's little tick when he was bothered. We just needed to leave, felt trapped I guess. Maybe pack life just wasn't for us. Again, not the truth. I guess I can understand that. I wanted to probe, but he was clearly uncomfortable. Very contrary to Arien's usual easygoing nature, and I didn't wish to set him off. He sometimes showed a ripple of that not quite perfect persona when I pushed too hard, and I already had one brother as an enemy. Already had one brother who instilled a deep fear in me. I don't think my nervous system could take it if another treated me that way. I changed the topic, trying to convince him of letting me out, something I'd been trying to get Arien to acquiesce on these past few days. I still think you should let me head out, even supervised. I need to breath a bit before I go mad. You know what, you're right. You probably need to let your wolf out to run. He hit his hand on his forehead. Sorry, that completely slipped my mind. Let my wolf out to run. No, that's definitely not what I meant. Damn it, I kept forgetting about the werewolf part I was playing. No, that's okay. No, it's not. Arien was already bounding up with a silly grin on his mouth. I'm gonna clear it with Sören right away and we'll be off. This will be fun, I promise. I was stunned, head spinning for an excuse before I found myself hurrying after Arien. Damn it. I caught him just as he slipped into the office doors. Double damn it. I didn't want to be here. I hadn't seen Sören, even briefly, since the incident in over a week. Seems like Arien had actually convinced him to stay away somehow. But I didn't have a choice. I needed to stop this plan before I ended up being found out. Steeling myself, I pushed the door open, careful to leave it ajar behind me. I wasn't about to end up trapped in here against my will. Both pairs of eyes turned my way. For a pair of twins, their eyes were completely different. Their entire beings were entirely different. Sören remained as inscrutable as ever. I pushed down the feeling to run away, the one that always arose as I found myself near to him. As if waiting for me to start, I clarified. I just wanted to say that I don't need to go out for a run. Arien tried to lighten the mood. Don't be silly, you must be bursting at the seams by now to let your wolf out. It's been, 2 or 3 weeks? Ugh, how had I forgotten about this part, of course. These monsters transformed into actual monsters. My wolf is still fine. Think better. You need a better excuse, Soleil. Frowning now, Arien tried to reassure me. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'll be with you, Soleil, bingo. Well, I can't help it. Folding my arms as if a stance of protection, I just won't feel safe around your wolf, and it's not like you'd let me run alone. What if you lose control or something? I tried to make my voice small. It wasn't a complete lie. I never wanted to see either of their wolf forms. I'd seen wolves before. They were huge, reaching shoulder height with some variation. It would take a mere second to rip my throat out, and they were impossibly strong and fast compared to me. The advantage just wasn't fair. Nothing seemed to be fair in my life for the longest time. Oh, an anxious hand through his hair. Now Arien looked distraught. There was only a tiny twinge within me. I didn't need to feel sorry for him. Am I forgetting everything they've put me through? Arien didn't know. A tiny part of me whispered. Whatever, he is the main reason I landed in any of this situation. He's the one who stopped me at the gate. Glancing away from how uncomfortable Arien's look was making me, I caught Sören looking my way with slightly narrowed eyes. Of course, he was once again noticing everything and not trusting a single word out of my mouth. Whatever, he couldn't prove I was lying. Then, attempting to somehow lessen the blow, I added, but I'm really fine. My wolf isn't that active. Maybe that's why my healing was also kind of slow. That only caused Arien to look more pained. Damn. While I fully meant to guilt him with the first part, I truly didn't mean this to come out that way. I mean, I'm much better now. I swear, everything feels all right. I rambled but abruptly shut myself up. Again, why was I trying to make him feel better? I was only using him to get out of here. I didn't need to care about his emotions. He didn't deserve any concern from me. Not after everything they'd put me through. It didn't matter if he was nice sometimes. Everything else that had been done to me was also partly his fault. And he'd never be absolved of that. My righteous anger at all of this modeled once more inside of me. Now Arien was glaring Sören's way, and then upsettingly storming out, leaving me with the second last person I'd ever want to be left alone with. Great, thanks, Arien. As much as he tried to do nice things for me, he always did things like this, not noticing my discomfort. Like closing doors without thinking that I'd feel trapped. Like telling me I'd be alone, safe with him, and then having Sören there. Like letting Sören do whatever he wanted and being unable to stop him. And now, leaving me with the man who featured in my nightmares. I didn't do anything this time. I tried to defend myself while slowly heading to the door, no longer wanting to be caught between the two wolves. Sure, a barely restrained Sören bit back. I hurried my ass out of there, not even bothering to look his way. Crisis averted. For now. Sören didn't trust Soleil's explanation. Not one bit. And he didn't like it either. He didn't like how affected his brother had been by her explanation and ultimate rejection. How dare she make Arien feel saddened by her ungrateful refusal? Sören could feel his insides tightening and twisting up in anger at the scene that had just transpired. The same anger that lashed out at her once before in the library was quickly rising once more. He tried to wrangle it back under control. He had after all promised Arien not to harm the insidious girl again. He just didn't know that keeping his promise would take so much restraint. But that didn't mean he was going to let her ungrateful behavior go unpunished. Oh no, Sören just knew that Soleil was lying and planned to find out what she was hiding. And then he planned to ensure she understood what was expected of her, which was to be a good little mate to Arien. Even if he hated the insufferable, conniving female, she could be molded into a docile mate for his brother. That he was sure of. It might take a bit of conditioning, but he would ensure that was the outcome. This was what he did best, fixing things for Arien's happiness. This time wouldn't be any different. He'd promised himself a long time ago to never see Arien hurt again, and yet, that had already happened twice when it came to the girl. The anger Sören tried to keep at bay unfurled once more, dangerously. I woke up to a heaviness pulling me under. The nightmares were so frequent that I could no longer even blame them. Today my entire body ached even though I was basically all healed through, save for the infrequent throbbing in my ribs. I had no appetite, no will to try anything today. If I could remain in bed all day, that would be great. Usually I'd think of my scheme and eventual escape to get me through the day, but today just felt bleak. I didn't even think I could bring myself to try my usual manipulation and put up with Arien's annoyingness. It just felt like nothing would ever be better. When I thought about it, things had already been going pretty shittily in my life for a while now, but I just never spent too much time dwelling on that fact. I always just kind of figured that things would eventually look up. Boy, oh boy, how wrong was I, and then all this happened. And now it felt like they definitely weren't getting better. Not ever. Arien caught me lost in my thoughts after I wandered from the kitchen. I'd forced myself from the room, but couldn't muster an appetite. Morning, Soleil, what's the plan for the day? Be miserable. I took a second getting caught in his easy smile. Arien's face was easy to look at. He was objectively handsome. His features were strong and skin perfect, hair the perfect shade of dusty blonde. He was effortlessly handsome to look at. But it was more than that. He had this lightness. Like happiness was something he was accustomed to. I chewed my cuticle. What are you doing today? Looking taken aback, he blurted, haven't really decided. Then cautiously, maybe we could do something you like to do for fun. For fun. An easy laugh this time. Yes, like what did you usually do to unwind or have a good time before? I paused, nonplussed for a second. This shouldn't be a hard question. Then quietly, I don't really know, was just really busy with work, I guess. More gnawing on my cuticle. How pathetic. I hadn't even really had things I'd do for fun. What a non-life I'd been leading. I didn't really want to look Arien's way, but when I did, his face softened. Maybe we can try something I like. I paused unsurely for a while. Maybe this would help. Cosplaying what happy people did with their free time could rub off on me. Right. It could fix things a little. Okay. We started off in the library. I only ever really read for knowledge, non-fiction when I needed to know something. The last time I'd read something fantastical had been when I was a child. Who even had time to read 1,000-page novels? But the other harder truth was, it also kind of hurt. Reading about lives I wished I'd had. Reading about all the magic and excitement and happily ever after. How did people stomach it? Arien chose a book for me, one about knights and adventures, and a strong heroine. It wasn't bad, but I just didn't know if reading was really my thing. I glanced his way. Arien was completely absorbed in his book as he sprawled out across the couch. It was easy to catch him relaxed. His limbs just draped, and he lost himself in a book. I didn't fully understand it. Catching my stare, he straightened and shut his book deftly. Next activity. I nodded, following his swift walk out. Time for a sunshine-filled walk in the garden. He grinned my way. I tried to form one back, probably more of a grimace. Arien was so excited by this whole thing. Again, I didn't get it. We spent the next rest of the afternoon in the garden, and it wasn't bad. Apparently, doing nothing and just walking around looking at flowers and excrement was considered a fun activity. The weather was perfect, and Arien even arranged some snacks and lemonade halfway through. The quiet, sunny stroll was bright and better than the library. Then Arien said I could head back to the room and be ready for dinner by 7 p.m., the final fun activity. I entered to find a box at the foot of the bed. That definitely wasn't there when I left in the morning. Slowly lifting the top, my breath caught. A dress. A beautiful one. The fabric was cool to the touch, a tad heavy, expensive, and rich in color. It was a tad darker than sage green and made of a silky tulle with long sleeves, boasting delicately embroidered flowers. They were tastefully attached and sparse enough to not be overwhelming. The bodice was fitted, flaring gently at the waist, and I just knew that it would drape beautifully. I'd never touched anything like it. I bit my lip, trying to figure what the tightening in my chest was. This was too much. I'd never have chosen something like it for myself. Then a spark of something akin to excitement. I couldn't wait to feel it on my skin. I ran my hands over it, wasting time, drinking in how beautiful this creation was. Holding my breath, I hoped it would fit as I quickly showered and ready to try it on. All through cleaning myself up, I hurried to step into the dress and strode to the mirror. My reflection stared back. The dress fit and I looked good. A better version of myself. After staring at myself for some time and trying to talk myself into walking out of this room, I eventually headed to the door. It would be weird, strangely vulnerable allowing Arien to see me like this. I took a stealing breath in as I walked to the dining room. Or more like floated, this dress made me feel ethereal. I tried to contain my grin. Who knew fancy clothes could make a girl feel like this? Arien was already there when I walked in, rising from his seat. Trying to cut the awkwardness, I muttered, "I look ridiculous." I tried to look anywhere but his way. "You look beautiful." The words came too easily to him. My face flushed, and I hurried to my seat in response. Arien laughed and fluidly moved into his. "Did you choose this dress?" "Yeah, I did." A pause. "Do you like it?" Softly, "I do." A pause. "Thank you." "It's my pleasure." He smiled my way. I just uncomfortably squirmed in my seat. Constance came in soon after with soup as a starter and served drinks. "Would you like some Merlot or something else to drink?" "No, wine is fine, thank you, Constance." Wine would help make me less uncomfortable. Once we were alone again, Arien continued, "So how'd you like the day?" I took a long drink before answering. It was good, not what I expected. He was still looking intently my way. "But did you enjoy it?" I took a second to think. The library was fine, time in the garden better than I expected, and dinner would be good, I was sure, but I just wasn't that food motivated. He tried again. "What was your favorite?" The quiet walk in the sun felt good. Putting on the dress felt good. But I didn't want him to think that I wanted things from him, so I quickly answered, "The garden." Trying to offer more after all he'd done today, I liked the stillness, having a walk without going anywhere. Before I was always busy, always rushing. "Sounds like your job was very demanding." I sipped on my Merlot more. "Yeah." Suddenly curious, "What about your job? What do you?" Now he smiled, looking pleased. "Why do you look like that?" "It's just you haven't asked me any personal questions, until now." I flushed. "Well, I'm just curious. Obviously you guys have money and you must have done something to get it." "Fair enough. Sören mainly manages the overall business, but we own a few properties, small businesses, and that's how we make our income." That felt too simple. Too honest for people who behaved like killers. Especially Sören. But today wasn't my get angry day, so I finished my soup and glass of wine. Reaching for the bottle. Arien raised a brow. "What? I like wine." "I only just decided." I grinned, standing and walking over to his end of the table. He straightened, looking confused at my actions. I topped his glass up. "I should say thank you for planning this day." He swallowed. "No, you don't need to." I tilted my head. The nice guy act continued. "But that's fine, I could pretend it was real tonight." The man had after all put in a lot of effort on my behalf, and regardless of his ultimate reasoning, that wasn't lost on me. There were so few moments of people ever spoiling me like this, so I couldn't help the way it affected me. I couldn't help but be grateful. "I still don't like you, but it was nice of you, so thank you, Arien." Then I was back in my seat, feeling lighter than I had this morning. I guess I really did have Arien to thank for that. The fantasy of the day was nice. So much nicer than I'd realized. So much nicer than most days I woke up to. The rest of dinner passed pleasantly, even laughing at a dumb joke of Arien's. Like I said lighter. Sören hadn't missed the sudden chumminess of Arien and the girl. He stared at them strolling around the garden, like she'd suddenly started, liked his brother. And he wanted to throw her out the premises. Violently. Arien was also just so naive at times, and especially when it came to her, it was frustrating. She was pretending, lying again, and he just knew it. And he desperately needed to know her endgame. Sören was once more scheming about how to go about wringing the truth out of her. He needed to figure out what secrets she was hiding. Things just weren't adding up. She knew nothing about mates. What a lie if he ever heard one. She didn't heal as she should. That one bothered Sören more than he could understand. And she still hadn't let her wolf out to run, and didn't seem to need to. A call came through, dissipating his thoughts. Speak. This is Dr. Thule. I'm calling to reconfirm the final check-up for Soleil tomorrow at 11 am. He confirmed that to be in order before clicking off the call with no goodbyes. A new thought filtered through his deliberation. Yes, the doctor could help get him the answers he desperately need. With the plan quickly forming, Sören called Dr. Thule back, explaining what needed to be done tomorrow. There was no arguing back on the doctor's side. How could there be? He controlled the man. Now satisfied, he tried to think of a distraction for Arien tomorrow while he carried this out. No need getting him involved before he had answers. He'd only make it all harder than it needed to be. Good luck, little liar. Tomorrow all would come to light. Finally, Arien entered Sören's room carrying a plate of food. You know, food isn't really optional. Sören barely looked up from his laptop. I've been busy. As usual, Arien sighed. Is there anything I can assist with? No need. As usual. Arien took a seat, lingering as if to say something. What is it, Arien? Sören tried to keep his abrasive tone at bay and pay his brother attention. Nothing really. Speak, Arien. You're not going to want to hear it, but fine. It's just that I had a good day with Soleil. Well, better than good, but I'll spare you the details. Sören's jaw clenched. He definitely did not want to hear about it, didn't want to hear anything to do with the girl. Clipped gravel, that's good. Arien let out a laugh. That sounded like it pained you to say. Sören's jaw loosened and lip quirked. Whatever. I know I enjoyed it more than I should have. She's just so intriguing. A lot like you, actually. Arien was now pacing as he spoke. Sören doubted that but took the bait. Is that so? Yeah, I mean, she's just so serious and in her head most of the time. And it's like she'd never heard of fun. All she did was work out there, it seemed. And she doesn't seem like she trusts anyone. But by the end of the day today, she kind of loosened. She joked. Now a smile adorned his face as if remembering. It makes me want to do anything to have that again. Sören studied his brother, letting the words sink in. He could already see the mate bond working, or maybe it was simply Arien's accepting nature. But he knew the girl to already hold his brother's affection. Arien spoke more, explaining his feelings and thoughts like it was so natural to do with his twin. Sören listened and absorbed everything as it was so natural for him to do when it came to his twin. Arien finally bid his brother good night. Good night, Arien. Thanks for dinner. Forcing himself to pick through the plate of food, Sören couldn't ignore the uneasiness that crept in after his brother's talk. She doesn't trust anyone. As much as he disliked her, he could understand that sentiment. Sören didn't either, save for Arien. And the painfully biting fact he had to admit was that his actions towards her probably hadn't helped that. And what he wanted to do tomorrow wouldn't either. And her becoming comfortable and accepting towards Arien would come to a halt if he did that again. Sören didn't like changing his plans once he had his mind made up. But the one exception to that rule was his brother. Resigned, he called the doctor once more. The garden was my place now. I spent most of my days walking down the different sections of plants, or lounging under the pergola, or hidden alcoves. It felt overgrown and wild enough to get lost in. It wasn't the perfectly manicured garden, and I relished in that. No one else save for Arien really came here either. Ranveer gardened but sparsely. I'd taken to carrying a botany books around, trying to learn the plants. Kill time. My mother had been calling more frequently, missing me, wanting to visit while I made excuses. She'd also met someone. She sounded happy. I didn't trust him, warned her to be careful. But again, she sounded happy. Once more, I wished I was outside so I could find out more about this guy. I could have used some contacts to investigate him. Instead, I remained uselessly trapped in here. I had considered asking Arien, but I didn't want him knowing too much about my mother, didn't want to share more. And I didn't want to owe him for favors. A dangerous thought wormed its way to the forefront of my mind. Sören. He would manage to get answers instantly. I ignored it for a while. There was no way I was going to him for help. It didn't have to be help. I could bargain for something. What? More info on Zodiac's operation. He was unstable. It's fine. He wouldn't really hurt me because of Arien. Probably. I couldn't help my mother from here. And there were so many bad people out there. What if this guy was one of them? I had to try. Resigned, I headed back inside to find someone I'd usually go to great lengths to avoid. Constance let me know that Sören was still out, so I waited in the entrance hall. Aries too was gone for once. I felt strange when I dwelt on the fact that I lived with both men. Come to think of it, I didn't even know where their rooms were. This fact, the entire situation actually, should disturb me more than it admittedly did. I was clearly becoming used to this strange environment. I didn't like that. I catalogued the places I'd been to here. The kitchen, the dining hall, sometimes study reluctantly, library, porch, and my room. Where were their rooms? I knew they weren't near mine, but where? The sick desire to see them, snoop in them crept up inside me. I'd done a lot of stealing and breaking/entering for Zodiac. If I was honest with myself, I enjoyed it perversely. It excited a sick thrill within me, snooping through places I shouldn't be. Everything about being where I shouldn't interested me more than it should any sane person. I saved that thought for later. It was now an itch I needed to scratch. But I would keep myself from giving into the temptation. I was getting too comfortable here. Being lulled into a false sense of security. Nothing really terrible had happened in this house, so it was a weird place of limbo. But that didn't mean something bad wouldn't happen if I kept being so unguarded. The door banged open, startling me from my thoughts. Sören. He strode in, not noticing me for a second. Face looking stormy. I swallowed. Maybe now wasn't the best moment. He stopped a few feet away from me, waiting. I wanted to speak to you. The impatience was clear. You are. Of course he wasn't going to make this easy. Mustering my courage, I started. Well, I needed something and thought maybe you could. Assist. I could tell you more about Zodiac in return. Silence, as if uninterested. Or something else, I rushed out. I can do something else, tell you something else. His impassive face didn't change, but he finally spoke. What do you want? I tried to pick my words carefully. Information on someone, like a background check. Now he frowned, a look I was accustomed to seeing on his face. Why? He didn't look like he trusted me for a second. As much as I hated to share more. I knew he wouldn't help me if he thought this was a trap, or I was scheming. My mother. I really hated talking to him about her, hated giving him this power. She's met someone and I want him checked out. I would have done it myself if I wasn't here. I took a deep breath. Forcing those words out had been hard. And he could still say no. Why not ask Arien? This question briefly surprised me, threw me off, not having an answer ready. I just didn't want to share this with him. His voice dropped lower. Why? Why would I want to share with him? What kind of line of questioning is this anyways? Shouldn't he be asking more about my mother? As much as I knew I had to keep my calm, he was quickly frustrating me as he always managed to. I just don't want him to know. Now I couldn't rise my unfurling irritation. He thinks we're friends or whatever, forgetting I'm a prisoner here. I don't need to be bonding with him. I didn't want to encourage his twisted infatuation with me either. Didn't want to provide him with more reasons to keep me here. I immediately regretted my words as Sören's face darkened and he stepped closer. Uh-oh. Now he spat out, dark and filled with loathing. What's wrong with you? Arien has done nothing but cater to your every whim since being here. Everything except let me go. I wisely kept my mouth shut this time, folding my arms across my chest as some sort of protection. I don't like him and don't plan to. Sometimes I just couldn't help my mouth. His hands clenched before taking a step back. As if fighting to wrangle his emotions back under control. I let out a breath at his retreat, now appraising me with hard eyes. Despite your ungratefulness and how little I care for you, fine. Relief was instant. He continued, Arien has the doctor arranged for you tomorrow. A checkup and vaccines. In return, I want you on your best behavior. I almost grinned in relief. Easy. I could do that. Okay, yes. I'll get the information to you on this man as soon as I have it. Then he was hurrying out of the room, as if unwilling to spend a single second longer around me. That went better than expected. Content, I made my way back out to the garden. Sören was almost pleased at being proven right once more. His initial feeling about her was right. This is why he didn't relent once certain about something. She was ungrateful, deceitful, scheming. But most of all, Arien would be hurt if he knew how she felt. His temper rose at her complete disregard for his brother. At how this worthless girl thought she could use him as she saw fit, and then discard him with a moment's notice. He wanted to wring her neck. Wanted to make her compliant. He instead called Dr. Thewel. At least her request would make his plan easy. Surrounded by cold. Ice cold. Simultaneously, I felt the throbbing fire in my chest, in my throat, through my nose. I tried to breathe, but my lungs failed to draw in oxygen. Panic rose as I thrashed around. Strapped down, my wrists, ankles burned. I tried to scream, but icy burning water only rushed into my throat, down my nose. Choking me. A coppery taste down my throat. Blood in my lungs. Was I crying? Could someone cry underwater? I desperately tried not to drown, but the recesses of my mind told me that it was dream. Wake up. Wake up. Please wake up. Wake up. I tried my hardest to wrench myself from the dream. The struggle felt futile, like fighting against air. Finally, my eyes opened. Gasping, I was no longer underwater, no longer endlessly drowning. Immediately I tried to move. Desperate to not fall asleep again, I felt my limbs frozen. Maybe still trapped in the dream. No. I tried harder. I was awake. Move. Please move, please. Even my mouth couldn't open, couldn't make a sound. I could vaguely see into the darkness, the shadows flickering as if alive. My terror started anew. It was too terrifying to be awake in the dark, but immobilized. That was worse. Was I even truly awake, or was I still in the dream? I couldn't tell anymore. Shadows moving, fading in and out, as I wrestled with my own body impossibly. Seconds, then minutes, then I don't know how long. Finally, the impossible weight lifted. I shot up from my position on the floor, lighting a lamp. Safe. Drenched in cold, sticky sweat, I paced for some time before settling back down on my makeshift bed. I sat facing the open window, gentle moonlight streaming in. I wasn't crying, I wasn't sad. I was scared. Bone-shakingly frightened. I didn't dare return to sleep, and remained with my arms around my knees as I awaited the eventual sunrise. The dawn came as it always did. The morning unfurled as it always did. It was only me that didn't feel the same as I always did. Skipping breakfast, I stood under the shower spray for a minute, 30 minutes, an hour more. Eventually slowly stepping out and dressing in layers. Socks, leggings, tank top, sweatpants, long-sleeve shirt, hoodie. I stared out the window some more, trying not to think. Failing not to think. Just a dream, it was just a dream. The sun was up, I was no longer there. So why could I still taste the blood at the back of my throat? A loud knock had me jumping. Looking down, I hadn't cleared my makeshift bed yet. I quickly kicked my sheets and pillows under the bed. The doctor is here. Sören. The doctor. The conversation from yesterday floated back to me. Oh. I opened the door cautiously. It really was Dr. Thewel and him. Only them, though. Where was Arien? I shifted backwards, allowing them in. The two men staring my way before the doctor cleared his throat. Good morning, Soleil. Oh yes, I hadn't greeted them yet. I must seem ridiculous. But it was early, so maybe they'd just think I had overslept. Not sure the time, though. I noticed them still standing quietly, staring. Where's Arien? Now Sören's brows dipped. Oh yes, greeting, I'd forgotten again. Sorry, I mean good morning to you both. I clasped my hands, waiting. Yes, well, I'm just here to do a quick checkup and give you a vaccination. I nodded. They stood, as if waiting for more of an invitation. Okay. Dr. Thule placed his medical bag down and started with a routine check. I was used to it by now, knowing when to answer and turn before he even asked. Sören stood off to the side, arms crossed. I would think bored except for the assessing looks every once in a while. Why was he here and not his brother? I'd asked, but they hadn't answered. Had they? No, they hadn't. I don't think. Addressing him, I murmured, "Did I ask where's Arien?" Again the displeased look. "You did." Oh. I took a second to think. But no one had answered. Or was I distracted? I couldn't remember, so I kept quiet this time. Sören shifted uncomfortably before carefully explaining. He had to leave early to the city. I nodded, calmed now that I had an answer. "You feeling colder than usual, Soleil?" The doctor questioned politely. Colder? No, I'm okay, doctor. He paused a second, as if a follow-up question awaited before looking Sören's way, nodding and continuing the checkup. I didn't catch the look they exchanged, but I also didn't understand his question. I wanted to know what Arien was doing in the city. I hadn't seen him yesterday either. Why was he suddenly so busy? Okay, all done, and now it's time for the vaccination. Vaccination. Oh yes, they'd mentioned that at the start. And yesterday. But did they say what it was for? Maybe I already had it and it wouldn't be necessary. Then again, the last time I'd even had a vaccination was as a child, as far as I could remember. The doctor was carefully preparing all the supplies. A vial. Syringe. Some other component. What was this vaccination for again? Sören stepped closer, no longer standing across the room. I inclined my head his way. What's the vaccination for? Recent viral strain deadly to wolves. Quick, smooth words flowed my way, not even giving the doctor a chance to speak. Oh. The doctor was now asking permission to roll my sleeve up. I nodded. Wait. What had Sören said? Wolves? Not humans, wolves. One thing I was decidedly not. Shit. Completely still, I glanced at the cotton swab, now disinfecting the area to be vaccinated with the werewolf vaccine. I found my voice, albeit soft, and does it affect humans as well? The virus, I mean. The room was suddenly too silent, suffocatingly so. Again Sören spoke. No. Why wasn't the doctor answering my questions? Some vague part of me wondered. And was this safe to humans? I couldn't ask that. It was too obvious. But I also couldn't just let them inject something potentially dangerous in my body. I tried to rack my brain for an out. I had to say something, anything. The doctor was now putting the cotton swab aside and tapping the syringe. My head felt light. My limbs felt frozen. I looked Sören's way, panicked. Why wasn't Arien here? Oh yes, the city. A band was now placed around my upper forearm. The syringe was getting closer. I still didn't know what to say. Seconds ticked by. I couldn't just let this happen. Could be poison for humans. For me. Wait. I pulled my arm away, stepping back. Startled, Dr. Thule nearly dropped the syringe. Now the look I couldn't quite understand on Sören's face was replaced by the usual frustration. Don't be unreasonable. Remember our discussion yesterday. He stepped even closer as if to make me see sense. Remember our deal. My expression fell. I know. I wasn't being difficult. Not this time. I just couldn't take the vaccination. I don't need it. Please. Now I turned to face the doctor. It's voluntary, right? And I'm anyways just inside. Not like I'm out where I can contract anything, right? That made sense, right? Dr. Thule looked Sören's way without looking mine. Why? Sören shook his head. No. Now I moved closer to Sören, closer even than he'd come, hands going up before stopping myself. Just please. I can't have it. I can do something else, I pleaded. He had to understand. Couldn't he see I was telling the truth? He was so close I could spot the subtle changes in expressions. I didn't know what they meant, but I could catch the little twitches of muscles. The scar along his cheek, down to the jaw, was pale, Maybe not totally noticeable, but from here you could tell the vein that pulsed below the skin. Stop it. You don't have a choice. My stomach clenched and swooped down. Ares wasn't even here to stop them, to help me. I had to convince them. Then the final threat that caused my veins to freeze, don't make us have to tie you down. And all over again, I was back in my dream, back in my cells. Tied down. Drowning. No, 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 no. They couldn't do that to me again. Soleil, stop it, calm down. Had I said that out loud? I don't know. I was spiraling. I didn't feel okay. My head hurt and thoughts hurt. Thinking them, saying them. I could feel my upper arms being grasped, holding me in place. That didn't ground me. More panic leaked. Sören, the doctor. I don't know who was saying something, but their sound was muted under the rushing of blood in my ears. As if forcing myself to move like in the dream, I forced myself to shout, I'm human. Now having burst to the surface, the rambling continued. I'm human, okay. I can't have that. It could kill me. I don't need it because I'm not a wolf. I lied. I'm sorry I didn't plan to, but I lied. And I'm not a werewolf. That's why, so please, please don't inject me. And I was scared. I also didn't mean to lie. I wasn't going to. But you guys already thought. She hasn't moved from there. Arien arrived home as soon as Sören alerted him that something was wrong with Soleil. What did you do, Sören? The deathly quiet accusation rung out. Only tried to get her to take a truth serum under the guise of a vaccination. Suddenly, his plan sounded like the stupidest thing he'd ever done. Sören ground his teeth, in this rare moment struggling to explain himself, as difficult as he found the words to describe what had transpired. Sören forced himself to methodically explain everything. He laid the entire plan out as Arien's incredulity grew, as his anger grew, ending with a resolute, I admit my mistake. Another rare moment. Sören could tell Arien wanted to fight him like that had when they were much younger. He could see Ares flashing with anger, hurt, and disbelief as words failed him. How does one tell his own twin that he hates him in a moment? Sören filled the silence. I think she needs you right now. Clenching and unclenching a hand which had proved to be useless in the moment, he didn't know how to comfort. She was asking for you earlier. Yet another instance, which should have alerted him that something was wrong. She'd been repeating questions, not following the conversation. Just generally off the whole morning. Her inattentiveness. She'd been acting confused, not responding like normal. Her clothes. She'd been wearing so many layers, despite it being a warm day. Her asking for Arien. After what she said yesterday about him, she wouldn't have been so interested in his whereabouts. Sören noticed things, so he was beating himself up for letting all this get past him. Allowing everything to get to this state. She was. Arien was now speaking so softly, crouching down close to her, as though nearing a spooked animal. Soleil, it's me, Arien. His breath was a mere whisper. There came no response from her, no movement. Just her arms crossed above her bent knees, a blank stare into the near distance, head lowered. Sören paced a moment more, one more truth needing to be spoken, no matter how damning it was, how it would be the final nail in his coffin of sins committed. Now not able to keep it to himself any longer, and not certain how to even break the news, the words dropped like a rock, she's human. Now Arien's head snapped his way, almost painfully fast. What? She admitted it when refusing what she thought to be a, wolf vaccination. Ares' eyes flashed, looking torn between pummeling his brother and comforting Soleil. An incredulous plea dropped from Arien lips. No, it can't be. She can't be. Stifling anger permeated the room as he slowly accepted the truth. That makes everything worse. So much worse, brother. The final word spat like a curse. Sören scratched a large palm roughly down his face. He knew. Of course he knew. Calm down, your anger won't help Soleil. He never called her that. Had he ever said her name before this point? More dangerous, dark emotions drenched Arien. Oh, now you know what's best for her. Arien was spiraling, losing the battle against his temper. He tried to rein it in. As much as he longed to hurt Sören in this moment, His brother was right. Soleil didn't need his anger right now after everything. He couldn't look his brother's way any longer. Just get out. With one more quick glance Soleil's way, Sören strode out. Neither of them wanted him around, and he accepted that reality as a punishment. Left in the wake of destruction, Arien crouched even closer, lowering his voice infinitely. I'm so sorry, Soleil. They're gone. You're safe now. You're safe here with me. Soleil floated somewhere between her conscious and unconscious, hazy for the moment and lost to the happenings around her. It was safe there. With nothing registering, Arien simply stayed close enough to touch but not daring to. Failing to keep his anger, helplessness at bay. Long minutes ticked by with her only breathing, not moving, Arien filling the silence with whispered reassurances. He knew not what else to do. He didn't know how to make things right again. He'd been trying so hard to get them to a better place, to allow Soleil to be comfortable and for her to start feeling safe here, only to have it obliterated once more by Sören. Arien just couldn't understand why his brother would do this. Just a day ago, he'd felt a moment of headway with Soleil. He'd felt as though things were slowly getting better, like she might one day forgive them and allow herself to be his mate. But now, defeat set in. Finally, Soleil found herself back in herself, could feel the carpet under her feet, could hear the whispered words of Arien meeting her ears. She was back on the ground, panic no longer the only thing thrumming through her body. She quietly spoke, "What happens now?" A startled Arien met her eyes, brow furrowed. "Now that you know," she explained. "Know that I'm a weak human completely at your mercy." Nothing, Soleil. I promise. You're safe. I won't let anything happen again." Despite his earnest tone, Arien words failed to reassure her. Another lie. He'd had made the same useless promise before. And somehow he always managed to fail her, always failed to protect her from Sören. In some ways, she thought it to be nearly worse. At least she knew what to expect from Sören. She was never surprised by his darkness. Whereas Arien acted like a friend, yet one that could do nothing to protect her or free her. Despite playing good cop, the truth remained that both good cop and bad cop were always working for the same side. A truth she'd try to remember going forward. She didn't want him around her any longer. "You can leave." "But," Soleil firmed her voice, "leave." Arien looked as if about to try and convince her, before rising with a resigned sigh. "Thanks for ruining everything, Sören." He reluctantly made his way out, gently shutting the door. Day passed with her locked in her room. Night passed with a scuffle between the brothers, Arien's knuckles bruised, Sören sporting a blackened eye. This self-imposed prison wasn't viable forever. I rallied myself for the day, once the sun had fully risen. Flashes of yesterday came back to me like a broken reel. I'd been so disconnected, so out of control that I hadn't felt fully present. Sören, the doctor, the syringe, Sören again, Arien at the end. Yesterday was hard, and I felt drained, emptied of so much emotion. I pushed it from my mind. I had to pack away all the feelings that tainted the day. That's the only way I'd move forward today. Like I always did. Something was also loosened, now that I knew they knew the secret I'd been carrying. There was no retaliation, nothing terrible had happened. I was fine. I would be fine. After struggling to inhale for most of yesterday, it felt like a richness of oxygen had returned to my lungs. I felt less fractured today. I just felt fine again. Even if it was just fine for now, that was enough. I would have breakfast like everything was normal. I could pretend that I hadn't nearly lost it like a crazy person yesterday. They didn't get to have me broken or crazy, no. I was choosing to move forward like I always did. Feeling like an okay version of myself, I pulled my bedroom door open, finally ready to leave, only to nearly bump into the figure standing right outside. Sören. He too looked almost taken aback for a second, straightening to meet my eyes. I paused. His eyes scanned me, probably trying to figure out the unstable girl. My eyes narrowed in return. Then a roughly ground-out unexpected explanation. "I just meant to slip this under your door." His hand held out a folder. Momentarily confused, I reached for it. The information you requested. Another clipped explanation. Oh, my mother. The new man. I'd forgotten about that, feeling as though ages had passed since we last spoke about this. Honestly, our deal didn't even really hold up. I'd not done what I needed to. But I guess he did get a secret out of me. That was some sort of repayment, right? And a near mental breakdown from me. More than enough repayment, I wryly figured. Perhaps a thanks was in order, but I'd be damned if I thanked Sören for anything. Ask if you have any other questions. And then he seemed done with the conversation, about to do his signature dismissive stride off. Wait. I shifted uncomfortably. Muscles tightening, he stalled. You have breakfast yet? Maybe join me while I look over this, so I can ask you if I have any questions. Might as well get it over with. Then a flicker on his face, surprise perhaps. I could never tell with his features. Color me surprised too, but I just needed to know this. Needed to get this done, without finding him again later. And maybe I had more questions. I felt strangely brave this morning. Maybe since I figured the worst had happened, and nothing had happened in retaliation, I was feeling dangerous. I walked ahead, not awaiting the no. Maybe he'd follow to the kitchen, maybe not the end of the world. To my surprise, his steady steps followed behind. This was decidedly strange. Me sitting at the small breakfast nook in the kitchen, and Sören right across. Constance had laid out a selection of delicious foods, and I was readily tucking in. My hunger from yesterday suddenly making an aching appearance. Croissants, fluffy scrambled eggs, blueberry pancakes, a selection of bacon and cold meats, enough cheese to have the fanciest charcuterie board, so many different fruits atop rich yogurt, honey-soaked waffles, a perfect cup of strong, freshly brewed coffee. Yum. It's like kind Constance knew I had the worst day yesterday and prepared this spread to raise my spirits. I needed to thank her properly. She always treated me with such care. My nose burned at the thought. She was a rare person in my life that consistently acted with kindness towards me with no ulterior motive. And usually I wasn't too interested in food, but after a day of not eating, I was ravenous. I stopped scarfing things down for a second to look Sören's way. I could have laughed at how uncomfortable he looked, as if bodily harm was preferable to this. Speaking of bodily harm, come to think of it, his eye did look to be almost having the hint of a bruise. When the morning light caught his face, an almost bluish, purplish hue became apparent. I spoke with a mouth of half-eaten food. What happened to your eye? That nerve close to his eye flickered, and slightly looking away, he muttered, Arien. Now a short derisive laugh did escape me. Soft, obedient Arien had punched his older brother. Way to go. Not wanting to press more, he already looked ready to bolt. I swallowed my laugh and offered, eat something. Sören looked unused to using utensils, or even see a breakfast spread. Just staring, like trying to figure out the food in front of him. For a second he wasn't scary, angry Sören, just peculiar. Noticing he didn't even have a plate in front of him, I hopped up to find one, grabbing it quickly and holding it his way, here. He deftly set it down on the table. The croissants are good. As if to tempt the man, who didn't seem to know what people did at breakfast. I took a final bite of the one on my plate, licking my fingers clean. I reached for the folder. At the back of my mind, I was pausing my eating to provide him some privacy to eat as well. I slowly perused the documents. Benjamin Rutherford. Fancy name. Age, 64. Divorced but amicably. Shows he's not a completely shit guy, I guess. Clean criminal record. Not so much as parking ticket. Accountant working at the same company for 30 years. Steady, boring. 2 children, 17 and 21. Loads of pictures of the family on his social media, looking like a close and present father. I slyly glanced Sören's way. He was now precisely cutting through the croissant with knife and fork. Taking quick but small bites, his attention was so completely on the task at hand. It was strangely amusing. Who ate like that? He was so guarded, even when eating, but at the same time. So wholly concentrated on the task that it took him a minute to catch my eye again. I cleared my throat, caught in my perusal of him, so a completely normal guy. Yes, nothing unusual, we were thorough. If the way he ate was any indication, I'm sure he was. I guess that should be a relief. And it did feel good knowing. But now, I had more questions for my mother. Was it serious? Had she met the kids? Was she happy? Maybe most selfishly, most importantly, how did I fit in? It had always just been us two, me trying to take care of her and vice versa. I'd send her most of my paycheck each month, for what she needed, and the rest to be saved for our future plans. She hadn't mentioned anything about that on our recent calls. Was he the reason why? It just felt weird, not being there for my mother in all this. Made me feel itchy internally. Can arrange for someone to check in on your mother occasionally. Sören immediately focused back on his plate after poising his offer, as if it were a casual gesture. I tried to figure the reason for this sudden offer. It felt weighty, like a truce, or some sort of an apology that a guy like Sören was never capable of verbalizing. I couldn't imagine the words, "I'm sorry," existing in his vocabulary. But this was close enough for me. Words didn't hold much meaning to me. Okay. I continued eating, Sören too, silence returning once more between the two of us. Arien headed to the kitchen looking for Soleil. She wasn't in her room. Arriving at the entryway, Arien released a breath he'd not even realized he was holding. She was seated at the breakfast corner, looking all right. Well, probably not all right, but moving, eating, looking alive. He could fix the rest. So caught in examining Soleil, it took Arien a second to notice who sat across from her. He crossed the room in a flash. "What the hell are you doing here, Sören?" Matilda jerked back at his tone, only noticing his arrival now. Sören was already on his feet. "Nothing, I was just leaving." Before Soleil could even find the chance to speak out, without even a glance in her direction, Sören had strode out of the room, leaving a tense Arien in his place. "Sorry he was here. I thought I made it clear for him not to bother you again." Soleil simply peered up him. There was no reason for Arien to be upset. And this just further proved her point. Even if he promised and tried to keep Sören away, he inevitably always failed. Sighing, tired by Arien's presence already, she drew her attention back to her lukewarm coffee. A sip followed by, "He was just giving me some information I'd requested. Everything was fine." Then a wry lip tilt. "If anything, I forced him to breakfast." Arien's frown only grew more pronounced. "May I?" He motioned to the chair. "I guess." Soleil watched him fold his long body into the wooden stool. They both looked ridiculous seated there, equally tall and sinewy. Or maybe Sören was slightly taller. His shoulders were always slightly drawn inwards, so tightly coiled he carried himself. As if he was barely restraining himself at any given moment. She recalled how out of place he looked having breakfast. The memory kept filtering to the forefront of her mind, distorting her usual view of him. "I thought we could talk." Soleil didn't really feel like entertaining Arien right now, but maybe some more answers would be nice. And Arien just desperately wanted to spend time around her, make sure she was all right. Relenting, she suggested, "I feel cooped up here. Let me grab a coffee refill and meet you in the garden." "Okay." Arien adorned a small smile at her words. They walked slowly in the gently warming morning light. "Look, I am really sorry for how Sören acted. He's paranoid, more cautious because of our past. Not that that's an excuse for all he's done, but I know my brother, and he only ever does things to protect us, protect me. And I know one day you'll be included in that. He just needs time. And until then, I'll make sure nothing like this ever happens again." Soleil let those words sink in, welcoming the insight. "Because of your past?" Silence and the distant sound of birds were the only response to her question. Soleil needed more of an explanation. "I just want to understand all this." What she'd been thrust into unwillingly. I can't go into details. But we left home early, 15, and only had one another. There were some bad people that we ended up involved with, and Sören ensured we got out. Made sure we survived. Soleil could see Arien struggling, remembering, and while she didn't wish to feel any sympathy, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of it. She knew exactly how it felt to survive on one's own unwillingly, and could only imagine how much worse it was as a scared 15-year child to boot. She just nodded, accepting the redacted explanation. Arien looked to be struggling internally. Why didn't you tell us you were human? Soleil pulled on a cuticle. I guess I wasn't certain if that would make it worse, like make you both more angry for having a human mate. Well, make Sören more angry anyways. She hadn't thought what Arien would do really. Arien paused, considering. I also didn't really understand what a mate was, so that made me more cautious, I guess. I honestly still don't fully understand what it means. Despite reading up as much as possible in the library, Arien's mouth firmed and stride widened. It's more than I can explain. If you were a wolf, you would intrinsically understand, but I guess ultimately, it's your soulmate. The one person created exactly for you. How do you know? A hand pulled through his hair. Again, something nearly impossible to explain to a human. It's like knowing something is blue. You just know you can't get it wrong. That wasn't much to go on, and Soleil felt her frustration ebbing. The concepts just didn't make sense to her, and you only get one. Even if something happens to them. Yes, only one. Regardless if they pass away or anything. Sounded like it pained him to say. Seems rather risky. More walking until Soleil continued her questions. I understand it's different for twins sometimes, like you find one first and then again after. That's what she'd read at least. So you both feel the mate thing. Because it sure doesn't feel like Sören feels it. Soleil instantly willed that intrusive thought away. Voice uncomfortably tight and short, Arien answered. Yes, we had to choose. A thought made its way from Soleil's mouth before she could restrain it. Then, why don't you just let me go and wait to find the next option? This made the most sense to her when she really thought about it. Sören didn't seem to want or care for her at all, and Arien would probably, statistically, find a better option the next time round. She thought herself to be very underwhelming, not even considering the rest of the baggage. So why fight so hard to keep her? Arien abruptly stopped walking, grasping Soleil's arm and pulling her to face him. Breathing heavy, you're not just an option, Soleil, you're my mate. He'd never spoken to her in this tone before, the shock of it keeping her still. There's no one else I can think of while you're around. It doesn't work like that. Words failed Soleil. She thought for a second, choosing her words carefully. He seemed so tiled up. So unlike usual Arien. Okay, but mates are forever then. His hands were still grasping my forearms securely. Yes. His word finite. Resolute. Against her better judgment, she continued. And I'm just human, a human who doesn't even want you. I might never want you. This feelings you have or whatever I don't have them will never have them. Don't you think you should just let me go and try again? She again tried to appeal using the side of reason. But this only seemed to further incense, usually calm, and light-hearted Arien. Soleil felt his hands tighten a fraction before a barely restrained voice let out. I can't. I won't. And then he was nearly running from the garden. Soleil stared in the direction he'd left for a few, pondering the strangeness of both her interactions with each brother today. The world felt tilted on its axis. Arien felt disconcerted. He felt defeated and tired of fighting with Soleil. Tired of trying to convince her. Tired of things being out of his control. Hell, he was tired of being angry at Sören. Whenever things were going wrong, at least he could rely on his brother, and now even that part of their bond felt messed up. And why the hell were the two of them having breakfast this morning? An unwelcome feeling arose at the thought. He needed to get everything back on track. He needed to have a proper conversation with Sören, and then he needed to figure out the way forward with Soleil. Now that he knew she was human, at least he could better understand her refusal. She didn't feel the mate bond like him, and as hard as that truth was to swallow, it stung less than thinking she simply didn't want him, or was outright refusing the bond. This made sense, this he could work with. Arien took a deep breath, regaining some semblance of control. This was another thing he hated, having his emotions flay so wildly. He'd felt nearly angry at Soleil today, something he'd never felt before. Mind made up, he hurried to find Sören. As soon as he pushed the study door open and caught the eye of his brother, Sören was already explaining. She needed information on a new man her mother is seeing, and I was just providing it. and answering questions. That's it, you know her feelings towards me. Sören carefully looked over his brother, gauging his reaction. Before he could stop the words that he knew sounded petty. Why didn't she ask me? Arien couldn't help the bitterness that crept into his tone. Arien's question was impossible for Sören to answer without making things worse, so he remained silent. Infuriating Arien, she just doesn't make sense. Why would she go to the one person who constantly hurt her? The one person constantly making everything worse. His pacing caused him to miss the flash across Sören's face. Constantly making everything worse, so that's what my brother thought. He quickly accepted the words like penance. Despite his intentions, this was all his fault. The need to explain Soleil's actions arose in Sören, before immediately stamping it down. Of course she was making rash decisions. She probably didn't feel safe with either of them. Being a human on top of everything else must make this whole scenario even more messed up. And even more terrifying. Arien's recently raised emotions made Sören pause, worry clear in his gaze. What's going on with you, Arien? You're never this. Angry, out of control, overrun with emotion, not thinking clearly. The list continued. Arien continued to wear a hole in the floor, even in this moment struggling to rein himself in. How do you not lose it when the one thing you've been waiting for turns out to be something else? When what you wished for time and time again comes true in the worst way. The one certainty of your life suddenly becoming uncertain. He tried to get the words out, explain the inner turmoil. She asked to leave again, even after I explained what mates are. Sören studied his brother, not wanting to set him off further, then so cautiously, quietly, maybe she's right. He immediately knew them to be the wrong words after one look his brother's way, quick to placate the rising storm. Sören explained, I'm not saying that's what we'll do or anything, just pointing out the most reasonable course of action. I won't interfere any longer, you have my word. Now Arien sank into the chair across, his defeated confession ringing out, I can't do that. Can't let her go. I don't care what that makes me. Sören understood. Maybe not entirely. But he understood his twin always had. Feeling the need to make his internal struggle clearer, Arien prompted, you know when we were at SFI, we both had a hope that got us through. What was yours? Being free once more, revenge. Sören lied. Freeing you, making sure you were safe, was the real reason, but Sören remained unwilling to burden his brother with the truth. Arien nodded. Mine was knowing that I still had a mate out there, finding her one day. All Arien felt was the unfairness of life in that moment. Sören hated that look on his brother's face. I'll help to the best of my abilities. I see my previous mistakes and won't repeat them. I just thought I was protecting you. From Soleil. Sören now realized how ridiculous that made him look. She'd never been a threat. Not really. Thank you, brother, then a small smirk. And sorry for that. Arien motioned at his bruised eye that was nearly completely healed. Sören shrugged. The punch that he'd allowed Arien to land didn't hurt. He was so numb, so conditioned to physical violence it failed to faze him anymore. Sören called a truce. Let's put these last few weeks past us. Move forward, together. Soleil included. Yes, Soleil included. The name felt foreign in his mouth. No more secrets, and you doing things without telling me. Sören. Fine, I'll try. Arien gave him a look, but accepted what he was willing to concede. Sören was Sören. Then roughly, and you forgive me. The question was weightier than he'd expected, Sören needing the reassurance more than he'd ever admit. Always brother. It felt good for the brothers to be back on the same page. They'd always only had one another, and Sören wasn't about to let a mate change that. It felt less good for Soleil, who had been listening in through the door unbeknownst to them. Sören was willing to let her go. Arien was not. She disliked the stubborn wolf all over again. So, Constance, how long have you worked here? I was bothering Constance this afternoon. Really couldn't blame me considering how few people I had to interact with. And more than that, I actually liked Constance. She was only a few years older, very reserved but kind. I knew she had a husband and young daughter too. Maybe 5 years now. Long enough. How'd you start? How do you know the brothers? My husband actually knew them first. They were together at she trailed off, as if unable to say more. But yet, they knew one another and then I started working here. That wasn't a lot to go on, but I didn't want to pry too heavily. And you like it here? Of course, Eric. My husband trusts them and the pay is good, it's peaceful here. Usually. Usually, except when they kidnapped people like me. So they are friends, Eric and them. She grinned a little sardonically at that. I don't know if the brothers have any friends really. Yeah, that checks out. Villains don't usually make an effort to maintain friendships. Moving on to safer topics. Okay, tell me more about Eric and baby Eva. Her daughter had just turned 4 and is the cutest thing ever. Now a gentle smile lit up her face. She's getting so big. I'll show you pictures in a sec. And Eric is just so good with her, he works from home so usually looks after her, and he genuinely loves it. I used to think we fell pregnant too quickly after finding one another, and it worried me at the start. But he made it the most easy and wonderful time for me. Made being a new mom the most natural thing in the world. My throat tightened at how she spoke about her husband. So in love. He sounds wonderful, and Eva adorable. I wish I could meet them. Me too, maybe in some time. Yes, sure, I didn't want to get my hopes up. But not wanting to be a negative person, I quipped. Just break me out of here. I'm sure we could come up with a foolproof smuggling plan. She rewarded my dumb joke with a laugh. I fear they'd find you no matter where you went. You're telling me. I absent-mindedly ate the grapes, annoyed at the thought of how impossible escape was. She paused her food prep, as if holding back from asking something. You know you can't say anything right. I'm nosy enough in your life that it's only fair. Biting her lip, you don't like Arien at all. Only because with mates it's different, and I remember the dinner he prepared. You enjoyed that, right? She probably didn't understand how I couldn't return his feelings, given how infatuated she was with her perfect mate. And also because of how I'd learnt the mate bond affected werewolves. And a nice dinner wasn't going to change my mind or my feelings. When I recalled that day, it had felt nice, good even, but I don't know if any of those feelings were really directed Arien's way. I tried to cut him some slack, but in all honesty, I would have felt the same if it had been anyone else doing something kind for me. Is it because how everything happened? She tentatively asked. That stunned me for a moment. We always carefully avoided the terrible elephant in the room. The beginning of everything. That room. I shook my head free of it. No, I guess maybe that's part of it, but I honestly don't know how it would have been even if we met somewhere else. I admit he's handsome. A sharp laugh rang out from her. What? A girl has eyes. They both were. Arien was polished and perfect, whereas Sören was sharper, harder somehow. His nose was slightly crooked compared to Arien's, perfectly sculpted. Their faces might have been similar when younger, but now they just looked like complete opposites. The same features, but arranged differently, everything off by a line. An edge. I don't know who I expected to end up with. I guess I wasn't really looking for someone to be with. I was just surviving for the moment. Life had bigger concerns than falling in love. I don't know where I would have even began. Working for a criminal, like Zodiac, wasn't really conducive to having a normal love life. I'd never even thought what my type to be like. As if reading my mind, Constance asked, Then what's your type? I reddened. I didn't have one. I didn't have any experience with any of this. I tried to think of past fleeting crushes. I don't have a serious type. I was always around thugs, to be honest. I remember having a crush on a boxer once. Again she laughed, and then nothing. I just watched his matches. He'd beat most everyone to unconsciousness, was pretty disturbing if I think about it now. He never noticed me, and I never tried to talk to him. Just bet some money on him occasionally. Was he at least handsome? He'd been punched in the face too many times for that, but he was big, like he could protect me. She shook her head. You're so peculiar. I didn't try to dispute that. When you figure out how to bust me out of here, we should watch a match if he's still fighting. Now she screwed up her face. No thank you, I'm not one for violence. I laughed this time. You're missing out, friend. And she really was a friend, one of the first I'd made in a long time. That made my insides settle. I headed to the garden. eager to soak in the final afternoon hours of sunlight. I was lost in my head, bits of the conversation with Constance floating through my mind. Mates. Being trapped. Arien. Sören. The past few days. My mother. Even the sunny day didn't seem to dissuade the heavily rising intangible feelings. And before I knew it, my mind began to linger on the edge of the yard parameters. I carefully avoided that area. I hadn't dared go back there, even go near there. I walked more, heading down my usual paths. And then, feet moving off the path, subconsciously I found myself making my way towards it. I couldn't explain the compulsion, but I knew it to be there, and I felt myself unknowingly following it. The feeling reminded me of having a loose tooth, and still pushing it around with your tongue for a taste of that delicious ache that followed. I knew it would ache and bleed, but right now, I didn't care. I just wanted to see it. Before I could correct my course, my feet were at the door. To think that this was the same door that I would stare at every day, dreading my looming fate. The only difference now was that I stood on the other side and was on the brink of trying to get back in. I don't even think I was in control anymore. My body was simply deciding for me as my mind took a backseat. My hand reached out, the metal handle cool to the touch. Or maybe I was just burning up. I felt warm suddenly, unbearably so. What was I doing? I needed to stop this before I spiraled again. Before there was a repeat of yesterday. But maybe this was precisely how I worked through things. I knew what I knew, and I knew no one was coming to save me. Not from this place, not from my mind, not from myself. I had to figure it out myself, and I had to make it better for myself. Like I always did. This could be shock therapy, exposure therapy, or whatever. Whatever it took to not be weak anymore. Mind made up, I steeled myself as I slowly pried the door open and took a step forward. The promise of darkness nearly had me turning around and never returning. It was just so dark. I remember the absoluteness of it, like molten lead. It even felt constricting. I shook my head. That was then, and I could do this. I'd leave the door open for some light to stream in. Now I stepped deeper into the murk, my eyes slowly adjusting to the lessened darkness. My eyes carefully trailed the room, trying to make out the state of it. And before my brain could catch up to the images formed by my retinas, a scream tore out of me. I wasn't alone in the room. I tried to remind myself to breathe, drawing in greedy, shuddering breaths as my brain made sense of what I was looking upon in the darkened room. It was hard to tell, with so much of the darkened substance coating it. Darkened substance. My eyes squinted more, unwilling to step any closer. Blood. I drew in more shallow breaths as I blinked, frozen in place. My eyes unwillingly roamed across the scene in front of me. Not only was the limp body completely incapacitated, but was also hanging from chains off the wall. Unable to keep their body supported, the person was being held up by not only the heavy chains and a thick metal cuff around his neck, but each arm splayed wide and legs bound. Upon closer inspection, what first seemed to be handcuffs were metal rods grotesquely stuck through each wrist, holding them in place. The final realization caused my stomach to lurch as I spewed its contents on the floor. I fell to my knees, trying not to faint in this wretched place. My now empty stomach did nothing to lessen the sickened feeling, which remained as I looked up from my knees. The body had shifted and was now painfully groaning. I strained to make out the words. "No, Arien, please no. Stop." No, a mere whisper of deeply pained sound escaped. My body was racked by dry heaves as this new realization sunk in. Arien had done this. The only person in this place who I actually thought was safe when it came to actual violence. Or at least normal. Arien was just as evil, maybe more, than I could ever imagine. I was so wrong. No one was safe. Nowhere was safe here. I had to help this person. Tears blurred my vision as I regained my footing and tried to rein in my panic as I figured out how to get them down from the wall. My hands reached out, forcing myself to resist the rising bile as I felt the stickiness of blood coating them. I pulled at the chains, trying to find the start, somewhere to unhook them. I didn't dare think about what I would do about the rods yet. My plan abruptly came to a halt as I froze, feeling someone enter the room. I swung around to face the intruder. Sören. No, he'd stop me. He'd leave this person here to continue suffering in this despicable state. Like he'd wanted to leave me. Get out. My voice shook as I let out a halfway scream, more of a frenzied shriek. And then I took a step back and raised my hand in a halting motion. Only for me to notice the red stain that now covered my fingers. Blood. 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 And once again, I could no longer breathe, as a wailing sound reached my ears. It was loud. So loud and I could feel myself shake in response. Where was it coming from, and why could I no longer draw sufficient oxygen in? I furiously wiped at my tear-stained face, which only caused the wailing to get louder as I realized the blood would now be on my face. Was the room shaking or was I? Everything was so out of my control. All that was clear was my panic and the loud ringing. I was momentarily silenced as arms found their way around me, freezing me in place. The wailing gradually receded. Was it in my head, or was it leaking from me? I could not tell. My shaking did the same as I felt myself caged in, held together. At least for a mere moment. For a mere moment, I welcomed this anchorage, if only for now. But too promptly, my body seemed to recall who it was, and who we were, and how we got here. And once again, I was fighting against the arms that held me. Don't touch me. I hoarsely shouted out as I struggled, and flailed wildly to no success. I fought desperately while he simply held me, not allowing for an inch of leeway. And then I felt myself being lifted, and my last measure of control being taken away as he carried me outside. My tears and struggle furiously continued, my voice hoarse from the screams and cries. Finally I stilled again, with no fight left, no strength left. I fell silent and still. He paused for a moment to ascertain what the sudden change in behavior meant, allowing me to take my chance and grab hold of his arm. Wildly I bit down. I bit down hard enough to break his skin. The taste of blood in my mouth as I broke his skin must have been the final thing to overwhelm my system, and I immediately passed out. Once I regained consciousness, I was back in my room, and everything was perfectly still. My ears no longer rang, my rising panic had dissipated, and I was only left with a distinct emptiness. I remained completely stationary as I discerned all that had just happened. The room, the brutally hurt man, the blood, Arien. My pulse started race. And then finally Sören. My pulse slowed, as if regulated by the thought of him. I instantaneously felt still once more. The metallic taste in my mouth still lingered, but instead of my initial disgust, it now just felt natural. I tried to clear my head of these thoughts. My entire meltdown had clearly just left me shaken. I'd never felt so out of control. But then again, I'd had so many moments like the one that just passed while here. I thought I'd been making progress, but now I felt like everything had just shattered all over again. A knock brought me back from my thoughts as the door opened. Arien. My body tensed at the sight of him. And behind him, Sören. Relief flowed through me. Sitting up, I kept my eyes glued to Arien's every movement. My body remained on high alert. His face furrowed in concern. A rough move of his hand through his hair as he stepped closer. I'm sorry you had to see that, Soleil. Fuck, you never should have seen Zodiac. Arien didn't curse my way. At least not before. Seemed like more of his amiable facade was slipping. My mind latched onto his last word, Zodiac. So that's who it was. I had no kind feelings towards the man, but no one, absolutely no one, deserved the fate he'd received. It was so horrible to witness the aftermath of, so I could only imagine the pain of actually experiencing it. It was worse than anything I'd come near to experiencing. It was worse than anything I could have imagined. What had he even done to get Zodiac to that state? And the man that inflicted that brutality upon him now stood before me. He made me sick. My stomach roiled as he stepped closer. I held out a hand to stop his approach. Don't. Now confusion replaced the concern on his face. Don't come near me. You psychopath. Arien ignored my directions, taking yet another step closer as he held up his hands up in a non-threatening motion. Stay away from me. My voice had more edge this time as the lowly command rung out. I tried to keep the panic at bay as I scooted backwards further, hitting the headboard. Sören now moved closer beside my bed, perhaps preparing to quash my impending outburst. I shifted towards him as I instinctively reached for his arm. The touch of him worked, calming me. Arien's eyes instantly caught the action, an angry look distorting his features. His eyes narrowed on my hand, which was now gripping Sören's arm. I didn't care much about my actions, didn't give them much thought. I just wanted him gone, and some part of me knew Sören could make that happen. What did you do to her this time? He growled accusingly Sören's way. I winced at his words. Of course, he was reminding me of what had happened to me. He wanted me to know that they could do that again. That I was powerless. Insignificant. A mere mate akin to property. My bodily response was to shift entirely off the bed and onto the side where Sören stood. I drew my entire body closer to his and wrapped both arms around one of his. He didn't withdraw, didn't pull away like I'd imagined he would. His touch made me realize that I'd been shaking. I looked pleadingly up at him. Please get him out of here or let's go. I don't know when Sören had become my strange protector, or when I had started being this drawn to him, but it didn't matter. I knew I should be questioning it. Everything felt like a ringing alarm. But right now, this felt like the most natural, most comforting and safe option for me. All that mattered was that I knew he'd keep me safe from Arien. Not wanting to look his way but not being able to stop myself, Arien looked downright furious, while Sören's face remained impassive, no different than ever. He finally spoke. I think you should leave Aries. Me and you will talk afterwards. There wasn't room for argument at his tone. That alleviated my anxiety. Arien started to refuse, but the look on Sören's face communicated something more, which resigned him to silence. Only sparing me one more worried/upset glance before storming out. I let out a shaky breath once my door had shut again. Thank goodness. He was gone. Now only did Sören turn to face me, his normally collected features marred by clear confusion. What's wrong with you, Soleil? His words caused my nose to burn and eyes prickle. The real question was, what wasn't wrong with me? Looking away from him, my eyes fell to where I still grasped his arm. I reluctantly let go. Taking a step back, I slumped down to the bed. He did that to Zodiac. I don't want to see him. What if he hurts me again? That's what he said. I trailed off, struggling though my rambling explanation. I was scared again. Just when I'd finally stopped being. Sören's brow furrowed as he looked directly into my eyes. He said what? He would never hurt you. You know how Arien feels about you. I just averted my eyes, looking down. He didn't understand how I felt, why I felt this way. But then wanting to explain, or at least try and explain so as to not sound as messed up as I was without a reason. He reminded me of what happened, like a threat, to remind me what could happen to me if what? I didn't know the rest. That was as far I'd reasoned. That's not what happened. Look at me, Soleil, he waited until I'd lifted my eyes back to his. Arien meant that for me. He would never hurt you. He didn't the first time. The unspoken words hung between us. I did. And I knew that deep down, I truly did. But it didn't seem to matter right now. All that mattered in this moment is that I knew he never would again. Somehow suddenly, the act of Sören harming me no longer seemed a possibility. I couldn't say the same for Arien. But instead of further communicating any of these realizations, I simply shrugged and said with finality, I just don't want him near me. And then I thought to add, and Zodiac has to be let go. He can't continue to be hurt. I looked up to Sören, needing his confirmation. Finally he nodded. He won't be kept any longer. I nodded in return. How did the day arrive that I would be making demands to Sören? I didn't know either. I unknowingly spent the rest of the day trailing behind Sören, following him wherever he went. And he in turn let me. I read in a corner of his study as he did work, simply content to be near to him. I napped on the couch there at some point. I could feel Sören's eyes on me periodically, as if seeking to solve the problem that was Soleil. I didn't care. I was tired of sorting through my feelings. It felt like a murky depth that only became more muddled the deeper I waded in. Futile. I was just going to let myself do what felt right in the moment. I was going to go along with my instincts and not overanalyze everything. And for now, my instincts wanted me here. With Sören. At some point, night had started to creep in, and the room became illuminated in artificial light instead. I looked up at Sören just as my stomach gurgled. Shit, I forgot you should have eaten by now. He abruptly stood and strode to the door in no time. Wait, I wrung my hands. What is it, Soleil? He paused at the doorway. Since when had he started using my name? I couldn't remember the exact point in time, and I couldn't remember whether it had always made my insides hum and react in this way. I tried to pull my wandering thoughts back to order. Soleil. He prodded again, but quieter, gentler. Again, new behavior. New behavior that left me affected. Can we eat here, or somewhere else but not the dining room? Anywhere but where Arien would be. Sören spent most of the day perplexed over the recent change in Soleil, trying to figure why she was acting so strange. He would have put it down to duplicity almost instantly, except he could see her doing things without even realizing it. Turning his way, shifting closer as if only acting on pure magnetism. There was no time for reason or scheming in her unguarded actions. And something else, too. Something else was different. He could suddenly feel her. Heightened in a way like it had never been before. Was this the mate bonds firing randomly? Suddenly sparking. Sören didn't know, but could still feel the ghost of her fingers on his arm. Branded there. She was acting unhinged. But then again, so was he. Sören's head throbbed as he tried to make sense of Soleil's actions, his own actions this change. Why was she choosing him over Arien? Sure, she'd do it to scheme or get information, but never as a form of protection. Not when he was the very one who constantly caused her harm. Why was she tucked in a corner of his office at this very moment, as if in a sanctuary? Hell, she'd fallen asleep here, as if safe from the world around. It made something loosen inside of him. When just a few hours before, she'd been hysterical in his arms, fighting to get away. Hell, she'd bitten him in her panic. She'd bitten him. Now feeling the burn of her incisors breaking skin, it dawned on Sören. The bite. That had to be the cause of Soleil acting this way. Mates bit one another to further their bond. A type of carnal marking ritual. It had ramifications. It furthered the bond, linked two souls together on a metaphysical level. Fuck. That coupled with the fact that she held Arien responsible for what had happened to Zodiac. Double fuck. Arien, for his part, hadn't stopped texting and calling, while Sören firmly ignored his efforts. He was too much of a headache to deal with now, and Sören couldn't even begin to imagine how the marking talk would go down. His brother would not take it. Well, Sören couldn't handle the fallout at the moment, especially not while he felt thrown by the change in Soleil. He knew what caused it now, and he knew it wasn't truly how she felt, just the unavoidable mate bond causing havoc on her system. But that did nothing to dispel the feelings that arose from the baser, illogical side of him. Couldn't ignore that she wanted him. Sören couldn't help the looks that he stole her way. This was the first time Soleil had been so unguarded in his presence. Hell, simply been in his presence voluntary. He caught himself realizing that wasn't quite true. They'd had breakfast before. That had also been strange. But even then, it hadn't felt like it did now. Now he wanted to drink in her every feature. Never had another creature so captured Sören's attention. It was a nuisance at best, disconcerting at worst. Shaking himself as if from a dream, Sören looked away. He was done being irrational. Nothing else, no one else, had ever made him this unstable. There was no reason for him to hide the fact that Arien held no part in Zodiac's state. Except that maybe deep down he knew he wanted this. Her to remain this way for a little while longer. Enough of this foolishness. Sören spoke before he could change his mind. Aries had nothing to do with what happened to Zodiac. It was all me. His name must have simply stuck in from questioning. Torturing was the more precise term. But the words already felt rancid enough in his mouth. He didn't want to make it even more graphic. He disliked that the confession was exposing her to more violence from his hands, as if he hadn't made her privy to enough already. Sören schooled his features to remain impassive, while Soleil's morphed into confusion. God, she was so easy to read. It had long ago become an unhealthy pastime of his, deciphering her every movement of facial expression. You did that to Zodiac? Her soft, unsure voice questioned. Sören immediately wanted to take his words back. That scared look which had already crept back into her eyes had his insides twisting and protesting. Instead he steeled himself once more. This was who Sören was. The violence and darkness were his second skin. He could not pretend to be otherwise, no matter how much he suddenly wished to be other than he was. Yes. My stomach clenched uncomfortably at Sören's confession. I already didn't want it to be true. A disbelieving why slipped out before I could stop myself. His inscrutable face was still for a second, deciding if I warranted an explanation before answering. He needed to be dealt with. He would have come after Arien again, and you probably as well to prevent collateral. At his words, the knot of fear inside me came undone. He did it to protect Arien. To protect me. That made sense. It was simply how Sören did things, who he was. I couldn't fault him for that, for his complete and utter loyalty. Sören always seemed to step into that role everything, as misguided and as messed up as it may be, seemed to be done with Arien in mind. And for the first time, me as well. I didn't care if I was deluding myself. The scared feeling which had begun to creep back in had instantly vanished at his explanation. Now that I understood, something inside me simply accepted it. He did it to keep Zodiac from harming us, and Zodiac wasn't a good man. He was the cause of all this if I really thought about it. He'd sent me on this dangerous mission. He'd caused everything to happen to me. I met Sören's gaze once more. Okay. A crack undid his usually stoic mask as he drew his eyebrows together, confused. What do you mean okay? Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? I said I did that to Zodiac, not Arien, just me. His words were clipped, precise, like he wanted me to understand each one. I know, but you were just trying to protect me. The word hung on the edge of my tongue. I wanted to let them slip, to hear him agree with me. For him to admit that it was for me. Yes, I knew Arien was Sören's true motivator, but the part that he'd mentioned about me kept spinning round and round in my head until they were all that I could hear. He wanted to keep Zodiac from coming after me. His brows were still furrowed, waiting to hear what else I had to say. When I didn't continue, he rose to his feet. I caught the hint of frustration in his actions. I think you should head back to your room. I'll have dinner sent up. I need to see Arien. I ignored the hollow in my stomach as I moved to my feet, not wanting to leave the study, not wanting to leave Sören. Okay. I guess I'll see you later then. I slowly, too slowly, made my way out. More unwilling to leave than I'd ever been in this mansion. Arien wouldn't be happy with this development. That was an understatement. More than that, he'd be angry. And maybe hurt. Knowing this made Sören reluctant to face him. As used as he was to facing situations head-on, he struggled when it came to his brother. But deciding it had gone on long enough, Sören purposely strode to track down his brother. He deserved to know. And then they could go from there. They'd figure this out together. Or Sören would ensure to figure it out for the both of them. That's how it always worked. Sören met him outside in the gardens. Arien was clearly tense, needing air. Needing an escape. Arien immediately spoke, noticing his brother's approach. He anxiously asked, needing to know what was going on. Sören, how's Soleil? Sören swallowed, steeling himself to explain. She'd fine. In her room now, having dinner. Not curled up in my study, any more like she had been for the entire day already. The thought crossed both brothers' minds, evoking decidedly opposite feelings in each one. What happened? I just don't understand what has her behaving this way. I know she saw Zodiac and it was horrible. She should have never been there. Fuck. A hand pulled roughly through his hair, but why was she acting like that? He couldn't verbalize the rest why. Is she acting like she wants you? Sören knew the question yet unspoken, and figured it was best to just explain as simply as he could. She thought you were the one to do that to Zodiac. I think he said your name when she found him. Relief was evident on Arien's face as he digested the words. Oh, well then we just have to explain it to her. Explain that it was. The brothers met one another's eyes, both letting the words unsaid land heavily between them. Explain that it was Sören. For the first time that he could remember, Sören felt a feeling so stunted, so fleeting that had he not immediately caught it, would have been lost on him. An unfamiliar bitterness. One directed Arien's way. Before the emotion could even fully form or take root, it was replaced by guilt. What Arien said was true. He'd been the one solely responsible. Even if he had once again been doing it for Arien, he alone was the one who orchestrated this, caused harm once more. And while Sören wholly thought Zodiac to deserve every instant of what he'd endured, Soleil didn't. He'd do whatever was necessary to protect his brother. That was his role. The only fact that corroded parts of him was how often Soleil kept being affected, negatively, by his actions. He deserved to feel every sting of words Arien lashed his way. I told her it was completely me. Now Arien felt the twinge of guilt at the relief Sören's words provided. Oh, okay, good, then it should be better. I'd better go talk to her. Wait, Arien. Sören reached out to grasp his brother by the arm as he started to walk off. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Arien's searching eyes met his brother's. Sören forced the words out. She bit me. As if not understanding, he repeated, Soleil bit me while I was getting her out. A flash of her in his arms as he carried her ran through him, twisting something internally. It must have affected the bond. That's why she wanted me, was around me today. Getting concerned at the lack of response, Sören spoke once more. It was an accident and now she's confused. Arien breathed an expletive as the realization dawned, then tone low and accusatory. How did this happen? Sören's eyes flickered, rising anger at the implication. Like I said, an accident. You think I want this? He gripped Arien's forearm tighter, stepping closer. I've been the one wanting her gone from the second I knew what she was. I've made myself clear. This isn't on me. I know, that's not what I meant. Seeing the look in his brother's eyes, the guilt for how he'd been accusing him this entire conversation hit Arien hard. I know, shit, it's just a lot to take in. It's okay. We'll figure it out. Maybe we just need some time. Apart. Some space for all this to fade. Sören and Soleil, he meant. Something twisted again in Sören infinitesimally. Fine. He strode away. A displaced, almost guilt-tinted relief flowed through Arien. They just needed time, and the time apart would help put an end to this. Whatever this was, the bond would only be completed when both bit one another. Whatever this broken bond was fragile, liable to be broken. And Soleil didn't need this added confusion. Sören, too, didn't need to be burdened with being around someone he couldn't stand. Arien convinced himself that all this was for the best. And everyone would see that. Eventually, Sören was making himself scarce. Again. Except this time, I wanted the exact opposite. And Arien was back to his usual self. Which meant living to annoy me by being around me constantly. His presence rankled me even more than usual, like something was itching right beneath my skin anytime he happened to be near me. And Sören was not. It had been a week, and I hadn't managed to see Sören once. Not even in passing. I had been careful not to mention it to Arien. His touchiness was at an all-time high. I'd briefly asked where his brother was a few days ago. And I'd been careful to sound flippant about it, but I could hear the instant hostility, the switch. Suddenly, he was no longer easygoing Arien, instead replaced by a darker version. I didn't want to test how far it went. I still had a shred of self-preservation, and I'd learnt my lesson enough times around here. So I kept my mouth shut and waited to find him. He lived here, he couldn't avoid me forever. I asked Constance, and she had no answer for me either, just a questioning look to which I had no answer. Meanwhile, I was becoming more restless and stir-crazy. Stuck here with mainly just Arien for company. I pondered all this while making a peanut butter sandwich for myself. Comfort food. I never cared too much for food, so I'd make this all the time when I was younger and when I later lived alone. Constance had us spoiled with all the delicious dishes she prepared, and I was beyond grateful for her. But sometimes all a girl needed was her safe food. I was meticulously putting my sandwich together when Arien burst into the kitchen. Ugh, here we go again. I boredly greeted his intrusion on what I hoped to be a quiet lunch when his question surprised me. How about going into the city with me? My pulse spiked for a second at the offer, go outside. I hadn't been to the city in weeks. Months even. Of course I wanted to go. But the last part of his sentence made it less appealing. With him. No thanks. I think Arien could see the reluctance on my face, so he quickly continued. I thought we could go into the city today, do some shopping, have a nice lunch, but we can go wherever you like. You've been cooped up too long. His hopeful eyes met my doubting ones. The city. I guess it was worth spending a few hours in Arien's presence. I'd anyways see him at home, since I couldn't really escape him. Might as well put up with him in a new environment. Something akin to excitement unfurled inside me. He probably meant for this excursion to curry favor, and that definitely wouldn't work. I would never forget that he's my captor. Recalling the earlier overheard words. Arien was keeping me here just to dangle freedom like a treat, like he was doing me a favor. As much as all that infuriated me, I wouldn't pass this opportunity up. I relented. Sure, let's go. The drive away from the mansion, my prison for all intended purposes, didn't feel as jarring as I thought it would. I'm not sure what I expected, but just something more. Like I'd have a great epiphany or something. Like something would loosen inside me, and I'd suddenly feel some sort of freedom. I felt none of that. The simmer of excitement remained, but nothing more. Nothing major. I drew my attention back to the man besides me, the one that seemed to be looking at my every movement. Arien looked relaxed and excited. Like we were doing something fun like normal people, and for some reason that made my annoyance rise. Not entirely surprising since most things he did had that effect on me. Trying not to let it show, I asked, so what will we be doing? Where are we going exactly? No real plans. I thought we could visit a cafe I really like. Maybe walk around the shopping district and see if anything catches our eye. The words sounded so easy, like they weren't loaded. Like this was a routine day out. I fidgeted in my seat. This sounded suspiciously like couple activities. And I, definitely, didn't want to be doing any of that with Arien. Wrong brother. I sucked in a sharp inhale as the thought pricked at my subconscious. I didn't know where that came from. I tucked the unwelcome, intrusive thought deep inside. This was not me. I was acting, thinking. Unhinged. It bothered me. I'd never thought these things before, never felt these things before. Soleil, everything okay? Feeling embarrassed at my thoughts, despite knowing that Arien had no way of telling, I rushed to answer. Oh yeah, fine, just excited, I guess. Not noticing my inner turmoil, he threw an easy smile my way. Me too. Trying not to get stuck inside my head, I focused on the passing landscape. Within no time, we were in the city, parking alongside a bistro I'd never ventured into before. My former lifestyle didn't exactly allow for fancy meals out. The thought that things had so drastically changed made me pause at the entryway. Not worrying about money was nice. Nicer than I'd anticipated. Arien led the way to a table as I walked in, a bit lost in my thoughts still. He was chatting about the weather or something, asking if I wanted a coffee. I nodded absent-mindedly. Staring around the small cafe and out the window, I marveled at how many people were around. Just living couples, families, having lunch, laughing. I liked the buzz of noise, not enough to clearly hear, but enough to silence any unnecessary thinking. I liked the smell of coffee lingering, and people easily moving around. I'd forgotten how nice this part of living was. I also didn't remember Gideon being like this. I probably spent too much time at the bad side of town to realize it could be so nice. Even the usually gray days around here were replaced by something more sunny and bright. Now Arien was on about what he liked to get here, awaiting my input. I'm fine with whatever, choose whatever you recommend. Thanks. Great, you're going to love the way they make the... Could we maybe see one of the businesses you guys own or work by? I hadn't meant to cut Arien off but wasn't really paying attention to his words, and the thought had come so suddenly, I spoke without filtering. I just wanted to know more about what they did. I definitely wasn't trying to run into anyone in particular. Why? Arien was looking my way like he could see right through me, could see that embarrassing little thought of mine. I fiddled with my coffee cup, trying to look nonchalant. No reason, just thought it might be interesting. I want to know more about what you do, generally. I took a sip of my coffee, which had arrived almost instantly after ordering, hoping I sold it. Arien peered at me a second longer. It's quite boring if I'm being honest. I swear you'll have more fun at the shops. He tacked on a grin, trying to convince me. I wasn't convinced, not even a little, but also didn't want to look more suspect by pressing more. Okay, well, tell me something else then. Like what? Anything really, I just want to know more about you. Lies. That stupid inner voice whispered. Despite my lack of honesty, those words seemed to be the right trigger, if his big smile was anything to go on. Arien looked pleased, brightened as he readied to spill his guts. Sure, ask away. His voice dripped, as if he couldn't wait for my questions, like they'd taste good. I tried to choose the exact right one. I wanted him to remain exactly as he was, ready to answer anything. I started off easy. Where'd you grow up? He too answered easily enough. A small pack close to the Ridge Mountains. It was kind of rural, small-town vibes, you know. I nodded, trying to keep it light. And you liked it there? He took a second. Yes, it was a normal enough pack. A bit traditional, but not bad. Of course, I'm more suited to city life now. I couldn't imagine living anywhere like that again. Again, I nodded. I can't imagine. I like the city too. Not really, but I needed to relate. So just you and your brother and... any other family. I tried to keep my tone breezy. I knew family could be hard to discuss. Yeah, my mother and father too. There was a slight dip in his tone at the word father. My brows lifted. This was more information than I'd ever gotten. I wanted to know more. Trying to segue, my questions continued. Oh, how was that? I only ever had my mom. My father left before I was born. Again, hopefully relating would help him continue to open up. Now Arien looked off into the distance. It was fine. I mean good when we were younger. My mom passed away when we had just turned 11, and then it was less good. His voice trailed off at the end. I'm sorry, and I really was. No child deserved to feel the pain of that. Not having a father felt easy to me, because I'd never had one. Had only missed one in theory. But they'd known their mother, loved her, and then she was just gone. Nothing could make you understand that pain. My heart felt tight at the thought of living through that. At only 11 years old. She was the only real parent, you know. I'd give up our father 100 times over for her instead. Things got hard after she left. She'd been both parents to us, really. I only nodded silently, not knowing the right words to say. Feeling for him. I guess that's why Sören became so. Sören he stepped in after, being a type of parent in her stead. My heart clenched even more, the image of a young Sören suddenly so clear in my mind. An untouched version of Sören, before he had to become this version. An innocent Sören without the violence, the darkness. And he lost all that out of necessity, out of survival. To be there for the one person he had left his brother. My hand was extending across the table before I could realize it, reaching out for Arien's, trying to make this feeling go away. He froze as our palms made contact, eyes snapping to mine, then finally, hand gripping mine lightly back. His touch didn't quash the rising feelings like I'd instinctively thought it would. I made a conscious effort to stop myself from pulling away. Arien looked less stuck in his memories now, occasionally glancing at my hand in his. Trying to ignore how uncomfortable this touch was making me, I persisted. So when did you guys leave? How'd they end up here? Now his eyes glazed over once more as if reliving that time. Our father. He didn't want us there, sent us. Away. I stayed completely silent, straining to hear the rest of their past, trying to understand. It sounded like the precursor to something bad. I couldn't help the rising feeling that whatever came next was even worse than them losing their mother. And only something truly horrific could be worse than that. As if wrenching himself back from a back memory, he pulled his lips back into a forced closed smile. But let's not discuss that. Nothing good and frankly boring. I want to hear about you. Suddenly wanting to shake him or something, I reined my feelings or absolute frustration back in. I wanted him to keep talking, tell me everything I longed, needed to know, but this conversation was being decisively shut down. And if I ever wanted him to revisit it again, I needed to be okay with him ending it now. Sighing, I nodded and finally pulled my hand back as our food arrived, providing the perfect excuse to do so. The rest of lunch was filled with nothing conversation. Easy and boring. All I could keep thinking of being what little more I knew about their past. And how severely I wanted to know more. Loads more. After lunch, we were on our way to the shops despite my protests. I liked being out. Even just looking at the people around was bringing me a twisted sense of joy. Like I could just watch them endlessly. So I wanted to be out, but I just didn't see the need to shop for clothing. They provided everything I needed in the mansion. Not sure how they even managed to get everything so quickly. But I honestly didn't lack anything. I really have enough things, no need for new clothes. Not like I ever even went anywhere, except for today, I guess. Arien continued his coercion. Come on, Soleil. You must have some things you want, buy things more in your style, and no need to feel any type of way about spending our money. Think of it as compensation, if you will. I guess a part of me didn't want to feel indebted or make Arien think I was enjoying this. But he was right. The only form of payback I would likely have was using their money. Why deprive myself when it only punished me and no one else? And I like nice things. Now I could finally have all the things I walked past in shop windows wishing for. I could also get something nice for Constance as a thank you for everything, for being my friend. And one other niggling thought convinced me I could look nice, in case someone happened to look my way. I clawed at my hangnail as the intrusive thought strobed through my mind. Finger bleeding, I responded, okay, let's go shopping, I guess. I couldn't sleep. Not that this surprised me much anymore. Sleep had become a precarious thing. Sometimes my brain just couldn't shut down, or when it did, the nightmares would prove that it hadn't entirely. I was fine with the state of things. My afternoon naps made up for any hours lost, the upside of being locked in the mansion with not much to fill my days. I still made up my makeshift bed on the carpeted floor each night. The normal bed still felt too wrong. Too plush and not firm enough. My body just didn't accept it for some messed up reason, and I'd stopped trying to sleep there ages ago. I knew I was probably just prolonging the eventuality of me sleeping on a proper bed by doing this, but I couldn't help it. I didn't really care to fight it right now. I had enough trouble fighting off nightmares as it was. Twisting in my sheets, I felt restless for more reasons than one. One of them being that I was a little hungry. The other being something I chose to ignore. Finally willing myself to move beyond my sheets, I threw a robe on and started for downstairs. I'd been a little in and out of sleep for over 2 hours. Not even trying to read had helped. It made me feel groggy and slightly sweaty. It was just past 1 a.m., and all I wanted was to be lost in dreams for a little while. Anywhere but my present reality for a little while. The quiet, cavernous kitchen swathed itself in low light as I silently padded in. Fancy motion sensor lights changed hue according to the time of day, bathing the room in a welcoming warm yellow. The kitchen was almost never empty of Constance, and if not her, then Arien would usually pop in, so I enjoyed the rare silence. I reveled in the lack of eyes as I moved around getting out ingredients for a PB&J sandwich. I could just briefly pretend that I was alone at home once more. In my own little apartment, doing whatever I felt like doing in my alone time. I hadn't thought about my apartment in some time actually, hadn't thought to find out if it was still around and if not, where my stuff went. I must have been kicked out by now for not paying rent, but I loathed to think that all my things were just gone. I'd forgotten to ask about it when we went to town yesterday, and maybe a part of me was scared to hear the truth of my matter. All my stuff must have been thrown away by now. While not being the most sentimental of people, it was easier to survive that way. I still enjoyed having things of my own. I had pieces of my life that I would have liked to save. I couldn't think of specific items, but the general loss felt like another on the ever-growing list. The ding of the toaster echoed through the empty kitchen, pulling me from my thoughts. Sighing, I started assembling my sandwich. I hadn't managed to eat my earlier one, and Constance probably disposed of it. Toast, a little butter, too much peanut butter, artificially colored bright red strawberry jam yum. I licked my fingers as I situated myself atop a bar stool at the island, preparing to munch my snack, before a sound had me startling, dropping my toast on my plate. I turned to the kitchen entrance, immediately freezing. Sören. He stood just on the cusp of the doorway, having stopped in place as soon as he noticed me. My breathing slowed, then stalled. I hadn't seen him in a week. An entire week. And now he was here, alone in the kitchen with me. I remained completely still, as if the chance of me moving even an inch had the power to send him off. But also realizing my silence might make him leave, I quickly explained. I couldn't sleep and felt a bit hungry, so made a sandwich. I found myself holding up a piece of my toast pathetically as if to explain. His eyes flicked to it before looking back into the hallway, like he was just about to stride out. In a bid to stop this, I continued. Also couldn't sleep. I could make you one too. I was already jumping up from my seat, not really allowing for a choice from him, not giving him the chance to leave. And I was taking the bread tin out once more, pulling a plate from the shelves. Sören finally broke his silence, speaking quietly. There's no need, I was just grabbing something quickly before bed. But it's late and I should head to bed. I turned his way briefly again. Have a quick sandwich. I really don't mind, willing him not to leave. It'll be quick. I also want to head back to bed soon. An impossible second dragged on where he seemed to be weighing all options, as if this was a life-changing decision. Okay, fine. And then he was effortlessly crossing the kitchen, taking a seat. I kept my lips pressed together, trying my best not to let on how my insides swooped at his continued presence. I focused entirely on making his sandwich, trying not to do anything dumb or say anything that would make him bolt. Normal Soleil, normal. Just breathe, make a sandwich, eat, and leave. Make small talk maybe, but not too much. Not enough to make him leave. Definitely no unnecessary rambling. As I put the bread in the toaster, the realization of what a lame sandwich I was making hit me. A peanut butter and jam sandwich. This was what you fed a child. Not a hungry grown man. I flushed, abruptly turning. Sören's eyes snapped my way at the sudden movement. I just made a peanut butter sandwich because that's what I eat a lot. Way to go, Soleil. Very sophisticated. But what would you like on yours? What do you usually have? I know we have lots in the fridge. Now I was striding to the fridge, pulling at the doors like they could save me from my rising embarrassment. Soleil. His low voice made me pause, slowly turning his way. That's fine. I raised a confused brow. What? You like peanut butter? I immediately felt silly at my stupidly phrased question. He coolly answered, It's fine. That doesn't mean you like it. I eat it 'cause I like it. It's kind of my comfort food since I was little. I've probably eaten way too much of it, to be honest. I trailed off, realizing I was rambling, the exact thing I tried to stop myself from doing. Pulling myself together. What did you like to eat? Like your quick go-to meal. Now he looked off to the side considering. I enjoyed the minute of distraction, allowing me to drink him in. Drink in his next words. I guess just mayo on bread. Punctuated by a wry almost grin as his lip twitched up. Mayo on bread. There's no reason for those words to make me feel so light, make my insides twirl as much as they did. That's atrocious. That lip that I now couldn't look away from quirked more. It's grows on you. Used to make it all the time for Arien and myself. When you had to take care of him after your mother passed. My heart twinged again, just like it had done yesterday. My eyes landed on his hands, which were lightly resting on the table now. The hands I wished I'd had contact with yesterday instead. I'd only got to touch him once, when I'd held onto his arms in the room. That was the only time he'd allowed me, the only time he would probably ever allow me. My stupid brain was already figuring ways to brush against him again, feel him again. I shook my head clear of the deeply unwanted, lecherous thoughts. What was wrong with me? Good thing we have Constance now. I quipped, trying to pull myself from those feelings I'd felt yesterday as I learned about their past. Trying to pull myself from the unwelcome, inappropriate thoughts. Yeah. Silence descended once more. But it was lighter now, felt something like the glow of the warm lights. It filled the space, but pleasantly. I could hear the electronic hum of the fridge in the background, the tick of the clock on one of the appliances probably, and very softly, so softly I would have missed it had it not been the silent hour of one Sören's steady breathing. All this calmed me in the most delightful way. So I guess a peanut butter sandwich isn't too bad really, when compared to mayo on bread. I continued my prep. My mom isn't the best chef, and also just really busy, so I made these every day for myself after school. Yummy and cheap. Removing the toast from the toaster, I continued contemplating absent-mindedly as his eyes followed me. I guess more sit-down dinners would have been nice. I like the idea of sitting down for a meal, have had more of that here than before actually. Same. A glance down as he thought of something, I stilled, waiting greedily. That morning in the kitchen, well, I hadn't in a while. I tried to piece together his meaning as the words slowly filled the space. The final meaning dawning slowly on my no longer groggy brain. He was admitting that he liked the breakfast we had together. I liked it too, more now than I had in the moment. I should have enjoyed it more in the moment. I should have paid attention to everything he did and said better, like I was doing now. I warmed ridiculously at Sören's words, finishing his sandwich quickly. I slid it across to him while I soaked in the feeling. Thanks. And then we were eating our PB&Js in silence. And it was enough. Suddenly the week-long absence dissipated. It felt like it had been endurable, if only for this exact moment. I took tiny bites, making this stretch out as long as possible, allowing me to be this close to him. I only snuck the occasionally look Sören's way, again trying to be the least overwhelming version of myself. He looked tired. Still in a long button shirt and formal pants, Sören looked like he'd come in straight from work. I frowned at the thought of him working this hard. Another strike against Arien in my book. Sören was again doing more than his share of the work, while Arien always seemed to be around. Bothering me. Being useless. Working late. He nodded, looking up at me. Well, you know, if there's anything I could help with, let me know. I have free time, too much really. I can do quite a bit. I was a pa after all for the mayor. Before the criminal stuff, the guilt and embarrassment cut me off. I didn't want Sören to think that's who I was, that I willingly got involved. Willingly did illegal things like lie and steal, wanting to explain myself. I didn't mean to get caught up in the stuff with Zodiac, and when I was working for the mayor, I was really competent, good at my job. I take my responsibilities seriously, and I guess I could have said no or tried to leave, but I also didn't really have a choice. It just all happened because of the mayor's involvement and I couldn't get out. I wouldn't. Cutting off my anxious ramblings. Soleil. I bit my inner cheek, waiting his judgment. No wonder Sören didn't like me since I'd arrived. I hadn't thought much about my illegal involvement, writing it off as a means to survive. I'd reasoned my guilty conscience away constantly. But I'd had a choice, we all do. I know. Know what? I'd lost the train of conversation, my anxious thoughts overtaking reason. I know you didn't work for Zodiac willingly. He leaned back before standing, opening the fridge and pulling bottled water out. He slid one my way. I wrapped my fingers around it. The cold bottle felt good against my now too warm hands. And even if I didn't, I'm the last person to care. I've done whatever it took to get where I am. I couldn't care less. People do what they need to survive. That can only be commended. His words that should have alarmed me, calmed me. My eyes locked on his dark ones, willing myself to believe his words, willing myself to let go of the guilt I felt. He held my gaze for a long minute, eventually breaking it to open the bottle of water. Yeah. He was a horrible boss anyway. I tried to joke to aid the suddenly terse mood. I've received enough black eyes from the prick to know it wasn't. I cut off at the sudden noise, as Sören scraped his chair backwards, the sound echoing loud in the silent kitchen. The chair clanged loudly on the ground as it hit the tiled floor, Sören standing impossibly fast. Zodiac did what? Granite, deathly quiet words rang through the space. I was now hyper-aware of how tightly coiled he stood. His breathing came sharp and fast as he looked to be barely containing himself. The air thickened with his rising anger. My stomach tightened at the sudden change in him. He was still looking my way, eyes darkened as he awaited an answer from me. An answer I couldn't provide. My throat was tight, dry. I nodded. Not sure why I was nodding, but not feeling sure I could speak yet. Sören's fast, silently loud anger filled the kitchen. Before I could find my voice, or pull myself from trance his dark feelings had pulled me under, Sören was striding out. What had just happened? I needed answers. I needed to figure out what was wrong with me. Well, aside from the obvious things which had transpired, I knew I was acting erratically towards Sören. My thoughts and emotions towards him were unstable, out of control. They'd overtaken me out of the blue, and I couldn't figure out why. Was this some sort of sick Stockholm syndrome? All I knew was that this wasn't like me. I wasn't feeling like myself. It troubled me, disconcerted me. Thinking back on the kitchen, I'd wanted to be near him so badly. It almost hurt not to. And I could feel his emotions so tangibly, like I could almost taste the anger which rolled off him at our last encounter. I holed up in the library for most of the day, searching for answers. I'd read most of the books in Mates and Wolves and What Happens When You Find Your Other Half. I thought I understood most of it, but clearly I was missing something. I continued to read, trying to figure out what I'd missed, if anything. The mate bond is strengthened when the connected pair accepts the bond. Choosing to enter a true partnership, the mated individuals form a romantic bond. This bond is then further strengthened by the voluntary marking of each other. Marking of each other. I pulled another research edition out, the one in my hands providing no extra information. I'd skimmed over this marking thing before, but I'd never understood what it meant. Marking, marking, marking. I flipped through book after book, not catching the word again. My frustration rose with each tossed book aside in the stuffy, too warm library. I was quickly growing tired of my failure to find any real answers. My eyes caught on a page, just as I was about to turn it. The physical mark of the sacred mate bond takes the form of a bite. A bite. What the hell? The gears churned in my head rapidly. A bite. I fell back on my haunches in surprise, dropping the book. I remembered flashes of that day. Of finding Zodiac. I remembered the taste of blood on my tongue. I'd bitten Sören. I'd bitten him and unknowingly messed with the bond. Caused it to manifest between us. This explained everything I couldn't understand. I rose to my feet shakily. This could not be happening. No. Rushing from the library, my feet carried me to the study before I could stop them. There was no guarantee that Sören was even there, but I needed to see him. Right now. As my hand closed around the handle, tugging the heavy wooden door open, my head spun. My insides hurt. I'd done this. I'd messed things up even more than I could have imagined. Voices inside pulled me back from my rising panic. Arien. Sören. They were seated, working on some documents spread across the large desk. My eyes met Sören's dark ones. That stupid feeling that unfurled each time I saw him did so now. Except now I had an answer, a reason for this connection between us. Someone was greeting me, saying something I couldn't tell. I didn't bother to answer. Instead, I took quick steps forward. Both men rose to their feet. I walked around the desk towards Sören as he stood completely still, guarding against whatever he imagined I was about to do. Then I was reaching out for his arm, brushing his short sleeve up in a bid to see his upper arm. The skin was bare. Nothing. I dropped my hands in confusion. There was no bite mark. Soleil, what are you doing? I could finally hear Arien's voice, the blood rush from my head dissipating. He pulled at my arm, almost dragging me away from Sören. Stop. I thought I'd spoken until I realized Sören had moved closer, stepping between Arien and myself. He'd moved so fast, I hadn't even noticed. Arien's grasp tightened. I pulled more. Sören, noticing the struggle, pulled his brother's arm from mine. Easily. Now Arien was simmering. I could see the heat rise to his face. Could feel the room suddenly heat. I ignored it. I didn't come here for any displays of testosterone. I hadn't seen a bite. That didn't make sense. It had to be there. I knew what I did. I wasn't that far gone that I could have made such a thing up. A new idea forming, I reached for Sören's other arm, repeating my earlier actions. He became tightly still once again, no longer focused on Arien. His hand rose to stop mine for a moment, burning into me. Like it always did. Soleil. His lowered question and searching look brought me back down to reality, able to form some sort of communication. I need to see where I bit you. There, I'd said it. I'd said the terrible words, admitting what I'd done to cause all this. My words must have momentarily stumped him. His hand lowered, and I drew his shirt arm up. I did not even enjoy the feeling of my fingertips grazing his skin, too anxious about what I'd find. Anticipating what I now knew to be there. The seconds drew long, expanded, only my hands on his skin as I revealed more of his skin. White crescent marks. My teeth imprint. Marking him. A twisted carnal pleasure ran through me at the sight. I could feel the thrall of it throughout my entire body. Prickling. Warming. Possessing. I was right. I'd done it. I could feel his eyes on me, assessing me. Could he tell the perverse pleasure that flowed through me at the sight? My eyes met his. No longer dark, cold depths. Something swam in them. Something moved across his face before he could hide it. I glanced back at his arm, which I was still holding. His flesh had small goosebumps all over. He was affected. By me. He was not as unaltered by me as he pretended. I knew Sören didn't wish to see me around. He'd been avoiding me since the start of my stay here, but recently felt more pointed, more purposeful. I just couldn't tell if I had changed, making me notice it more, or if he had changed. Did he know about this? Had he figured it out? He must have. Nothing passed Sören by. Not really wanting the answer. You knew. A second, a tick in his jaw, and then an uncomfortable admission. Yes, and you didn't tell me. You let me feel crazy. He stepped back rigidly, skin contact wrenched away. I felt unwell. Soleil, don't worry, Arien was trying to reassure me now, taking the empty space his brother had left. Leave me alone, Arien. I don't want to be around you, either of you. I didn't even look his way again as I exited the study. As much as my insides, my body, my very being wanted to be around Sören, the functioning side of my brain, of my emotions, didn't want to be anywhere near him. I needed to see him anymore. I couldn't keep feeding this warped bond that I'd not chosen. That was messing with my bodily chemistry. I needed to starve this sick want. As if a sort of restitution, they were allowing me to go visit Constance for dinner on her off day. I'm sure there were threats about not letting me out of her sight, and I didn't want to consider the possibility of putting Constance or her family in any danger. Anyways, where could I go that they wouldn't track me down? Their reach was clear, especially in Gideon. Also, the little problem of not having access to any of my own money would make escaping pretty impossible. I briefly lost myself as I looked through my newly purchased clothes. Expensive jeans, buttery leggings, soft t-shirts, even a few pretty but unassuming dresses even. I guess I could look forward to looking nice, wearing a clothes in my own style for my outing. I resolved not to think about the recent revelation. To not allow it to spoil my time with Constance. I was going to have a good day with my friend. The evening was relaxed and happy and nice. Just really, really nice. Everything I'd been missing recently. Spending time playing with baby Eva kept me smiling, looking like the cutest thing to walk on 2 legs. My heart lightened. Eric wasn't very talkative, but was engaging and made me feel very welcome in their home. Their perfectly normal home. Where I could pretend for a while that I was a perfectly normal girl, visiting her perfectly normal friends. During dinner, I tried to wrangle more answers out of them. Directing my question Eric's way, "So you knew Arien and Sören from earlier, I understand. Yeah, he known them for a couple of years now, actually. What was the place you mentioned they'd met at Constance?" He sent Constance a look, clearly reluctant to answer. Eric's answer was measured. It was a research facility. I assisted them while there and then later became one of their employees. That wasn't any real information, but I was quickly learning that trying to figure this mystery out was like pulling teeth. A research facility, what would they have been doing? Another one of their businesses. I didn't manage to find any other answers, except that Eric was very, very loyal to them, which probably meant something. Or maybe wolves were just that way with other wolves. But the evening was light and warm, and I was glad they made me part of it. They made me feel more welcome than I'd felt anywhere recently. Beneath all that, the night also made me want one other thing I'd not wanted before. All the stolen glances, easy companionship, and clear affection between the two made me ache just a little bit for it too. I bid the two good night as they walked me out. A driver was already waiting to transfer me back to the mansion. "Thank you both so much. I had the nicest night." "It was our pleasure, thanks for coming." Constance's eyes were light. "Yes, Constance had spoken so much about you, so I'm glad we could finally meet." Then more earnestly Eric added, "You're always welcome here, Soleil." My insides tugged a bit. "Thank you." Then I was sliding into the passenger seat before remembering what I had in my bag. "Oh, Constance, here you go." I held out a lilac soft package. A cashmere sweater I'd picked up for her in town. She always wore the cutest sweaters when the weather cooled. Her brows dipped in question. "A present to say thank you for everything. For being my friend." And then we were driving off into the night before she could figure what to respond. Sören caught up to Arien at the end of the day. Soleil was away for the late afternoon and early evening, having dinner with Constance and her family. Usually this would have unsettled him, but Eric was one of the few people he trusted, well as much as Sören could trust anyone else aside from his twin. Which meant they had some time away from Soleil to spend together, simply as brothers. They were generally never this distant. Between Arien's easygoing nature and Sören's tamed version of himself when he was around his brother, their relationship was steadfast. Having one another was the only constant in all life had thrown their way. And Sören would do everything within his power to keep it that way. "Up for a run?" he asked. Arien had just stepped into the kitchen, looking for something to eat. "Now?" "Yeah." A pause, Arien considering something that would have usually been an easy answer. The image of the last time he saw Sören materialized sharply of Soleil lifting his shirt, touching him, of him pulling her away from Arien. He bit down the burning. This was his brother. They needed to get past this. Okay, sure. They headed out to the woods behind the property line. They owned acres of land expanding on each side. A necessity when you had a wolf to be let out and no safe pack lands to do so on. The cool air promised them a rejuvenating run. Both visibly loosened at the looming run. It would be just them in a baser form, the ground beneath their paws, and smell of the fresh air and soil. It would be natural. Like breathing. Allowing all the noise of recent days left behind. Arien couldn't help the relaxed smile he threw Sören's way, before swiftly transforming and bounding off into the trees. Sören was on his tail instantaneously. Time warped as they ran impossibility fast, flying really, past the trees, all the while attempting to outrun each other. Streaks of wolf forms, no longer man, just part of the surrounding nature. Whenever they managed to catch the other, they nipped bites and jostled wildly. They were instantly younger, playful in a way their souls groaned for. The run reminded them of the one irrefutable fact. They were each other's pack. Once the sun finally started its descent, fur-heavy and sweaty, stained with soil from the run, they transformed at a lake and prepared to walk back home, not ready for the time of freedom to be over. Arien and Sören soaked in the silence and starting nighttime noises of the woods owls, insects buzzing, twigs snapping somewhere in the distance. "It's a mess, huh?" Arien spoke first, breaking the silence, his earlier feelings untangled after the run. "Yeah!" Sören slowed his stride to walk alongside his brother, "but I'll fix it." A sharp laugh rang through the forest, such a Sören thing to say. The night sounds took over once more. Arien tried to verbalize the question that festered. "You think she'll ever come around?" Sören didn't seem to think this would work all the times they'd spoken before, and Arien wanted to know if he still felt that way. "I mean, hell, we can't even show her our wolf forms. I can only imagine how she'd freak." Sören released words so foreign to him. "I don't know." That made Arien feel like he was flailing at all his attempts to change Soleil's mind. It made him feel like despondently giving up at his dream of having a mate. But then he remembered the moments where it felt like sun shone through, like they were finally making progress, their times in the garden. She'd walked alongside him, at ease in his presence. Their dinner. She'd stood so close to him, close enough to breath in as she refilled his wine. Their time in town. She'd held his hand, and he could feel the ghost of it even now. All of this, albeit maybe foolishly, fed him hope. Maybe I'll just bite her as well. Soren's head snapped his way, grounding to a halt. Arien hastily put his hands up with a grin. "Just a joke, brother. You need to lighten up." But even Arien couldn't miss the tension that had sparked at his mere words. Not a good sign. They'd never had anything like this between them. All these emotions were new between them. Acidic jealousy towards his brother was new. And Soren's visceral reactions at things to do with Soleil was new. Sören knew it too. Knew his reaction was overkill no matter how much he felt to be constantly restraining himself. Around Arien. Around Soleil. Every fucking second it felt like. He was more unfettered than he'd ever been. Sören also knew Soleil was firmly wedged between them. And yet, he couldn't find it within himself to resent her. He thought of Arien's question, would Soleil ever come around? How could she after everything? Definitely not to him. Not really. Even the mate bond wouldn't be able to change her innate will enough to bring about that miracle. And he'd never deserve her, could never really want her. His past offenses stood firmly on one side, and Arien stood resolutely on the other. Impossible. Maybe Arien still had a chance. But all Sören could see were his sins. His unforgivable actions. Regret had been another emotion foreign to him, but now it was all that stained his days. He'd fall asleep to it and wake up with it each day. It clawed at him. When he saw Soleil, all he could see was every instant of hurting her. He saw her in that room, shackled and in constant pain. He heard her voice, scared and pleading. For days. He smelt her fear as he cornered in the library, inflicting more pain on her fragile body. He remembered all his words, threats, piercing her. These moments were seared into his brain. And all he could do was push the feeling down, not react, and restrain himself. He'd only felt this powerless once before in his life. The better question was, did they deserve her after everything? A resounding no was the only answer to that question. He didn't know how to verbalize all that. Instead, he just listened to Arien make plans, figuring out ways to change Soleil's mind. I was lounging on the patio, eating fruits and chatting to my mother. And then, what did you guys do yesterday? Oh, it was so nice, the kids. I should stop calling them that since they're grown, haha, made us a lovely dinner and we played board games. They are truly close to their dad, so I was concerned that they would not be that accepting of me, but they've been nothing short of lovely. She continued on about what had been currently filling her days, most of the time it being the new man. I could ignore the twinge of jealousy that I wasn't included. I let it flit through me like the afternoon breeze, and then let it go. I didn't really feel that way. I just missed her and felt left out with all this distance between us. Maybe lonely, I wasn't sure. But I was sure that I wished her to be happy, and he seemed to make her happy. I didn't linger on the fact that she wasn't asking as often anymore when I'd be coming to visit. What did I expect after giving excuse after excuse? Her voice through the line pulled me back. You know, I think it's about time you found someone as well. I know you're self-sufficient and oh so independent. But isn't there anyone that's caught your fancy? My pulse throbbed. I sat up straight, trying to make my voice clear, breezy. Nah, slim pickings around here. And I'm busy. I'll focus on all that later. A pregnant pause from her side. Okay, hun. You know I just want you to be happy. Someone to take care of you while I'm not around would be nice. We ended the call after a little more silly chatting, her words rattling in my mind. Take care of me. The stupid words were taking root, making me want a novelty I'd never before considered much. Just like last night at Constance's home. I could admit that would be nice. But I didn't usually get nice things. I shoved the thought away. Things were too messed too long for any of that, to even think of that. That was a fantasy world. In reality, I had a one-sided mark which was messing with my feelings and making me feel things that weren't actually true. Weren't actually from me. And on the other hand, I had someone pursuing me in whom I had zero interest. I'd never been hardwired for romantic feelings, and I guess I was waiting for the person who would change that. Like they'd appear in my life, and I'd just know. And for all his good looks, money, and generally positive attitude, Arien just wasn't that for me. It's like there was a big blank canvas, in place of the one that I'd imagined filled with color when he was around me. It could partly be, because now I knew myself to be too damaged for someone like him. I was a nothing girl. One who did unsavory things to get by. I unwillingly recalled Sören's words. People do what they need to survive. That can only be commended. And then promptly felt upset at myself for remembering passages of things he said. He needed to be far, far away from my mind and my life. And I was a damaged girl to boot. One plagued by nightmares, most nights and memories that hurt when I let my mind wander. My moods oscillated by the day's flashes of anger, sadness that would weigh me down, dangerous depths of lack of self-worth. He helped that day in the garden, but if I was being entirely transparent, it just felt like I was playing pretend. Like I was playing at being a perfectly okay individual, because I could tell when I was silent or despondent. It grated on him. Arien would never understand that. He would never be able to accept that side of me, nor would he ever truly be able to alleviate that side of me. While Sören completely avoided me, Arien was kind of giving me the space I wanted. Maybe finally understanding that I was for real about not wanting to see him. He no longer spent every second ambushing me in the garden or kitchen or library, but this also gave me the sneaking suspicion that he was plotting something. I'd started helping out with some admin work. Sören had taken my earlier words seriously, it seemed. Not that it mattered what he did. Not at all. This meant I normally worked in the library, but I'd occasionally head into town with Arien and work from their office here. It was good to be out. I'd been allowed more freedom, a cell phone of my own, the permission to head into town with the driver whenever I needed. They had a tracker in my phone, of course, and I still didn't have my own money. They'd given me a traceable bank card, which would be a dead giveaway if I used it for anything suspicious. I also couldn't withdraw large sums of cash. I knew I should sensibly be working on an escape plan, something. But I was stupidly content at the moment. It was hard to admit, but I enjoyed my work. I was efficient at what I did, and it reminded me of how excited I was to work for the mayor before that all went to shit. They were even paying me a regular salary at the end of the month. Leaving felt like a lot of work. A lot of planning, which might not even work. I just didn't have it in me to expand energy considering that yet. My headspace was filled with so many other things. Ready to head off. Arien was heading to the office and had offered me a ride. Yes, sure. We alighted the Grenadier and I greeted Michael, the driver. I won't be in the office for most of the day, just dropping by to pick up some docs and then heading out of town for a meeting. I nodded politely. Hope it goes well. Thanks, it's nothing too hectic. He considered for a second. But maybe, when I'm back tomorrow, we can do lunch or something. And that's what I get for being polite. It's just a meal, not the end of the world, deciding to be agreeable. Sure, why not? Arien smiled besides me. The day had been slow, dragged along really. I planned to leave early at 4 p.m. to run an errand, but the clock seemed to be ticking at half the speed. 15:25, 15:40, 15:55, finally seeing the time closing in, I started packing up. I slung my messenger bag over my shoulder and headed into the corridor, taking the lift down. The doors opened and I made my way to the foyer. My feet slowed just before the entrance. My pulse sputtered, body suddenly on high alert. Without even needing to look, I knew what it was. Sören was near. It didn't matter. I wasn't supposed to see him. I didn't even want to see him. None of that reasoning mattered to my body, as my feet moved on their own account. I walked back down the corridor and rounded the corner I thought I heard the sound came from. And there he was. My entire being settled, calmed by the mere act of seeing him before me. It had been days and days since I'd last seen him. I was just going to look for a second. That's all. Like microdosing, I'd only allow myself this much respite. Before I could will my feet to back away, Sören must have sensed a presence in the room. I watched him slowly turn, pause at the sight of me. Eyes sweep over me. That settled me more, a moment to bask in his appraisal. Like when it's been chilly, and you step back out into the instantly warming sunbeams. Immeasurable, instant warmth. I know what had transpired a few days ago, and how I'd vowed to stay away from the man before me. Trust me, I know. But still I stepped closer. What else could I do? Hi. Soleil. I could feel my face pull into a stupid grin at the way my name dropped from his mouth, like it belonged there. He frowned in response. That made me want to smile more. I should probably talk, say something, done for the day. Not yet, I nodded. I should be going before it got too late. I wanted to head to my old apartment. I'd finally worked up the courage to figure out what happened there. That's why I was leaving earlier today. Mitchell should still be around to take you back to the mansion if you're done for the day. Yes, I just texted him that I'd be waiting downstairs. I'm not heading back yet, though. I wanted to stop by my old apartment. I picked at my thumb. Need to figure out what happened to my stuff since I'm definitely kicked out by now. He absorbed my words for a second. I hadn't thought about that. His face switched now, gaze flickering. I forgot to handle that. He looked agitated. I wasn't sure why. It's okay, I'm going to get it sorted now. I actually remembered a few days ago but was putting it off. My face pulled. I'm dreading knowing what happened to my things. I should have taken care of that. I forgot. Damn it, his agitation seemed to rise, eyes not focused on me. I didn't understand him beating himself up for something minor, really, something I would have figured he had no idea about. It's really fine. How would you even have known? I didn't expect that. Sören had millions of things to handle. Now that I had a bit more access, I realized how insanely hard he worked. Constantly. It would be ridiculous to expect him to have thought of paying my rent. I should have thought of it. That's what I do. I don't know how I missed that. They probably put your stuff in storage, but it could be gone. I'll get it back if it's gone, I'm sure, Sören. I cut him off. Only now did his eyes meet mine again. He was rambling, unlike him. He was beating himself up for an imaginary oversight. He was apologizing in his own roundabout way. Forget it. Like I said, I didn't expect it of you in any case. I made sure he understood my words, eyes boring into his. And I forgive you for forgetting something I never expected you to remember. That was more of a quip. There was nothing to forgive. Then, with more of a chirp, don't sweat it. I'm gonna go handle it and I see you later. I turned to leave before I was late. Wait. I peered back over my shoulder. Let me take you. He was already walking ahead of me, leading the way. I followed. Who was I to argue? I was silent on the drive. Thinking but not really. Until we pulled up alongside my dodgy apartment block, self-consciousness shivered through me for a second. It wasn't the nicest place. I quickly reminded myself that I didn't care what Sören thought. Just wait here, I'll go talk to the building manager. I unbuckled the seatbelt, ignoring his order. I can come with. What if he doesn't want to give out information because you're not the occupant of the apartment? He simply sent a look my way, as if that wasn't even a possibility. It'll be fine. You don't know Mr. Enriquez. He's stubborn, likes to give people a hard time. Will probably lecture me endlessly for just disappearing. Like I said, stay in the car, I'll handle it. I frowned. He didn't leave me any room for arguing. I'm locking you in, keep it that way. Then he waited, wanting my confirmation. I just nodded. He sent one more searching look my way before striding off. My eyes followed him until he was entering the building, out of sight. I considered following along for a brief moment, but he'd made his orders clear. And I didn't really feel the need to rebel. My stubbornness abetted at his words. Another proof that this dumb bond was wreaking havoc on my normal responses. The bond. Thoughts of it banged loudly in my head. Thoughts of how it wasn't real, no matter how real it felt. How I couldn't simply accept it, no matter how I wanted to do just that. The same reel that had been playing in my mind for days on end. Sören returned way quicker than I thought, startling me as the door pulled open. Soleil. He used my name like a question. You okay? Yeah, all fine, just surprised you're back so quick. A shrug. I got the information needed. Of course he did. I didn't doubt for a second he would. And he moved it to a storage container. I have the keys. Of course he did. There's no way Mr. Enriquez would just hand over the keys, but this was Sören. I frowned, thinking of something. You didn't do anything to him, right? A barely concealed smirk formed as he reversed out of the parking lot. Nah. I wasn't convinced. Sensing my lack of certainty, he added, we just spoke. I let it go. He'd only been gone for 10 minutes. What's the worst he could have done? We set off for the storage facility, reaching it before long. It was only a suburb away. Sören stalked off ahead, tracking down the container with the corresponding number to the key. I followed quickly behind him. He was pulling the door of 31 up with ease, looking inside before stepping aside and letting me peer into the dimly lit space. My things. The few possessions that made up my life filled the small space. Everything I owned. Hurriedly, I stepped forward, already digging through the boxes. My kitchenware, I'd barely used. I never had time or energy to cook. My decorations and bric-a-brac, nothing really of importance but things that had filled my home. My clothes, now this I missed. I pulled my favorite pieces out, pausing when I noticed Sören still standing outside the door. What are you doing? Come in. He walked in stiffly. I didn't spend time trying to figure out what was running through his mind. Is it all there? Yes. Now I aimed a grateful smile his way. Thank you. I'm so glad it's not gone. It's everything I have. That last part felt stupidly/sadly sentimental. I shook it off, rising to my feet with my arms full of clothing. Sören still seemed to be uncomfortably standing, glancing through my belongings. He'd helped me out a lot today, and I wasn't sure the reason why. I considered something. Asked, does it also affect you? I could count the confusion on his face, so I clarified. The bond. The silence between us in the small, stuffy container was suddenly loud, pulsing with something. I waited, letting the lack of real light act as a shield. He eventually answered my question with a rigid nod. That wasn't good enough, not when I'd been agonizing over all this for days. I shook my head. No, Sören, I need more than that. Looking away, the one who faced everything answered, gave a stifled response. Yes. I stepped closer, daring him. How? His reply sounded strangled, unwanted. I sense everything more. You more. All the swirling, unresolved feelings swishing through my stomach settled at his admittance. He made the turmoil inside me instantly calm. That was enough for me. I'd been debating giving into how I felt. It was manufactured, some chemical creation after my bite. But all the facts of the incident, all the arguments I'd created suddenly mattered, a lot less knowing Sören felt the same way to some extent. He felt the same way. He couldn't be feeling as much as me. He was too far for that. How was he able to keep his distance if he did? Every second I did that felt like a Sisyphean task. But that didn't matter. However much he felt now was enough. Then he was reaching out to pull the clothes from my arms and striding away. I followed obediently, buoyed at the new information. I had been biting my cuticles from when we resumed driving, trying to work up the courage to ask what I wanted. Taking a breath in, I tried, "You hungry? Maybe we could get dinner before heading back." I held the very breath I'd just inhaled. Looking across, I could tell by Sören's look I'd be disappointed. "I don't think that's a good idea. We shouldn't be here even." He carefully explained. "Shouldn't be alone together. Shouldn't be together full stop." He was right. I was being silly, unreasonable. I think my mother's words had stuck with me despite me trying to rid myself of them. And with Sören taking care of my apartment issues, I couldn't help but think of other instances he'd done the same. He'd taken care to get the information regarding my mother, taken care to get me a job, even, as terrible as it was to admit, he'd taken care of the Zodiac issue. He'd been taking care of me in a sense, doing all this. And I, like an addict, wanted more of it. I quieted, feeling a shade of chagrin arise at my neediness and silly ask. We drove a while longer, the silence no longer as easy as the start of the evening. Dusk was setting in. Sören's sharp exhale punctuated the interior of the car. I didn't look over. But I did glance at his hands, now clenching the steering wheel tightly, too tightly in my opinion. Maybe takeaway. I didn't quite get his meaning, relenting and looking over while his gaze remained firmly on the road. We could quickly stop at a drive-through. I sucked my lips in, hiding my smile. Trying not to show my instant and complete excitement, I played it cool. "Okay. Just a quick stop, though." Firm words like he was giving an order, not giving in to my dinner request. Again, my smile was hard to hide, feeling giddy. Of course. We were parked in the Burger King parking lot. Food spread out on our laps. I'd convinced him that we couldn't head back with only food for ourselves, even though Arien wasn't even around tonight, how it was better to just eat it here. He'd acquiesced. Again, it was ridiculous how giddy I felt at him giving into my wants, spending time with me. A thought popped into my head. This was the first time driving around together, and this would be our second meal together. What is it? Sören must have caught the expression on my face. I didn't think he would appreciate me pointing out my silly sentimentality, though. Nothing. But still he kept looking my way, no longer eating, facing me. I sighed, just thinking that we had a meal together before. At breakfast. And now again. Like I was pathetically counting everything. Which I guess I was. He looked uncomfortable. I couldn't help the laugh that escaped. "You're the one that asked. Don't look so scandalized." It was hilarious that I held the power to make the big bad Sören uncomfortable. Made my insides warm and light. He grunted my way, instead refocusing on his hamburger. I looked out across the darkened parking lot. The starry evening was clearer than usual. The surrounding street lights all seemed to be dim or completely dead. This was nice. Just us away from everything. I could forget it all for a moment. I like having meals together, I mean with other people. Not wanting him to think I only meant him. It didn't matter if that's exactly what I meant. It just gets lonely, sometimes eating by yourself. I prefer this, you know. I stuffed a fry in my mouth, chatting easily. It shouldn't be this easy to tell Sören things, but it was. It just was. He didn't answer for some time. "Yeah." I quirked an eyebrow. "You agree then, it's better than I remember." I couldn't help pressing, "From when you were younger." "Yeah." Again, gently, lightly, with not too much emphasis on anything. "That's a long time ago." Sounds kinda lonely. "A long time to be by yourself." He bristled. I wasn't alone. Arien, of course. And work keeps me busy. "Yuha." I nodded noncommittally through a mouth full of food. I just stuffed the final too big bite of my burger in my mouth, real ladylike. His brow dipped and quirked, lip twitched as he caught me. Something like amusement danced across his face. I hurriedly swallowed and stared out the open window. I shut up then, letting the cool breeze and sounds of crickets replace words. Soaking in the last few moments of the now. Soaking in the last few moments of our secret dinner. I was having a lazy afternoon with Constance. My work for the day had already been completed, and she was also almost about to head off home for the Friday afternoon. These were the most normal moments of my life, and I lived for them. So what are you doing for the weekend? Sleeping. Rolling my eyes, I quipped. Live a little. You live a little. What, being fed by you up in a mansion isn't what you call living? I joked. Sending a dry look my way, Constance took something from the oven. I guess I could go out. Make weekend plans. Precisely, you're allowed out these days, go do something fun, but with who? The question remained. Constance was having family time this weekend. Arien's trip had been keeping him busy. He seemed to be working for once. Not that he would have been my choice to hang out with regardless. And Sören. 0% chance of that. I think our impromptu dinner alone had only served to remind him how much he needed to keep his distance. How much he didn't wish to be around me. I firmly ignored the twinge at the thought. And they still hadn't agreed to let me leave town to visit my mom. Constance stepped out to find more baking trays in storage while I nibbled on my cuticle, considering my potential weekend plans. I guess alone time might be nice. I could wander around in town and do things that I didn't have the chance to do before. My life had been very routine, filled with either working or catching up on sleep. There was a clay cafe thing I'd always wanted to try. I was a shit artist, but it could be fun. If I ignored how weird it might be doing that activity to do on my own. I jarred back to reality as Sören stepped into the kitchen. I hadn't even heard him enter the kitchen. He held a travel coffee cup in his hand as he stalked in, glancing my way. Just the sight of him had my pulse throbbing. Before either myself or even him could catch his actions, he was a mere foot away from me. Pulling my fingers away from my mutilation of them. Don't. Sören dropped my hand as suddenly as he'd picked it up, since rapidly returning, and then stepped back to refill his coffee. I swallowed. Hard. Before I could figure something to say or do, the disconcerting interaction ended with him walking swiftly away, leaving my insides unsteady, stupefied at his too casual handling. In trance, I headed to the garden. Such a stupid little inconsequential gesture should not leave me in such mush. And yet it did. Oh, it did. I bumped into Arien on the way out to the garden when he reminded me of our previously discussed lunch plan from a few days ago. With no on the tip of my tongue, Constance's reminder played in my head. Live a little. Sigh. I knew she was right. I'd never had a chance or disposable income to do all the things I wanted to. And now that I had, it would be an ungrateful waste to not make up for it. Giving in, I responded to Arien's question. Actually, I was thinking, maybe instead we try a clay cafe if you're down. Looking taken aback for a second, he quickly replied, yeah, of course. Sounds fun. Okay, I'll get ready and meet you in like 30. Perfect. His smile was ridiculously blinding for me, just accepting his offer to go out. I briskly made my way back to my room to ready myself. Hurrying to get dressed, the thought of planning a nice outfit made me slightly giddy. Made me tingly in ways only fellow girls would understand when it came to clothes. I chose one of my nice pairs of jeans and a cute shirt which I thought looked artsy with all the tiny embroidered flowers, and lilac sweater in case it got colder. And then I made my way outside to the car park. I tried to keep my grin at bay, time to get my clay painting on. The cafe was bustling. The decor was bright and messy in a carefully curated artsy way. The small space was loud enough to have ambience, but quiet enough to still hold a conversation over the music. It was nice. We'd already selected our pieces, both opting for oversized mugs, and had the paint colors spread out between us. We'd both ordered cocktails as well, to get the creative juices flowing. Arien was focused so intently on his piece, he wasn't even making conversation for the moment. I haven't seen you work this hard at anything. I couldn't help jesting. Not even work. Ha ha, well, not all of yous are artistically inclined. A frown still drew his face together as he joked back. It made me want to tease him more. I took a long sip of my too sweet cocktail. Neither am I. This is just supposed to be fun. Then why does yours look so good? He seemed genuinely upset. Again I laughed. It's all right, nothing very technical. I was working on covering my mug in a purplish starry sky. So not the most challenging of painting work. I just had to cover the surface of the mug in my dark purple and navy blue paint, and then add in the white stars. I tentatively spoke. May I ask what you're painting on yours? The brown and orange splodges were hard to make sense of. Now he looked physically pained and groaned my way. It's a mountain range, can't you tell? I burst out laughing before trying to placate him again. Oh, no, I can. I really can. Arien didn't look convinced at my words. Take a break, have a drink. I nudged his drink closer. I mean, it's not a very wolfy activity, so cut yourself some slack. Arien finally looked away from his piece, shoulders relaxing as he took hold of his drink. Yeah, you're right. You should see me hunt an antelope. Hard pass. I could just imagine the gruesome scene. So you actually hunt when you're in your wolf form? Yeah. But why? You eat normal food, so I wouldn't think it necessary. It's hard to explain, but I guess it's just the instinct of being in our wolf form that prompts us to hunt. It's like our intrinsic instincts take over and make us want to run, chase, hunt like we wouldn't otherwise. The feeling's hard to describe. I tried to make sense of it, but you still can reason and think when you're in wolf form. Yeah, of course, we're fully in control. Some things are simply heightened. It all feels like a rush, if you can remember how freeing it felt to run full speed as a child. Something close to that, only 1,000,000 times better. I don't think I'd ever really understand it. There was an entirely different world when it came to being a werewolf that I would never fully grasp. Arien changed the subject. As much as I've been complaining, this is fun. I think so too, I admitted. I took another long sip of my drink as I considered my life before. Everything. I never got to do stuff like this. I remember the sinking feeling of life, just passing me by, day by day. And then month by month, while I just got older. The thought that I'd never have real moments of living was constantly with me. I don't know why I was admitting all this to Arien. Arien was silent for a moment as he listened, then his own soft admission came. I felt the same way about having a mate. My eyes met his as I contemplated his words. I would also never understand that side of things. The whole mate thing was entirely foreign to me. The thought of Sören came to mind. If I had known the possibility of him before, I imagined myself waiting for him. The aching absence of him, maybe not entirely foreign anymore. I eventually just nodded Arien's way. Fidgety, he seemed to be figuring something out. Trying to ask something maybe. I waited for him to speak. Continuing to paint. We have fun together, right? My eyes snapped back up at his unprompted question. I thought to all the activities he planned, the day out in town. Yeah, I guess we do. Now his eyes shifted between the cafe and our table, again like he was struggling to find the words. I waited. Arien looked unsure, stringing the next words together. I'm just thinking that if that's the case. If you enjoy the time with me, then we can maybe, eventually, be more. Oh, my stomach immediately felt the weight attached, dragging it down. How could I even respond to the difficult question he posed? The one we had been ignoring as the elephant in the room for the longest. Seeing the conflict on my face, he hastened to add, I don't need you to answer now. And I don't want to ruin the day. Please don't feel pressured to answer right away. Just think about it, okay? I just nodded. I was relieved to not have to answer right away. But that didn't mean I didn't know my answer already. I knew it completely and resolutely. We both concentrated back on the painting of our mugs, conversation back to being light and meaningless. The evening tingled by. Eventually it was time to make our way back to the car, maybe slightly tipsy from the multiple drinks we'd indulged in. I admired my freshly glazed piece in my hands. It turned out really well if I did say so myself. They had an express glaze available, so we already had our finished glossy pieces. The stars nearly sparkled on mine. Here, we should do swapsies, to remember the day. I felt light and generous after how much fun I'd had. You sure? Arien eagerly eyed my mug. Totally. We both smiled. Thank you, it's perfect. I shrugged, it was okay. I couldn't help the swell of gratefulness that I'd had someone to do the activity with. I'd been alone for long enough. I decided that I didn't want to be on my own any longer. Even if it was just with Arien. I knew what I wanted to live a little. with other people around. Once back in the car and headed home, the sleepiness hit. Arien didn't seem to know any music, as if he'd never turned on a radio in all his days. I can't believe you've never listened to the Killers. I'm gonna start you off with the hits, but not Mr. Brightside. The populace had ruined that forever. I fiddled with the Bluetooth controls, struggling with the too fancy controls. He pulled my fingers away from the dials. Let me help you. We'll be home by the time you figure the Bluetooth out. Very funny, I spoke dryly. It's this stupidly fancy car. What even happened to aux cables anyways? Arien laughed at my ineptitude of getting the controls to work, now grabbing my phone as he tried to get it connected. Just as soon as it left my hands, and before I could look back up, I felt the car swerve. Looking between the road and Arien, his eyes focused back on the road as he tried to wrangle to wheel and vehicle back under control. I think I caught a flash of something running past us, but I couldn't tell in the too dark night, and everything was happening in a flash. All I could see were the flashes of road caught in the headlights' path. A road that we were now wildly veering off into the darkened night, sure to collide with one of the massive trees lining the road. Shit. The accident ended up being more of a fender bender. Arien managed to wrangle the car back under control just as we crashed into some bushes, not enough to properly even damage the car. An animal, probably a small antelope, had darted across the road, causing us to momentarily lose control as Arien tried to avoid hitting it. I was unharmed. The seatbelt cut across my torso, saving me as the airbag went off, so the impact of it didn't even touch me. Arien felt terrible. He blamed himself for the accident, but that was wholly unnecessary since that's all it was, an accident. I remember his absolutely distraught face as he looked me over in the car, asking me over and over again if I was okay. But I was completely fine. It was such a minor accident. Hell, even our mugs had survived. We made it back home, a bit shaken up, but otherwise all right. It was nearing midnight, though, so I was completely knackered and ready to be in bed. The ordeal had completely sobered me up, and I just wished to be dreaming. Finally back in my room, I sprawled out, pulling my floor bed into place as I prepared to fall asleep. A loud push on my door froze me in place, startling me in the way he always seemed to do. Sören wrenched my bedroom door wide open, walking in fast, like he needed to be here, something desperate. He was beside me before I could even react, expression taut, eyes sweeping frantically over my body, stopping only when he was an arm's width away. He wasted no time in throwing his gravel-filled words my way. Where are you hurt? My brain took a second to untangle his words. His presence just had that jumbling effect on me. I'm not hurt, I'm fine. My ineloquent words didn't seem to register to the man, who looked as if he was willing himself to see my imaginary injuries through my pajamas. I'll call Dr. Thewel. I tried again, voice more stable this time. No, I'm really okay. Arien told me about the accident. You probably have whiplash or maybe Sören. He finally stilled at my calling of his name, usually dark eyes lightening. Really, I'd barely call it an accident and I'm perfectly fine. Not a scratch. I spread my arms wide in some silly demonstration to convince him of my words. A long second passed before Sören nodded in acceptance. Then, perhaps realizing that he'd just barged into my room without preamble, he offered an unnecessary explanation. I just needed to see how you were. After the accident, I was completely fine. Well, better than fine at the thought of Sören storming in to ask after my well-being really. My stupid insides fluttered again. It's okay, I was just about to go to sleep, and then found myself self-consciously sitting in my makeshift bed on the floor as I peered up at him, awaiting his departure. As if only now noticing, his brow furrowed. Why the fuck are you on the floor? I froze, a bit stunned at his harsh tone and the rapid conversation change. My pause only made him to roughly ask again. Soleil, answer me. I bit the inside of my cheek before explaining. I couldn't fall asleep on the bed, and then instantly felt more self-conscious at my words. It sounded so stupid. I knew I should have tried to get over this a lot sooner already. Instead, here I was embarrassing myself in front of Sören. Why would you? He abruptly stopped himself, probably coming to his own conclusion. Sören kept his gaze firmly on the makeshift bed, looking torn and angry. The latter being a usual look on him, the former. Not so much. I simply stared at his strange turmoil, not understanding why this upset him so. His fix came quick, words precise. "We can get you another bed. Maybe the mattress just isn't right for you, I'll have Constance replace it." Again trying to solve everything. Ridiculous as the solution was, it almost made me want to smile. Okay. I didn't think that would help, but it would placate the stormy-looking man before me. Then for some unknown and totally inane reason, I blurted, "How's your bed?" "What?" A look of confusion was back. Better than angry. "I mean, is it comfy for you?" My brain was rapidly catching up to what my mouth chose to spew. I saw where this was going. I fought to keep the small smile off my face. "It's fine, yes." Now Sören was trying to figure me out. I spoke slowly. Maybe I should try it out, see if I should get one like that. What the hell was I saying? I truly didn't know either. But this meant I'd potentially get to go to his room and snoop. Something I'd long craved to do. "You want to what?" He looked to be at a complete and utter loss for words, a real accomplishment if you ask me. The big bad Sören at a loss for words. "Well, I'm just gonna lie on it for a bit, see if I like it." Here I was trying to make it sound normal when this request was definitely anything but. Cue the continued loss of words. Another moment passed as I tried to guess his reaction. This whole interaction was so unlike him, unlike me. I was being brazen but couldn't quite find it within myself to care. Okay. Okay. What? Just okay. Now it was my turn to be at a loss for words. As if remote-controlled, I rose to my feet and walked past him through the doorway, then waited for him to lead me to his room. Sören walked wordlessly ahead of me. I'd never been to his room before, and I planned to soak up every bit of this twilight occurrence. I failed to keep the small smile at bay any longer. As surprised as I found myself at the mere act of stepping foot into Sören's room, I wasn't surprised at the look of it. The feel of his room was almost industrial. Gray lime-washed walls, providing the appearance of concrete, matched the dark bedding and curtains. The rest of the space was comprised of very minimal furniture, an empty bookshelf, side tables, and an armchair near the bed. Nothing else. It was understated without being clinical, and dark without being foreboding. I liked it. But all that was secondary to how it actually felt stepping into this place that was entirely his, entirely him. A sanctuary that was Sören. It even smelt like him. Completely. And I was almost heady with the onslaught of the sensation. He didn't look like someone concerned with how he smelt. By that I mean that I couldn't imagine Sören picking out cologne. And yet he smelt so good, downright delicious. I couldn't place the scent. I never understood people who could point out exact scent profiles. I just knew I liked it. Way too much. Like a druggie almost. His cell phone rang in the midst of my surely strange appraisal of his room, and after a conflicted look my way, he strode out the door to take the call. Good. My senses were overwhelmed enough as is. I made quick work of exploring all the room before me, taking in every aspect of his room, running my hands over everything. I rummaged through the first of his bedside drawers, but was met with disappointment they held. The bare necessities and nothing else. The next drawer was much the same, not even a single picture or receipt or book he was reading. I made my way to the bookshelf, spotting a black box at bottom. Very carefully I pulled it open. Papers, official-looking papers, filled it. Nothing I could really understand. I pulled through them, careful not to miss anything. My hands finally landed on a book at the bottom. I opened the first page to see a name scrawled. Sören. A journal. I stared for a moment at the handwriting that I'd not yet laid eyes on. How did 5 letters manage to make my insides flutter so? Of course, I instantly knew this to be a gross violation of his privacy. But I was oh so desperate to know more, know the secrets that I'd been trying to figure out fro the longest. Not knowing how much time I had until he came back, I made up my mind to sin. I stuck the book into my waistband and pulled my shirt over it. I could read it and return it. He'd never know. And then I innocently sat on the bed and waited. It wasn't as thrilling as I'd perhaps imagined, but being in his room felt nice. I felt weirdly calm in a way that almost unsettled me. His smell, his space, was already slowing my pulse again. I knew I could just head back to my room on my own, but I wanted to linger. Wanted to soak in the remnants of his presence. The bed was comfy too. Raised up on a wooden platform, it was massive, with grayish-blue linen that were cool to the touch. I'd never slept in anyone else's bed, and it felt strangely intimate to even be sitting on it. Sören walked back in after his call. I gently perched on the side of the bed. Everything okay? A stiff nod. Then an offer. You can stay here for the night if you prefer. I anyways have work that needs to be done, as usual. Or just an excuse. Despite Sören already having put up with my unreasonable request, I couldn't help the desperately fragile, wholly vulnerable words which dripped from my mouth. Could you stay, just for a while? The same look adorned his face that had when I asked whether we could have dinner, like when I asked him to see his room. Like the very question scared him. I contemplated how to get him to stay. Brought my finger to my mouth before dropping it, remembering his earlier action, felt his eyes on me. Soleil. He said my name like a warning, like a no, never happening, like another rejection. With voice near a whisper, I continued my guilt-tripping. I don't think I'll be able to fall asleep otherwise. Especially after the accident. That wasn't strictly true. I generally struggled to sleep, but the minor collision was one of the least jarring things I'd yet experienced. But I wasn't above playing it up. And the fact remained that I did feel safe with him, that he calmed all the chaotic parts of me. When I thought back to how he'd frightened me in the start, this moment right now, how I felt right now. Felt inconceivable, impossible. It felt like an eternity had passed since then. I waited with bated breath as I breathed in his scent. Looking like it physically hurt to give in, he lowered himself to the couch. Resigned. Okay. And that tingle that alighted whenever I got my way with him returned. I stopped talking, not trying to scare away the fragile acquiescence, and instead climbed under the blankets slowly, his stolen journal biting into my side. I was content to face his way and drink in his features as he typed on his phone, sitting stiffly on the couch. Poised to leave as soon as I fell asleep maybe. I didn't think I'd be able to fall asleep. Not on a bed. Not with Sören right next to me. Not in sheets that smelt deliciously like the object of my obsession. But I did. Soundly. Soleil was stretched out across his bed, fast asleep and completely unguarded, as if she implicitly believed in the safety of his presence. The knowledge of this did something dangerous to Sören's insides. Her arm remained extended in his direction with her palm turned upwards, as if beckoning him. Sören sorely realized how wholly unable he was to stay away. He didn't know what to do to stop the growing tether between them, and couldn't will himself to want to let her go. This was the first time Sören knew he had to do something, while everything inside himself screamed to do the exact opposite. Was it so wrong to want something for himself? Yes, it was. Completely. Not when he didn't deserve it. Not when he knew it would hurt his brother. Long after she'd fallen asleep, minutes, hours ticked by as he maintained his resolution. Before it crumbled, Sören gave in, for the promised last time, to the impulse reaching out to take her hand in his. The rough skin of his palm immediately came alive as all his nerve endings fired. Her hand tightened fractionally as Soleil sighed at the touch. It felt unshakably right. They weren't supposed to fight the mate bond so. Doing that was unnatural. Everything inside him shouted that this was the way it was supposed to be. Ignoring the truth of his instinct, Sören drifted to sleep knowing that this was all he could have. Her hand in his. For the night. For this night only.